The story begins with the fact that the Hadelamid imperial family fell, and even due to a baseness like betrayal. But the main character knew that day would come someday. He always spoke to his father about the need to reform the homunculus system, the forbidden magic used to establish an absolute monarchy. To human homunculi, created with an innate gift for magic and swordsmanship. They were brainwashed to be loyal dogs of the imperial family. They were sent to the most dangerous battles under the pretext of prosperity and peace in the empire. Homunculi elevated in rank by imperial knights in recognition of their skills. They were treated well, but they were no different from slaves, which was a natural reality. It is quite natural that the homunculi held a grudge against the august ones and their actions. The imperial family kept igniting the flame of anger, which sparked the uprising. And if the main character's father, Desmond II, simply neglected the danger associated with the homunculi, that Bridget being his sister and part-time third princess only worsened the situation. After being named crown princess, the exploitation of slaves intensified, and the homunculi sent on long missions died in dangerous battles, or died from overwork. And those who served in the palace ended up in Bridget's arena, where the dignity of the knight was completely trampled upon. The girl could no longer tolerate this, and decided to take action and began searching history for candidates to strip her of the title of heir to the throne. But Bridget, for whom the heroine became a thorn in her side, used her for a political marriage. Unfortunately, this is the fate of all powerless women. However, it didn't work thanks to just one person. In just 1 week, all the homunculus knights in the palace gathered to rebel against the royal family. And the homunculi were gathered by their king, Michaelis Agneto, whose mind was not clouded by the power of the imperial family. And he had extraordinary leadership skills that anyone could envy. After beheading his father, who blindly believed in the power of submission, he became the new ruler and gave his first order to execute the members of the Hadelamid family. And everyone, except Evan Rose Clole Hadelamid, the 7th princess and Rosenid Hadelamid, were already dead. A month has passed since she was imprisoned here, waiting in the wings. The Philosopher's Stone was a symbol of imperial power and reacted only to the blood of the august ones. So it is necessary to leave at least one. And soon only Rose Knight will remain, who is in love with Michaelis and is willing to do anything for him. So she was the ideal choice. But the protagonist still didn't want to live under those conditions, so she wasn't sad. If there was anything to regret, it was that the choice of the heir turned out to be wrong. While lost in thought, the door to her room opened, and a young man appeared before the girl. He was the personal knight of her half-sister Rosenith, Michaelis Agneto, and he was the instigator of the uprising, who suggested that the girl didn't expect to see him at that hour. She didn't react to his playful tone and asked him what had brought him to her. He replied with a steady smile that he had come to see her. The heroine smiled because she didn't know why he was visiting her at that hour, because the man was busy usurping. The hero finally understood her point and said that he had been very busy for the past month. But he finally found time to visit her, which angered the main character. Evan Rose replied that it was thoughtful of Sir Agneto, but she didn't need his attention. At first, the man reacted in no way to the imprisoned girl's brazen behavior. But at some point, he suddenly approached the heroine and placed his hand on the back of the sofa behind her. He called her Eva and assumed that she had been angry during her imprisonment. According to the young man, she had every right to blame him. But that didn't mean he had nothing to say. At that moment, the heroine asked him to step away from her when the man told her that she should have chosen him. Evan Rose froze in surprise. She didn't understand what he was talking about and asked for clarification. He said that she wouldn't have to go through this if she had chosen him as her personal knight. Members of the imperial family choose one of the homunculus knights to serve under their personal command. Chosen by a princess or a prince, the homunculus had to serve their master with absolute loyalty. At first glance, it seemed romantic, but the imperial family could dispose of them at any time and treat them like consumables. Because she rejected such a system and did not have a personal knight, she was criticized as a princess who did not know the rules. Conversely, Rosenet fell in love with Mikkeli's and mercilessly got rid of her knight to choose him, and planned from the beginning to simply use him. The heroine called him by name and asked if she should have chosen him. And he replied that so she wouldn't be awaiting a death sentence now. So Eve concluded that he didn't care who acted as the stupid puppet princess. The man looked at the girl with an expressionless face, but the girl held her ground and stared back at him. Then he was the first to look away, and with a deep sigh brought his hand to his head. He observed that she really was not an ordinary woman. At that moment, the door burst open, and some homunculi entered the room, who told His Majesty that something was wrong with the child in the Empress's womb. Then the man let out another deep sigh, as if he were very tired, and turned his head towards the speakers. At that moment, the girl, hearing these words, did not understand which child was being discussed at that moment. The young man turned his back on the girl and told her he had to leave, adding that they would see each other again soon. Having said all he wanted, Mikkeli's left the girl alone in the dark room. Although the girl did not show her fear after he left, her hands could not stop trembling as she couldn't help but think he was talking about an imminent execution. But having recovered, the girl got a grip, and after a while managed to clear her mind. Throwing her head back, the heroine thought that she seemed to be accustomed to fear now, and constant loneliness. At that moment, the girl was distracted by the sound of someone's heels on the tiles. The girl cheerfully greeted Evan Rose and pointed out that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. This was the main character's sister, that is, the 8th Princess Rosenet, Nadia Hadelamid. She returned her greeting by agreeing that it had been a long time since they last met, and complimenting her appearance. Noticing Rosie holding her noticeably rounded belly, the heroine asked about it, and she replied that it was Michael's child. What stunned the girl was that she knew homunculi were deprived of reproductive function. She only stared at her stomach for a moment, not knowing how to more delicately ask about this situation. Seeing her confusion, the 8th princess chuckled softly and asked if it was hard for her to believe that, and if she thought the girl had deceived Michelis. So Eve began vehemently denying such an assumption, saying she was simply surprised, because it was different from what she knew. The princess deliberately looked at her sister and decided to sit down next to her. She suggested finding out right away, since the girl had never heard of it. Rosie carefully touched her stomach and said she thought her lover's ailment was created thanks to the power of the philosopher's stone. The heroine said that if she was looking for Sir Agneto, he had just gone after her, and apparently they missed each other. But she shook her head and, taking her hand, said she had come to see her sister, because she heard that today was the day of her execution, and she was worried about her because of it. Evan Rose sadly lowered her head and realized that the day of her execution was set for today. Despite the atmosphere, the main character's sister smiled, looking at her saddened sister. She asked if she knew that her father, sisters, and brothers were executed by personal knights. For them, the opportunity to personally kill the person they hated most was Michael's generous gift. According to the homunculi, there was nothing more joyful than taking revenge on their aggressors. For example, Bridget was not only killed, but she was burned by her own knight. Deliberately sympathetic, Rosie touched her sister's shoulder and said she looked surprised because she probably imagined an instant death on the guillotine. In fact, according to the 8th princess, a homunculus has already been chosen to accompany her to the execution site. But since the heroine never had a personal knight, the choice fell to the one who most wished to take her life personally. The one who most desired her death, Mikkel Isigneto, who was the king of all homunculi. Wrapping herself protectively with her arms, Evan Rose concluded that her sister meant that no one hated her as much as he did. So the heroine thought this might be because nothing personal had been assigned. And he decided that she was a hypocrite pretending to be different from the other family members. Now she thought that the man actually despised her, and Rosie hastened to agree, saying that he hated her sister very much. Holding a small bottle with some liquid in her hands, She decided to tell the princess exactly how she would be executed. But she didn't want to know those details and told her to stop because she didn't want to hear anything more. At that moment, the eighth princess shouted, "No," at her, and more insistently told her that she must know that she would be beheaded in the most brutal way. After her sister's words, the same method of the Hadelamid Empire immediately came to the girl's mind. For example, where death occurs only after 6, or perhaps 10 blows with a dull axe. Even imagining such an outcome for herself, the girl began to tremble furiously and mutter that she didn't want this to happen. So, having achieved the desired reaction, Rosie smiled and told her sister not to worry because she came here to help her. She finally brought out the same bottle she had been holding in her hands all this time. Taking the bottle offered to her in her hands, the girl asked what it was and found out it was belladonna poison. After drinking it, she would die quickly and painlessly. The eighth princess asked if this was a better solution than awaiting her end in agony. The young woman's heart beat wildly as she looked at the poison in her hands. But she composed herself and, with the help of deep breaths and exhalations, calmed the beating of her heart in her chest. The heroine bowed her head and mumbled a thank you to her half-sister. She had to apologize for the fact that she had to do this while in a position. But she said not to worry about her. It was her choice, and she intended to take care of everything, and nothing would be that bad even if she was punished. The girl concluded that it was time to say goodbye, which she told her sister, who agreed with her words, but they remained sitting next to each other on the sofa, motionless even though they had already said goodbye. Then the heroine, with an awkward expression, asked her sister if she was going to leave her room. Then she squeezed her hand, in which she held a bottle of poison, and said that she could not leave until her sister had drunk the contents. She explained her terrible words by saying that someone had to remember her last breath. The girl took the bottle from her sister's hands and uncorked the stopper herself to hand it to her. The princess handed her a vial and asked her to quickly drink its contents. When the other side was about to refuse, this time the red-eyed girl insisted more strongly that she drink. The protagonist felt the whole spectrum of smells emanating from the bottle, which made her feel sick. Everything in her eyes darkened as a poisonous substance was placed right under her nose. She no longer remembered how she took the unpleasant bottle with her trembling fingers or the evil smile on her younger sister's charming face when she did what she was asked to do. Although her whole body was trembling slightly with horror, the heroine found the strength to take the last sip. The girl's weakened hand fell onto her knees with a dull thud, as did her head, which slumped powerlessly to the side. Still conscious, the protagonist heard her sister murmur that everything had gone quickly and successfully. Rosie asked the dead woman if she knew that in the language of flowers, belladonna meant cursing someone. The moment Evan Rose suspected something was wrong, her sister, receiving no answer, thought that the other party had finally died. She began to laugh furiously, saying that now she had no obstacles and only she remained to get everything she wanted. Mikkeli's and the throne. Laughing heartily because what she had planned had succeeded, she looked again at her deceased relative and thanked her stupid sister Eve for dying. When the newly crowned emperor returned to his room, it had been raining hard on the street for a long time. As if mourning the heroine, the young homunculus's face was completely distorted as he didn't understand what had happened in his absence. He knelt silently before the seventh princess's pale face and touched her with a gloved hand. The hand touching her cheek trembled slightly, and he frantically called out her name loudly. Out of frustration, he bit his lip and swallowed the lump in his throat, thinking that he could only keep her close. Then the man couldn't stand it and raised his voice at the homunculi, asking loudly what was going on here, which he had already asked them. At that moment, a blonde woman entered the room and answered his question by saying that her sister committed suicide. Deciding to assume responsibility as a member of the imperial family and repent by being punished. The man suspected something was wrong because her story was too detailed, and he asked her how she knew. She was not embarrassed or nervous in any way by his question, and said that she saw it with her own eyes. Having understood what her words and behavior meant, the man assumed that it was the 8th princess who gave the heroine poison. The girl did not refute his words, maintaining her serene smile, saying that he had a very scary look, and that she simply helped her sister repent and depart. She felt that he couldn't make a decision, and as his companion, she helped him make the right one. The unwavering imperial person was a disaster for the country, and therefore, she alone was enough by his side. Interrupting his pregnant companion, the man glared at her threateningly and ordered the princess to shut her mouth. At that moment, the blonde's good mood was shaken, and this time she really writhed in fear under his gaze. Stuttering, the girl called the man by name and asked if he was really angry with her. But he ignored her. Moving away from her, he made it clear that he did not want to see her and, carefully grabbing the 7th princess, he carried her in his arms. Unable to bear such disdain for her royal person, the pregnant girl bit her lip in frustration. Finally abandoning her pride, she shouted at the newly appointed emperor, blocking his way. She asked him if he was really ignoring her now. Who was his legal wife? He did not react in any way to her outburst of righteous anger towards her chosen one, and asked the princess not to block his way. Realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, the other homunculi told the empress that her majesty was not well, and that she should be careful. But she pushed them away, telling them not to touch her, and that some slaves couldn't even think of touching her. The princess threatened the man that if he didn't stop behaving this way, she would make him regret it, since the lady was pregnant with his child. The mention of an unborn child made the man freeze in his seat, and the girl laughed victoriously. Touching her belly, the girl told herself that, although she used alchemy for conception, every day he inquired about her health, calling her precious blood. But her victorious thoughts were interrupted by a man who unintentionally burst into tears at the mention of a child. He said that the princess seemed to be confusing the words pregnancy experiment. The girl suspected something was wrong and stammered, and asked what he meant by the experiment. He explained that the philosopher's stone only reacts to imperial blood, and that it can dominate the homunculi. That's why he wanted to take possession of the philosopher's stone, borrowing her womb and mixing her blood with his. Still clinging to his words, the girl said that didn't change the fact that it was her child. Hearing the words from her lips again, the boy man thought that he didn't even know whose seed was inside her. He calmly said it would be too generous to call it a child, since what was in her womb was only an alchemical experiment that had never been carried out before. The man asked how she knew whether a monster or a human would be born, but the girl couldn't believe he dared to speak so cruelly about her child. Then the man said that before, she had called them monsters, and that's why the girl was now just a pretender. And then he ordered her to be taken away from here. While the 2 homunculi held her in place, she still ordered him to stop, saying that he dared to treat her like this. But the young man didn't listen to her, not even when she asked him who the 7th princess was who treated her so badly. The man walked silently down the hall, while the rain outside did not abate. He turned his head towards the girl he held in his arms, and couldn't help but show a sad expression on his face. Calling her Eves, he said that she never allowed him to be near her. The emperor frowned at the overwhelming feeling and pressed his face against the girl. But when he composed himself, he returned to an inscrutable expression on his face and fixed his gaze. He called the counselor, who followed him silently like a shadow this whole time. When the man realized they were listening, he said the price wasn't important, and that even if he had to call every wizard and alchemist in the empire, he was bound to revive Eve. The 7th princess of the empire, Evan Rose, Chloe Hadelamid, was a real celebrity among the homunculi. She demanded a better attitude from her father, the emperor, towards another form of life, the homunculi. And she abandoned the imperial family's tradition of choosing a personal knight from among the homunculi. The princess, whom everyone despised for her behavior, awakened genuine interest among the homunculi. And every one of them looked at her. There were many who wanted to become her personal knight, but she did not allow anyone to occupy this place. Although the main character stopped his attempts to become the 7th princess's knight due to her firmness, but he couldn't stop looking at her even when she was in someone else's possession. Each time she suffered terrible treatment and contempt for rejecting bad practices. He swallowed the lump in his throat, feeling offended and angry for her, as if the same thing was being done to him. At that moment, he discovered something strange within himself and shuddered at this feeling. Nothing like this had ever happened to him, so at first he couldn't understand anything. And when he finally realized that his son Roma was not like that, he could no longer escape these feelings. Looking at her serene face against the backdrop of a blooming garden, he thought about the connection between the homunculus and an imperial family member. Such a connection was absolutely impossible in these realities and was not meant to come true. On one of the days he observed her, he would overhear the maids talking about the fact that the 7th princess's wedding is approaching, and that she is going to a distant country for the sake of a political marriage. They laughed and said that it could be said that the 7th princess was sold without her consent for reasons of power. Such words angered the young man, and unconsciously saying no, he unconsciously touched the hilt of his sword as if preparing for battle. Looking grimly into the future, he promised himself that such a fate was not meant to come true because he would not allow it. He therefore took possession of the imperial palace to achieve what he had desired so much. Looking at the burnt mansion, he could only think that there were finally no obstacles, and all he could do was keep his beloved close to him. The man already looked forward to a new life without obstacles that could stand in the way. Imagining how his life would certainly improve, he did not know that not everything would go as planned. At that moment, the hero, along with his dead lover, was near a huge stone that radiated great magical power. But such a global spectacle did not impress the young man who held the girl's head in his lap. Although his thoughts of an impossible dream were interrupted by the counselor, who called out to his majesty. He said that 4 days had passed since he had eaten, and only recently did he manage to seize the throne. It was impossible to revive a dead person, so now it was necessary to better understand the current situation. But the man asked if the philosopher's stone could perform several miracles, and even fulfill his longed-for wish. To use it, the blood of the Hadelamid family is needed, so he ordered Roseneth to be brought here immediately and have her head cut off. But his trusted subordinate hesitated at his words and remembered that the 8th princess was the last member of the imperial family. He said that it was necessary to keep her alive to be able to seize the power of the philosopher's stone. But now he no longer needed that. The newly crowned emperor gently touched the young woman's cheek and told her that Eve was dead, and he no longer needed the philosopher's stone or the empire without his beloved. When the counselor couldn't believe the words spoken by his emperor, another homunculus called him. The girl began to frantically say something in the counselor's ear, and he, with a tense expression on his face, nodded at her words. He announced to his majesty the arrival of the sage from the spruce forest. He didn't even turn to his visitor and said that he had heard that she knew a way to revive Eve. She replied that, with all due respect to his majesty, there was no such method, and that he would only receive a doll that breathed. The soul of the witch princess had already separated from the body and had dissipated, and reversing everything was beyond the reach of alchemy and magic. Therefore, the true resurrection he desired was impossible. His answer was no different from those the man had heard before, and he asked if she was trying to waste his time. She shook her head and said she wanted to suggest another way. Having decided not to torment the young man any longer, the alchemist said that he offered to turn back time. He turned to her with a look of distress and asked if it was really possible. She said it was certainly possible, but the price was high and that he would have to use half of the philosopher's stone. At that moment, the man, as if in a trance, touched Eve's shoulder with a gloved hand. Having done this, the emperor replied that the price did not matter to fulfill his will. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed with his point of view and announced that preparations for the ceremony would begin soon. She opened her spell book and walked towards the philosopher's stone to study it further. At that moment, she remembered something and warned his majesty that he must know one thing. Since the sacrificed philosopher's stone is connected to imperial blood, The central time regression will not be him, but Her Highness, the seventh princess. The man immediately understood what the alchemist meant and decided to force her to give a full answer. The woman explained that he had understood everything correctly and that only Her Highness the princess would remember all the events of the last few years. For the umpteenth time, the man gently touched the face of the deceased and thoughtfully. He withdrew it. That even though he won't be able to see her again, she still has a chance to do so. The alchemist standing nearby could not help but agree with the wise words of the young homunculus. At that moment, the emperor wondered if the girl would choose him again and if he would be desperate for this. And he will make another bad decision that will cause him a series of deaths, including that of his dearest person. The mysterious woman again decided to make her existence known by declaring that she had no answer for this. Hearing her honest words, the man finally took his hand off the heroine's face and clenched it into a fist. He stood up to his full height and turned his head away from her, saying that all these assumptions changed nothing and were unimportant. The main character put aside all doubts and sentimentality, ordering the alchemist to begin performing the ritual. The light of the philosopher's stone illuminated all the large rooms of the imperial palace, and illuminating not only the objects with its light, but also the people in the room. The man, with hesitant steps, covered the distance separating him from the heroine and, bending over her, he gave her a message, not hiding the tears that rolled down his cheeks and landed on the face of his dead beloved. He said that when she came back to life and well, she should kill him or choose him. Faint memories of recent times began to appear before the girl's eyes. The way the newly crowned king of the homunculi and the emperor came to her, locked in a huge room. And then another visitor. At first, the girl didn't recognize the blonde girl calling her in these memories. But when she concentrated, she could discern an almost clear image and realize that it was her sister, who was telling her that she had come to help her, and who mercilessly tricked her into dying such a miserable death, which she had been waiting for so long. The girl didn't understand why she did this to her, and couldn't help but think that this had been her goal from the very beginning. She was the last member of the imperial family to be chosen as empress by Michael. At first, the heroine didn't understand his motives, but then she remembered Michaelis's words, who said she should have chosen him, and realized that she wasn't afraid for nothing. Because he was going to write down Rosie on a Vanrose, but she, being the owner, did not allow this to happen. And she planned something for her. All this was a cunning trap, so that neither Evanrose nor the emperor would get what they wanted. And everything would end up with the eighth princess. Literally drowning in this endless swamp, the heroine couldn't even scream. And she did it mentally. She didn't want to die this way, and didn't accept exactly when everything went wrong. It could have been because her father weakened her position and lost control, or it could have happened when Bridget became the crown princess of this empire. So the girl couldn't help but think that if she were the crown princess, that would have changed something. The imperial family would not be dead, and the homunculi would not rebel, which would not lead to a real disaster. Evan Rose recalled her last years, when she thought she was still fighting for the rights of other people while reading various documents. If you think deeply about it, she simply turned a blind eye to those who needed her help. The heroine thought that if she were given a second chance, she would try to change the future for the better. When the girl opened her eyes, filled with tears, she immediately got up from the painfully familiar bed. Her breathing was irregular, as if she had run a marathon. And my body was profusely sweating from the nightmare she had experienced. Having regained some composure, the heroine heard the singing of birds, and frantically turned her head towards the source of the sound. Her hand touched her pale face and then felt her neck, checking her vocal cords. After making sure she had control of her body, the heroine couldn't help but ask the air if she was really alive. Realizing that not everything was a dream, the girl got out of bed and began to look around without even understanding where she was. But she still couldn't believe what was happening, because she clearly remembered being imprisoned. Then her younger sister approached her, who, with the help of alchemy, turned out to be pregnant with the king of the homunculi. And then her sister, always smiling with her charming smile, gave her poison. Such perceptions clouded the girl, who was no longer in the best mood. And shrank. She carefully raised her frightened eyes and decided to reanalyze the situation she was in. The heroine did not understand why she was in the bedroom because, as she remembered, it was destroyed. It definitely wasn't a dream or an illusion, since nothing had changed from when she used it. Walking carefully from place to place, the girl couldn't understand what was happening. The seventh princess finally reached the place she intended to get to and stood on her tiptoes. She found herself in front of the dressing table, and for some reason what she saw in the mirror deeply shocked her. And all this happened because she was stunned by her face, which was reflected in the mirror. And it looked painfully young and therefore unusual. Since all this was not without reason, the heroine suspected that somehow after death she returned to the past. But it was impossible for a sane person to believe this so easily, even though magic existed in this world. The heroine couldn't believe it, as time regression was related to magical alchemy of an unimaginably high level. And so, horrified, she clutched her head, screaming mentally that she had probably gone mad while suffering in captivity. A person must be a sage to at least grasp a thread and go back in time. Such thoughts gave her a terrible headache, and she promised herself to meet the master later and find out everything, and although she really wanted to see him, she needed to do something else first. The heroine exhaled briefly, because she needed to calm down and think about everything so she could continue acting. Judging by her room and her younger-looking face, she was about 20 years old at that time. After calmly thinking and analyzing it, she realized another truth she hadn't considered from the start. That is, Princess Bridget, who treated the homunculi terribly, has not yet become crown princess. And the leader of the homunculi rebellion was not yet enslaved by the imperial family. And imprisoned. And Roski, who gave her poison through deceit, did not know this young man. In other words, the girl was at the beginning and before the events that led the entire empire into a real disaster. Clenching her fists, the heroine thought that maybe she would succeed. Evan Rose looked resolutely in the mirror, put aside her uncertainty, and told herself that she would definitely succeed. And for the sake of the prosperity of all people in this empire, she was ready to endure everything. And everyone, and become the crown princess. While her thoughts were busy with such inspiring thoughts, someone knocked on the heroine's room. And opening it, they warmly greeted the lady. It was the personal mustard of the seventh Princess Sedela Arfel, who brought tea to her mistress. Evan Rose couldn't help but say she looked very young, and the maid replied that apparently that was the effect of the mask she wore yesterday. The heroine paid no attention to her words, still in disbelief, staring at her, and realizing that she had also become younger. Now she was sure that she had definitely returned to the past, and then she needed to know exactly what time it was. While the other party was serving her hot tea, the girl asked if she had any important events in the near future. She was slightly surprised to hear this question, but replied that next week would be the 8th Princess Rosnit's 20th birthday. The heroine shuddered at the mention of this name, feeling the breath of death on the back of her neck. But quickly pushing this feeling away, the girl once again analyzed the information that Rosnit turned 20. Since this meant that the main character was now 21 years old, and she was 8 years younger. Realizing that now was not the time to analyze this situation, the heroine quickly replied that it was great so as not to arouse suspicion. Hearing her reply, the maid smiled politely and said that the 20th anniversary was an important date for the imperial family. On this day, the members of this clan choose their personal homunculus knights in an election ceremony. This ceremony was the flower of imperial events, and the dream of many gave rise to a special connection that appears after the oath on a spiritual level. It was rumored that the homunculi were lined up for the 8th princess's personal knight. After all, she was the white rose of the empire. Evan Rose, who was drinking tea at the time, couldn't help but murmur that she looked nothing like a white rose, but rather like the empire's belladonna, in reference to the poison she was poisoned with. The maid didn't understand what her mistress's words meant, but as if nothing had happened. She asked why she stopped. Sedela, who was left out of her thoughts, remembered what she was talking about, and said that the funniest thing is that it was already decided who would take this place. This was published in a special newspaper that was read by absolutely everyone in the empire. To remember this homunculus, the maid asked her to remember the unusual silver-haired homunculus at the ceremony. This was the same night, and his name was Sylvester Miller, who truly approached Roseneth in appearance. Since the girl was the white rose of the empire, that night, although of course good with the sword and magic, differed from the rest by his hair. Anyway, to the august ones, homunculi were just ornaments that needed to be shown to others. Later, after meeting Michael 3 years later then, Roseneth mercilessly got rid of Sylvester. According to the main character, it would have been better if Groves had simply chosen him. But the truth is that Michael became close to the princess for a reason and had a hidden motive. He satisfied all her wishes and tolerated her by his side only for the sake of a greater rebellion. The man used Roseneth to take the throne and lead the empire to collapse, just as he had planned. The girl understood that she had to keep him in her life to guarantee her safety, and that of the inhabitants of the empire. She had no choice but to keep Roseneth and Michael as far apart from each other as possible. At that moment, while the heroine was worried about the near future, the maid asked her if she knew any information. According to her honest admission, many homunculi wanted to pledge their loyalty to the 7th princess. Evan Rose couldn't believe such information, because to everyone she was a princess who had nothing. But seeing her mistress's distrust, Sadella started to prove her point by saying that was the pure truth, and that the other side had a good reputation among the homunculi. Feeling flattered by such ardent assurances, the girl Evan Rose asked her to stop because she believed it was better that she took care of her, and not the homunculus. She said that if she succeeds in the future, we will find her an excellent husband with high income and position in society, but she was still indignant and said she wasn't joking. Finally, when the discussion ended, Sadella murmured that her princess should also choose a personal knight for her benefit. But when the words left her, she immediately regretted her words. And she began to apologize, knowing that the hostess didn't like talking about it. She, hiding her expression, accepted her apologies and said everything was fine, and that it wasn't her fault, because she was perfectly convinced that she wasn't saying it out of malice, but because she was worried about her. That's why she asked for forgiveness, realizing that she was causing her trouble due to her stubbornness. Sadella was moved by the young woman's words, but she didn't know she would go through a lot in the future due to her princess's low standing. Since the main character's mother was an alchemist, Evan Rose was considered a half-breed, and passed away when the heroine was still very young. She had authority in the field of golem alchemy and valued everything that had consciousness and ego. Her mother, like the heroine, was sure that the homunculus was no different from ordinary people, and asked for better treatment, but in the end she became a thorn in the side of the imperial family. At some point, they started ignoring her and cutting back on maintenance expenses. She brought her hand to her chest and thought about how difficult it was for Sedel to help her survive under such conditions. It must be that after being captured in a past life, the girl was kicked out of the castle as unnecessary. Just thinking about such an outcome for her beloved person, the heroine couldn't resist, and grabbed her hands. She looked seriously into the girl's eyes and promised her she would give her a luxurious life. Her eyes were full of confidence in her abilities, and she gave her word of honor once again. The maid didn't understand why her masters suddenly got so excited, although she thanked her anyway. She also decided to clarify the situation. Kneeling down to be at eye level, Sadella reminded her that if the 7th princess had a good life, she would have one too. And then she smiled sweetly at the heroine, showing that she only had good intentions. Looking into the honest and sincere eyes of her personal maid, Evan Rose couldn't help but get angry at this. She considered her words true, and taking her hand, the girls promised each other they would live well together. After laughing a little, the heroine told herself that she would live her life calmly and happily, because this was her reality now and she wasn't going to miss the opportunity, so she would give it her all. If the events of 8 years ago were happening now, then Michael should still be in a floating prison. To not repeat the mistakes of the past, it was necessary to fix this problem immediately. And for this, she needed to meet with the emperor to try to persuade him. She was well prepared for this conversation because she knew what would happen soon. The rulers of the Hadelamid Empire were allowed polygamy, that is, a form of military marriage in which one spouse of the same sex has more than one partner of the opposite sex. Therefore, the main character's father had 18 children who, of course, were from different women. And every morning, he randomly selected 4 or 5 princesses and princes to greet the emperor. The protagonist would like to ask her father for something, because even as a princess, she had to wait to have an audience. Therefore, the opportunity was better than none, and the girl decided to confirm that she was invited to a welcome tea. The maid informed her that she had been invited, and when asked who would be there, she replied that the 4th and 5th princes would be present. After this, the heroine sighed deeply because she didn't want to see these little rascals. But after the student said that there would also be a 3rd and an 8th princess, she shuddered. Since Bridget and Rosnit would be present there, it meant that it was that fateful day for her. The heroine was with us at the morning, greeting only on this terrible day. The elegant face of her older sister, who had provoked her, appeared before her eyes. And since she couldn't stand it, and hooked on daring to refute her words, she also clearly visited the face of her father. And part-time emperor, disfigured by anger, whose gaze was directed straight at her, which then made her feel very uncomfortable. This was the day the protagonist fell into Bridget's trap, who openly mocked her, considering her stupid. After those events, she was forced to leave the room and remained stuck near the closed doors behind her. Once the greeting was over, the heroine was never invited there again and finally lost her father's favor. Of course, if she returned to the past, the day of her return should have been a turning point. Therefore, she thought it was the best she could do, and upon seeing her in this state from the chair, she asked if everything was all right with her. To cheer her up, the girl suggested she dress elegantly, thinking it would be better, and it would be beneficial. To her surprise, she supported her idea and gasped, and said that the maid was completely right. Looking at her reflection in the mirror and seeing her ordinary appearance, the heroine mentally agreed with her words again. Taking the tip of her hair and untying the elastic band, she held her messy braid to release her hair. The heroine promised herself that from now on, she would no longer be an ugly duckling. The maid showed her several outfits, and the 7th princess decided to choose a dress with a large red ruby in the center. Thoughtfully, Sedella replied that it meant she would also have to fix her hair. The 3rd princess, Bridget, was famous for her sophistication and grace. When, as the 8th princess of the empire, Rosnit was a white rose and famous for her charming appearance. The maid immediately realized that her young mistress would have to compete with these high society ladies. If she was too elegant or charming, she would definitely be compared to other princesses. So it was important to find the perfect balance. The heroine agreed with her reasoning and said she had no intention of competing with them head-on, which was a wise idea. But the girls had different thoughts, because while the heroine thought she needed to strengthen her political position, the maid thought about how to help her strengthen her position in high society. Only now did Sedella realize that her knights had been very active in choosing her appearance today. And she replied that from now on she would do her best. The maid, after talking, became enthusiastic and replied that she would do everything in her power for her sake. She didn't know that Evenrose had no other choice if she wanted to become crown princess. And she decided to act. Since she knew the future, she decided to use it to her advantage, remembering that her sister Bridget then tied her hair in a braid. And Rosie will have 2 low pigtails, and pretending not to be very sure about this, she told her maid. Sedella showed no resistance and suggested she trust her intuition, and said she had an idea about what hairstyle she should wear. She said this was wonderful, but taking one of the table drawers, she gave another instruction. That is, decorated exactly as the 7th princess wants. Finally, the girl was ready, and although the maid spent a lot of time putting her in order, It was worth it, and she was ready to meet her relatives. Sadella told the seventh princess that they would be late for the greeting if they didn't hurry. Eve was confused by her statement and said she was right, because she was so absorbed in preparing for her father that she completely lost track of time. At that moment, the maid clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied with the fact that they would have arrived instantly through warping. That is, through movement through hyperspace. But the use of magic in the palace was forbidden, and the golem observers did not allow them to do so. While they were in a hurry to quickly get an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor, they heard the sound of someone's heels from behind. It was a girl who called out to the seventh princess, familiarly calling her sister. Not being heard the first time, the girl said louder this time, calling her sister Eve, which made the heroine freeze in place. The girl couldn't believe she heard that insatiable voice behind her, which she hoped to hear as little as possible. Her arms hung limply from her body as she carefully looked back, hoping she had misheard. But her hopes were not met, as Rosie immediately caught her attention and asked the girl how she was. Rosenet literally bathed in universal love, including the affection of the main character, and immediately got everything she wanted without even putting any effort into it. She even brought the child Michael, and even the throne was almost in her hands when all other family members were killed and executed except for Eve. But only to remain the sole member of the august family, the girl killed the main character. The eighth princess didn't even bother to hide her joy when her plan worked, and even thanked Evan Rose. Remembering everything her half-sister had done, the heroine clenched her fists. The innocent-looking girl had a very cunning and spoiled nature, which did not match her appearance. Therefore, she was one of the main enemies of the main character, who had to be feared in her second life. While Even Rose swallowed the lump in her throat, the eighth princess tried to pull her out of her thoughts all this time. She seemed very concerned about her sister and asked what had happened. The heroine understood that now was not the time to give in to her emotions and decided to congratulate the other party by saying she was stunned by her beauty. After the main character's insincere words, Rosenet laughed sweetly and said it was kind of her. But then her gaze became piercing again and not deliberately innocent and looking at her sister. She also decided to speak. She returned the compliment by saying that her sister had also put a lot of effort into preparing her mourning outfit. As close sisters, they began to laugh while Eve thought mentally that Rosenet never gives empty compliments. Finally, stopping her self-induced laughter, the heroine noticed something, or rather someone, behind her sister's back. It was the gray-haired homunculus knight, whom the girl had already seen at the ceremony. She decided to focus all her attention on him and told the eighth princess that she had never met her companion before. She agreed with her and said that he was Sylvestian Miller, a homunculus knight of the Imperial Guard whom she asked to accompany her. While the heroine smiled outwardly, she thought mentally that by forcing him to accompany her on the palace grounds, her sister was using him even before their date. This meant that the girl liked the Imperial Knight Sylvestian Millard very much when she politely greeted the seventh princess. The heroine thought about how Rose Knight would discard her like a second-hand item. This time she couldn't allow this to happen, so she told him that she had heard about his successes since he was a talented knight in both fencing and magic. She believed that he would become one of the best knights and would worthily defend the one to whom he swore allegiance. And for this, she sincerely wished the young man to find a good owner. Her words made the seemingly calm homunculus freeze, and the girl suspected something was wrong and asked about it. He regained his composure and stopped looking at her, bowing his head, apologizing for his rudeness. He said that her words moved him so much that he couldn't even find the words to answer her clearly. This surprised the seventh princess, and she asked if he heard such things often, since he was very talented. But the young homunculus, instantly overshadowed, replied that the reaction of the august ones when they first saw him was completely different, and they usually weren't interested in his skills and achievements, but in his unusual hair color. Such insinuations made the eighth princess shudder when Even Rose realized what she was telling him. While the young knight behaved as if nothing had happened, Rosenet clearly felt annoyed. Seeing how the atmosphere between them was becoming increasingly awkward, the protagonist decided to correct the situation. To silence this matter, he stuttered a little and hurried his sister, telling her they were late. Still feeling betrayed and offended, so when she agreed with her, she did not show the same enthusiasm as before. Having finally overcome this small test, the 7th and 8th princesses arrived at the audience hall. All other members of the imperial family chosen for the greeting, except for the emperor, were already seated in their places. There was the 4th prince, Hadelamid, and the 5th prince, Hadelamid, who turned towards those who had just arrived, and also the 3rd princess of the empire, Bridget Agnes Hadelamid, who cast a sidelong glance at them. Behind the 7th princess, her personal maid was truly surprised to see other girls. After all, Princess Ebonrose's forecast was correct, and everything looked exactly as she said. At that moment, the girl in question felt uncomfortable in the company of these people. But she bowed. Next to her sister, she greeted her siblings, expressing hope that they were in good health. Bridget couldn't stand such formalities and abruptly interrupted them, telling them to sit down quickly. They gladly did as she told them, because they themselves already wanted to sit at the table. At the same time, the siblings started chatting cheerfully, telling Rosie how long it had been since they had seen each other, and how much they missed her. One of the identical princes congratulated her by saying that the white rose of the empire was in full bloom today. The young man compared the girl to a crimson rosebud, but she replied with a smile that her brother was too generous. But this didn't stop him, and he continued by saying that it looked as if every blade of grass and leaf in this palace existed only to highlight a flower like her. At that moment, the other brother put his hand on her shoulder and shook his head negatively, telling him to look around. And he pointed out that all the greenery in the room existed to highlight her beauty. Absolutely everything was only to adorn their beloved sister Rosenet. In the imperial family, where everyone had golden hair, the lime blonde looked very sad to them. The color of her hair was a symbol of her low origin that she could never hide. They whispered that it was wonderful when it was obvious that she had only half imperial blood. The heroine herself didn't know why her caustic words bothered her so much. But now I realized that there was nothing wrong with it, since they were enjoying it so much. She assured herself that this shouldn't bother her, since she wasn't concerned about it. Now was not the time to react in that way, to such obscene taunts from her half-siblings. Their behavior contrasted so much with the usual that the prince's eyes widened. They felt very confused when they noticed that the girl was not acting as usual, and somehow different. Hearing her not-so-quiet whisper, the heroine of thoughts commented that it was natural. Because in this life, everything will be different. With a serious face again, Evan Rose looked towards where those who really mattered were now sitting. That is, Bridget is the 3rd princess of the empire, who would soon become the crown princess. And Rosnita, who, despite her innocent appearance, in the future killed the main character for her selfish thoughts. While thinking about who else was important for her plan to take power, the room doors opened again. The servants bowed their heads respectfully before the tall, blonde man who arrived. And soon they reported that His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived and entered the room with an impenetrable expression on his face. For the girl, her father was one of the most important for her plans now, if not the most important. He soon sat in his place of honor and asked his children if everything was fine with them. And they briefly replied that everything was fine. The Emperor's full name is Desmond Dominic Callisto Hadelamid. After their agreement, the man suggested starting breakfast and ordered tea to be brought to him. At the same time, as if this was what the 7th princess had been waiting for, she told her father that she herself had prepared the tea and asked for permission to serve him. Her sisters looked at her intently, wondering what their half-sister was up to. He was very surprised that his daughter took the initiative and prepared tea especially for him. The girl replied that making tea was not a hobby and that she trusted its taste and wonderful aroma, so she asked permission to offer it to the emperor. The man laughed thoughtfully and said he had no reason to refuse her request. Her personal maid approached His Majesty and carefully served the tea her mistress had prepared into his cup. The man carefully brought the cup to him and smelled it, commenting that the aroma was truly magnificent. The girl replied that this tea was called rooibos, with lemon juice, which relieves headaches. He had already taken a sip of tea and was surprised that it had the effect of relieving headaches. The heroine replied that she had recently noticed that her father often frowned. So she supposed his head hurt and decided to prepare this tea. The emperor was pleasantly surprised. He said she was very attentive to him, because lately his head had been hurting a lot. The girl smiled and told him that she was very sensitive when making tea and that she had been learning how to prepare it since last week. In fact, she prepared it with the first ingredients she found, but the man was quite satisfied with her words. Deciding to intervene, one of the princes said he thought Yves was only interested in alchemy, but that now she had revealed another talent of hers. The heroine calmly thanked her brother and commented that the art of tea was a bit reminiscent of alchemy. First of all, you must carefully select all the ingredients you are going to add to your drink. After that, weigh them to get the ideal ratio for the tea. And then mix everything in the correct proportions so that the result meets expectations. The reason she was able to prepare such wonderful tea is because of the talent inherited from her father. His flattering words made the old man laugh, and he said that Yves was truly a talented alchemist. While continuing to talk about how she was like a young copy of himself, Evanrose's gaze fell on one of the sisters. It was Bridget, the third princess, who looked at Yves with her bitter eyes. This only prompted the girl to continue the conversation with her father, telling him that he was flattering her because how can they be compared? The other siblings didn't understand what was wrong with her, because the girl, who had distinguished herself by her icy indifference, suddenly decided to attract her father's attention. It sounded as if she was copying Ross Knight's behavior by saying that her sister Bridget was far superior to her. The emperor laughed again and said that her words sounded as if she were afraid of Bridget. The girl in question corrected her expression and replied that she was very happy to have a sister like Eve. At that moment, to divert attention from Evan Rose, one of the princes reminded her of Rosie's upcoming birthday. In his opinion, when she has a personal night, this event is worthy of celebration throughout the empire. Tak replied that this was too much, because such a ceremony is held for all members of the imperial family. And by the way, this worried her. She worried that she wouldn't be able to capture the homunculus correctly, but her father said that every member of the imperial family could capture at least one homunculus. But he still shook his head, saying that the more unusual the homunculus, the harder it was to capture him, and he was afraid of failing. At that moment, the girl decided that this was the perfect opportunity to spoil her half-sister. The seventh princess. In a deliberately informal tone, the princess said that if she were like Eva, she wouldn't worry about it. Suddenly, an oppressive silence fell in the room, but this is exactly what the protagonist wanted. Mentally thanking her sister, the father decided to break the silence and said that although Eve is very capable, she does not wish to be called a personal knight, and does not want to adhere to the imperial family tradition. The girl already wanted to call him, but he didn't let her speak, saying he didn't want to hear her apology because she would refuse again anyway. As stubborn as her mother. But at that moment, the girl still guessed the moment and put down her cup, and said that this time everything was different. She decided to seize the opportunity, thanks to her sister Rosenet. The heroine decided to explain that she used to think too narrowly due to her beliefs. It even made her father worry, so now she thought about it a lot. Getting up from her seat, she publicly said something that shocked all the protagonist's relatives. With evident confidence in her voice, the girl told her father that she needed a personal knight in the person of the homunculus. Even the ever-calm third princess, this time, could not contain her emotions, and showed her face distorted by bewilderment. Like the eighth princess, who opened her mouth in surprise while exchanging glances with her siblings. The young men who were famous for their impenetrable eyes also opened them wide in disbelief at what they heard. At that moment, only the emperor was pleased with her words and even raised his voice, and asked her if she was sure of her point of view. Once again in this short hour, the man laughed and commented that the girl had finally come to her senses. So he asked her to sit next to him to discuss everything. As the heroine moved, Rosenet thought that things had taken a very strange turn. The man immediately got down to business and asked when the girl wanted to hold the ceremony. And she told him that if he allowed it, she wanted to hold it without unnecessary formalities. Realizing that she wanted to deal with this as quickly as possible, he realized that she already had some kind of homunculus in mind. He immediately decided to ask about it because he had a direct character. And the girl said that was so. Becoming serious, the heroine admitted that she wanted a monstrous floating prison for her knight. That is, Mikkel and Sagnido, whom they kept in the harshest conditions people could offer him. Silence formed again around the table, like that time when Roseknight realized that her sister did not want to choose a homunculus for herself. At first, the emperor did not answer. But from his face, it was clear that he was not satisfied with her words and her choice. Unlike him, one of the brothers held back, and the bailiff clicked at the heroine and asked her what she was thinking about. Still loudly, he explained that he ended up in prison for a reason, but because he refused to swear allegiance. He asked her if she really intended to capture a monster that not even his father could subdue. Then the heroine, in an innocent voice, asked her brother if he considered His Majesty's actions a failure. It is not that the father could not solve it. On the contrary, it is more reasonable to say that the problem lay with the homunculus himself. The young man realized that he had made a mistake when he saw the expression on his father's face. And he apologized. Thoughtfully, the man frowned and told them that this homunculus was a dangerous type who had not yet undergone the election ceremony. The protagonist's inner days of discontent intensified after the mention of the word election. In this ceremony, the homunculus was brainwashed to impose absolute loyalty to the imperial family. If Michael were an ordinary homunculus, he would have been eliminated immediately after something went wrong. But thanks to his exceptional abilities, his punishment was limited to imprisonment in a floating prison. The impression of such a person was of great importance, besides having a double meaning for the imperial family. Since the emperor himself could not subdue him, his actions will be considered a challenge to the imperial family's power. So the heroine had to be careful, so she asked His Majesty if homunculi undergo an election ceremony before going out into the world. That is, the ceremony for them was like a blessing from the emperor, and the inability to properly comprehend something so important made them pity the homunculus greatly. If she thought about it, the mere idea of refusing the ceremony seemed strange to her. As the pathetic homunculus could not accept His Majesty's power, and perhaps the reason did not lie in this at all, but in the flows of his mana. Her words really made the old man think. The heroine continued her thought by saying that for now the homunculus remained alive as an exception. The heroine wanted to solve this problem and force him to become her personal knight and pledge allegiance to the imperial family. She decided to use a slogan to lower his guard and said that with the help of her father's inherited skills. She wanted to solve this problem. The thoughtful man tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger for a long time. But then he agreed with her arguments, allowing her to solve this problem. And the heroine experienced great pleasure because her plan turned out to be effective. Although not everything was so simple, and the man instantly became more serious and said he had one condition. Finally, when he made a promise, the girl and her maid went to the floating prison. Settle was cold, and so the heroine offered to cast warm magic on her. This place was a polar region not marked on any map of the empire, and that it was a training complex for homunculi. Every year about 100 homunculi, created by the empire's scientists, were sent here. And for the next 15 years, they are trained and conditioned to serve the imperial family. But not all homunculi pass the tests, only those who successfully overcome them and obtain the first rank. And only they have the chance and opportunity to serve the imperial family as a guard or personal knight. However, even those with exceptional talent become expendable to the imperial family. Not to mention what happens to lower-ranked homunculi who are treated like slaves. Thinking about their fate, the girl was surprised that the uprising had not occurred. While her thoughts were occupied with not-so-pleasant thoughts, a young man approached them and greeted them. The man bowed and said that she had honored them with her visit, and introduced himself as the male Urk, the administrator of this homunculus training complex. The princess suggested that it must have been difficult for him in the tense place. But then he laughed and replied that everything was fine. He asked for permission to accompany her to the floating prison, to which she nodded her head. They walked in silence for a while, until the young man decided to speak to the seventh princess. The man asked her if she knew any truth about homunculi. The fact that most of the homunculi released into the world had dark hair. However, while the homunculi remain in the training complex, they are bright and luminous. This is due to the limiter used to prevent magic from passing through the mana flow, which is why their hair becomes lighter. As soon as the limiter is removed, the hair takes on its usual dark shade. But precisely because of this, Sylvestrian Miller is so popular. These words were spoken by the girl, and the man laughed, saying that he found out about this after he was assigned here. According to him, it was an amazing sight, as mysterious as the metamorphosis of insects. Even the one whom your highness requested had the restrictor removed, and will soon see his distinctive hair color. Finally, they reached the place where the homunculus the heroine wanted to capture was imprisoned. It was a huge cage located in the middle of 2 blocks far from them. One of the knights helped the heroine climb onto a special ledge that would bring them closer to the cage. And once this was done, the heroine and her companions found themselves in front of a cage with a homunculus imprisoned in it. When the girl looked ahead, she saw a young man imprisoned with shackles. What she saw shocked her immensely, because everything was exactly as the escort had described to her. The man asked her if it was exclusive to have pink hair, and suggested that this was probably why homunculi were called dolls. The protagonist swallowed the lump in her throat upon seeing the protagonist of the uprising. Michael was wearing worn-looking trousers and a shirt, and his body was covered in bruises. The princess did not expect him to be in the same condition. As if feeling her gaze, the hero opened his violet eyes. The girl who had been looking at him before caught the moment he opened his eyes, and began to look at her with the same attention, without breaking eye contact for even a second. Those accompanying him upon seeing this scene began to shout at him, saying he was an arrogant bastard who showed no respect for Her Highness the Princess. At first, the meaning of the man's words did not reach the young man's consciousness, and he simply remained seated and motionless. But when he understood the meaning of the word, the princess realized that he was a member of the imperial family, and he gave a strong tug in her direction. The caretaker immediately called him a stupid monster and ordered him to bring a whip to punish him for his behavior. My girlfriend interrupted his order, said enough was enough, and started walking towards the cage. The maid immediately cheered up and said that it was too dangerous there and that she already wanted to follow her. The girl ordered everyone to step back because she wanted to speak with the homunculus personally. Thanks to her authoritative tone, the heroine immediately put the overly excited young men in their place. Seeing that they capitulated, the heroine once again directed her gaze towards the cage where the homunculus was imprisoned. She realized that now everything was different, and he was the one locked in the cage. And it was she who came to him. It was his situation that was so painful now, being kept in such terrible conditions. The princess couldn't help but think that she felt satisfaction after all the hatred she had harbored for so long upon seeing him in captivity. But despite this, it seems that Michaelis from a past life was kinder to her, because he never looked at her as if he hated her with all his soul. On the contrary, the man from her past life told her that she should have chosen him as her personal knight. And this proud king of homunculi even called her by a shortened version of her name, something only her relatives did. Recalling all this, the girl was once again convinced that she had not come here in vain, and that she really needed Michael and Sagnito to carry out her plan. Remembering all the trials she had to endure to end up here, the heroine mentally said that she had finally come for this homunculus. To start, the heroine extended her hand to free the young man from his shackles. This was done so that they could talk on equal terms and reduce the difference between them. After that, with the help of magic, the shackles on his hands disappeared without a trace. And the man asked what the princess was doing here. The girl replied that she was coming here to make the strong one her personal knight, and introduced herself as Evan Rose Clowell Hadelamid. After her explanation, the man realized that she was the 7th princess. But he heard that she flatly refused a personal knight. She confirmed his words, but said that she now urgently needed to strengthen her position as heir. His words made the homunculus laugh because he didn't get the one he needed. As he had probably heard the story about him, and if he needed a slave, then it was better to find another homunculus. After a slight hesitation, the heroine said in a cautious voice that she was not looking for a slave. She once again repeated her previous words, saying that she needed Michael. The homunculus said that there were already enough jokes and that it didn't matter what she called the collar. It would still be slavery. Smiling bitterly, he said that she was still no different from the rest of the imperial family. He knew he hoped in vain, but for some reason felt disappointed despite knowing everyone was like that. The heroine could understand why he did not trust her as a member of the August dynasty. But she was not like them. She did not need the knight to treat her like trash, nor did she need anyone else but Mikhail. And Sagnito. When she said only he could be her knight, his resolution wavered, and he asked her why they had chosen him. Evan Rose replied that she could not say it now, but that when he became her, he would know everything. And the girl could promise that she would respect her knight, and that she would never use the power of the impression to force him to do something humiliating. The man did not believe in her empty talk, since the impression was an absolute magical contract. He caught her, and the heroine apologized to him, but asked him to trust her words. His words seemed quite convincing to the hero, and he had no other choice. At that moment, the girl held out her hand to him and asked him to become her personal knight. His face was full of confidence and carried the promise of a better destiny for the homunculus. The young man's eyes were wide open, as if he were fascinated by the sight unfolding before him. But he immediately turned away, ordering himself not to even think about yielding to persuasion, since this woman was of imperial blood and reminded him of an incident that happened not long ago. Then, Mecheli's performed a ceremony of homage to the imperial family, but something went wrong, and somehow harmed the emperor who was enchanting him. The emperor hit him hard, calling him a damned monster and trying to force him to obey and do what he told him. After this, the emperor's anger had still not subsided, and he ordered Agnito to be imprisoned in a floating prison. The guards immediately began to carry out his order, locking up the obstinate homunculus. And it was then that the young man promised himself that he would never become a slave to the imperial system. While he was in those thoughts, the girl spoke again, inviting him to leave this place together. He replied that he hated the ruling family and that, no matter what she told him, they were all the same. But if becoming a personal knight was the only way out of this place, then he was ready even to perform the impression, so he asked her to get him out of here. Seeing the always proud and stubborn king of the homunculus so vulnerable, the girl frowned. She knelt down to take his hand and agreed that they should leave this place. The young people held hands, and the man admitted that he was not looking to renounce the oath of loyalty to the emperor. And if she wasn't sure, then it would be better to stop now because something might go wrong, and his life would be in danger. His words worried the heroine because she realized that in that way he was concerned about her. But when, after thanking him, she replied that she would never have thought this was possible, the hero denied the words of concern. They began the ceremony to give the man the imperial seal, and as the space between them shone brightly, the girl could only think that it wasn't easy. Mecheli's immediately noticed her face, which expressed discomfort, and asked her about it. The girl replied briefly that she was fine, but that the homunculus was still trying to extract the truth. At that moment, the cage began to shake, and the man said it was time to stop. But the heroine interrupted him, advising him to better support her. The homunculus did not approve of her actions, and asked her if she suggested he stay still and watch something so reckless. She patiently replied that she had already told him everything was fine. She remembered one of her father's conditions, and if she is not successful with this homunculus, then she should have killed him with her own hands that very second. Ivanrose suddenly opened her eyes and told herself that she had to face him at all costs. And as soon as the girl convinced herself of this, one of the jewels she wore on her head crumbled into small pieces with a deafening crash. The man, seeing this spectacle, immediately recognized what her jewels were made of and asked her if it was the philosopher's stone. The heroine heard his question and replied that, more precisely, it was an alchemical enhancement crystal. Then the hero could not believe what he heard and assumed that all these stones on her head were also crystals, and immediately asked if they were forbidden high-ranking artifacts. The protagonist remembered how she nodded affirmatively to her personal maid's question about the fact that today she wanted to wear the late empress's jewelry. Today she needed to borrow strength from her mother, so she mentally called her, begging her to help her. Observing this fascinating spectacle, when such precious artifacts were broken, the hero could not help but wonder if all this was worth it. But the girl confidently replied that it was worth it because she definitely had to seize him. And at that very moment, as if responding to her determination, a flash formed between them. This flash began to diminish, and the small light split in two, finally dissipating when it hit the main character's right in the middle of the chest. She not only felt it but saw it personally. The heroine was still unsure if everything had turned out well. At that moment, the young man's heart began to beat anxiously, as if anticipating something. And not in vain, as at that moment a wild roar was heard that forced the young people apart. The cage tilted in such a way that the girl could fall from the open cage at any moment. She closed her eyes in fear and realized that she was falling directly into the abyss. But something was wrong. As she didn't have time to be afraid, the homunculus's strong arms grabbed her right at the edge of the cage. And at the same moment, right before the heroine's eyes, the young man's pale pink hair began to darken. The girl gasped as she recalled the words of the commander of this homunculus training center. She realized that Mikkeli's restraints had been removed, but before she had time to think about this thought, the man, carefully embracing her, turned his back to her. And it was then that the heroine realized how long they had been so close that she had to calm herself down. Blushing slightly, the heroine pulled away from him, thinking that this was the first time something like this had happened to her. At the same time, without paying attention to her strange reaction, the hero looked at her hand and said that everything seemed to be fine. The girl, who had managed to calm down, turned upon hearing his words and asked about it. Seeking confirmation, he explained that as soon as something threatens her, his body seems to move on its own. However, the man decided to ask the heroine if everything was okay, and she replied that it was fine. Then, the hero said that it was necessary to put an end to the fact that knights behave like slaves, although this is worse than slavery. When Michael said that the mere thought of his master losing a hair makes the heroine tremble, she was surprised that he called her that. She did not understand why she was confused, since she was asking something so obvious. The girl collapsed on the floor, allowing herself mentally that she really did it personally, and even turned to her mother. The newly appointed knight immediately became alarmed and asked what had happened. But she replied that she was simply tired because the ceremony required more strength than it seemed. She promised herself to remember well that people are weaker than homunculi. And the girl laughed. Looking at him with a sigh, she took his hand, telling him to take care of her, and he replied in the same way. After some time, upon returning from the emperor, the girl was holding something heavy in her hands, and she couldn't believe they had given her gold as a reward. He even provided her with further services. The girl recalled how the man ordered the third one to be transferred to the empress, so that she could make arrangements for the new servant. It is good that they took care of those who would not like a successful impression beforehand. Passing through one of the corridors, the girl caught Sir Millard and called him. He bowed to the seventh princess. His father was leaving and said he was glad to see her healthy. Here is the answer. The girl asked him if he was returning after accompanying his sister Rosie. He replied that she was right. Curious about what she held in her hands, the girl told him she would return after the election ceremony. The impenetrable face of the young knight trembled, and he murmured his last words. He carefully asked her, who received the honor of becoming the 7th princess's personal knight. Eve saw none of that, and asked him if he had heard of Michael and Sagnito. He first repeated her last name, as if trying to remember who she was, and finally got an idea. The homunculus asked if she meant the floating prison monster, about whom there were many rumors. Looking aside with sad eyes, he murmured that if she was looking for someone worthy. Then he was in her circle. The girl did not understand what he was talking about, because she did not hear him. When she asked him to repeat, the knight came to his senses and looked at her again. He bowed and asked for permission to congratulate her on her choice of a personal knight, and asked for permission to deviate since he had to leave. Evan Rose did not understand the reason for such haste, but allowed him to leave, still having time to thank him. Immediately after her permission, he stomped off in the opposite direction from hers. But the girl did not understand what happened to him, wondering what could have happened to him. The girl's path back was not blocked, and she finally returned to her apartment. The personal maid greeted him and told him to come in because he arrived just in time. She hurried Sir Agnito to present himself before his lady, and left with confident steps from behind the screen, where he was being dressed in the uniform of an imperial knight. Now it was possible to understand why such a demanding Rosie, who was demanding of absolutely all boys, could not resist him. If the girl were an ordinary person and not someone going through life for the second time, she would surely have fallen in love. Here, without paying attention to personal space, Michael asked her why she looked like that, and if it was because he looked strange. The heroine shook her head, saying that the uniform suited him very well, thinking to herself that it was very unexpected. She continued by saying that it was sad not to have a sword, and the girl replied that later she would definitely choose a good one for him, and told him to let her know if he had one in mind. The man replied that since capturing the knight, she could safely demand the ball as payment. It is normally delivered immediately along with the uniform. Well, apparently this rule was ignored by the 7th princess. Since members of the imperial family consider homunculi to be nothing more than ornaments, everyone tries to choose a weapon that stands out from the rest. So, of course, the girl didn't know how to forget it, which is why they didn't give him a good sword to begin with. Seeing her face growing gloomier, Mikweli said that he didn't ask her to deal with this. He was simply stating the facts, and the girl noticed that he was informed, as if he had already lived in the palace. Then he replied that in the training complex, they were taught everything to exhaustion about court etiquette, and the knowledge necessary for palace life. And of course, all aspects of serving the imperial family, and it arose from that same nightly service. The girl began to move uncomfortably in her place, feeling some tension in the air. She said that now it would be better to discuss everything over a cup of tea, and invited him to sit down. And yet, she was glad that he did not refuse the dialogue, because they should get closer as soon as possible. The impression is only a temporary measure, to which the girl now adhered according to her plan. Because soon Michael will proclaim himself king of the homunculi, at least according to her memories. If he plans an uprising, the girl will not be able to prevent everything, so from now on she needs to establish a connection between them. Becoming partners was an absolute priority. And while she was thinking that, the maid asked her if the girl would prepare everything herself. She nodded towards Sadella and thought that in her past life they had shared a cup of tea with him. She only showed courtesy, not expecting him to actually agree. However, he soon left, citing the need to serve near Rosie. Then she asked Sir Agnito if he liked tea, because she did not know his preferences. He then replied that he liked tea very much and especially its color, which reminded him of something. He admitted that he liked it because it was similar to the color of her eyes, and the heroine blushed. She knew the impression she made on the young man, but decided to ask if something was wrong with His Highness. When the girl replied that everything was in order, he bowed and asked for permission to leave. since he had to hurry towards His Highness the 8th princess. Still hiding her reddened face, the heroine heard him wishing him a good day as he left. These memories brought a slight color to the girl's cheeks again, and she decided to distract herself. Clearing her throat, the heroine asked Michael how he was doing, although it was a bit late to ask that question. The man did not react to her words, staring at the unpleasant sight in front of him. The heroine's hair was waving wonderfully in the wind, since the window was open, and a slight smile adorned her face. She did not notice at all the gaze of her personal knight, as he was deeply immersed in his work. He finally decided to speak, but not to answer the protagonist's question. At first he hesitated to admit it, but then he said that many things resembled the 7th princess's hair color. Yes, she replied that her hair was not green, but called lime blonde, which was still blonde. He nodded in agreement with her explanation, perfectly understanding the difference between green hair and lime. But after that, he immediately revealed a truth to the girl, who was not sure of herself because of her hair. That it was lime blonde that was so uniquely beautiful in his eyes, and that she should not underestimate her worth. After saying that my hair color is unique and beautiful, the girl's eyes widened. At first she didn't understand what exactly the young man meant. I think he meant the imperial garden. Therefore, she offered to take a walk there together, and he replied that he was looking forward to it. But he calmly explained that he wasn't referring so much to the garden as to the color of her hair. The girl simply looked silently at the homunculus, unable to understand why he praised her. He noticed her perplexed gaze and asked her if something was wrong. The girl replied because she asked, how should her question be in this situation? And clarified if he still hated the imperial family. The man immediately replied that he hated it, and then she clumsily moved her index finger towards herself, revealing the truth to him. Anna reminded him that she was also a member of the imperial family, whom he should hate. At first he looked at her bewilderedly and then said that if you really think about it, why did you just say that? The girl asked him if he hated her if he thought about it. So if he doesn't think about it, then everything is fine. He replied that apparently so, and if you don't pay attention to her, he doesn't. I don't hate her. The princess then suggested that this might be an effective impression, although it was only an idea. But the hero nodded his head, saying that everything fits and is even logical. Since if you constantly hate the owner, you will get tired. Well, now somehow she didn't feel well and feared that, without realizing it, she would become the emperor's devoted half-breed. The heroine replied with a serene look that this would not happen and that he should not worry about it. After a brief silence, the man asked if the situation was strange, because he said he was afraid of becoming loyal to the emperor in the princess's presence. But it is doubly strange for him to hear from her that this will not happen, and the girl realized that it had slipped out. But in fact, none of this will happen, as it certainly did not happen in a past life. It was also surprising that she allowed him to address her informally. But she gave him that right as a personal knight when they were alone. When the tea was ready, the girl asked him to try it. After taking a sip, the man decided to call his master. Seeing that she was all attention, he reminded her that she had promised to tell him something. The heroine asked why she wanted to have him as a personal knight. The young man nodded his head and said that, since he had now become her man, he could know the truth. The sweet girl smiled and replied that he was completely right and that he could tell him the truth. And without pause or hesitation, she told him that she planned to become crown princess. After the words, a deathly silence fell in the middle of the room, and the young man began to digest what she was telling him. But as time passed, he could not understand her intentions, and so he decided to ask again. The protagonist calmly took a sip from her cup and said that, of course, the main task was to conquer the empress's place. Then she slammed her tea onto the table and said that the purpose of this was to free the homunculi from slavery. She continued drinking her tea calmly, as if she hadn't just said something extraordinary. The main character still could not understand her intentions and stuttered and asked her if she was serious. The princess stared at the young man with a serious look, asking him if she looked like a liar. And the homunculus replied that she looked quite convincing. You called him because you needed a personal knight, that is, to take a position in secular society. The heroine nodded her head and said that for the crown princess this is as important as politics. At that moment she chuckled, insinuating that a black sheep like her would never become heir. The man still could not believe her words. And all the shocking information that reached him gave him a headache. But having decided to tell everything to the end, the heroine remembered that the loyalty oath ceremony will be held this week. And that the second important event will be next. Michael remembered that the first event was the 20th birthday of the 8th princess, when there would be a reception in honor of Rosnit's birthday. This was the first official event where the girl would appear with her homunculus, and an important day for her return to society. Evan Rose asked to make sure to tell her if the young man has plans she should know about in advance. Agnito replied that a personal knight must always be close to his master, and that those were all his plans. He usually accompanies the owner from the moment of waking until the evening. If there are no special orders, then he sleeps in the Imperial Knights' barracks in the north. Homunculus knights live in groups in separate barracks, divided by gender and male. There they live under strict surveillance and supervision in the barracks of the Imperial Guard. Street knights have no special privileges in this regard, but they cannot fail to report for roll call if they serve a member of the Imperial family. Tell me this man remembered that, if you think about it this way, on the day a knight is chosen, traditionally a review is held. The review was a custom when the homunculus had to demonstrate his knightly skills to his master. From such a memory, the hero immediately tensed up and stared at the pale-faced girl. Eve did not notice how, for some reason, the young man felt uncomfortable in her presence, and how he flinched at her slightest whisper. He looked out the window and commented that the sun had almost set. The man did not understand what this statement was about and began to digest her last word about the evening. At that moment, the heroine turned her head towards him again with a mysterious smile, and told him that it was time, as his thoughts were occupied with the tradition among the august family. He froze for a moment because, of course, he immediately thought that she was looking at him with a malicious smile for a reason. The heroine's expression was serene, and she didn't know what her knight was thinking. Michael looked at her fearfully and swallowed as he awaited the next words. But at that moment the girl knocked down all her plans, saying that it was time to leave, and that they could see each other tomorrow. The young man was completely deformed because this was not at all what he expected. So much so that he even stuttered and asked again. The girl tilted her head inquisitively, asking if something was wrong with Sir Agnito. He wanted to explain what usually happens on election day, but quickly changed his mind. Feeling stupid, it seemed to him that the 7th princess was the same as the other members of the imperial family. But in the end, he was only embarrassed, and so he decided to leave quickly, to which the princess consented. But when he had already left, the door clicked again and his lady's maid called him. He turned his head towards her and calmly asked why she had called him. The emperor did not expect eloquence from the princess, even though she was the 7th daughter of the empire, and he was proud that she was finally using her talents. The girl thanked him for telling her she could act wisely. She subdued the monster, which was worthy of praise, and its shape gave it a much more decent appearance. The heroine asked her father to address the monster, who appropriately became her knight. He was not angry with her at all, and replied that she was right. A ritual must be undergone by whoever is not. He will not be able to recognize him as a true knight. With his threatening voice, the man called the young man's full name, and he responded. The man whose majesty was seated on his throne ordered him to kneel before the emperor. The girl carefully looked at her knight, internally regretting it. As support, she carefully extended her hand to him and touched it. He did not expect her to show him affection and looked at her briefly. The girl demonstrated with her whole appearance that she was now under tension. At that moment, the young man raised his head and briefly replied that everything would be as the emperor said. The old man was already sweating. He had rolled up the sleeve of his formal suit. Then he hurried his daughter's newly appointed knight to carry out the order. The moment the young knight knelt, the monarch ordered him to kiss the floor before the emperor's feet. He did this to completely humiliate the young man and put him in his place after such humiliation. His dreams came true when the homunculus writhed, and his entire face turned red, while his heart beat dully in his chest. She remembered how she briefly laughed, seeing her master trying to support him. The man carefully freed himself from her hand and whispered that she should not have worried. He knelt obediently before His Majesty, already knowing how painful it would be for him. At the same time, the man rolled up his sleeve even further in front of the young man, and then abruptly grabbed his face, clutching his hair tightly, saying that he was ordering him in the name of Desmond Dominic Callisto Hadelamid. He ordered Mikkel Isignito, born of the art of alchemy, to obey the bearers of imperial blood in everything. He will not dare to go against his masters and will not be able to resist their will, and from now on, until his last breath, this is his top priority. Before the emperor performed this ritual, when the girl and her knight first came to the emperor, the man spoke very harshly about the homunculus. He considered him an honest scoundrel who refused to swear allegiance, but the girl asked him not to get angry. After all, he did not renounce the oath of his own free will. And the man immediately asked her what she meant by this. As he thought, the problem was the flow of mana. When he saw Sir Ignito, he was finally convinced. He managed to fix the problem by cleaning some channels and said that luck was on his side. But the man asked again. When he asked her if luck was really on her side, the girl thought he didn't believe her. But at that moment, his terrifying face changed. And this time, he again asked what she was afraid of. Why is he so afraid to admit his extraordinary abilities and so shy in front of the throne? As he conveniently interpreted it that way, the girl replied that she would be lying if she said no. However, when she stands in front of him, it is not fear that overwhelms her. The feeling that overwhelmed her was not fear, but awe filled with respect for her father. Because at such a moment, you can even think in a carefree tone. Of course, her true thoughts were different if you recall the maid's words to Michaelis earlier, when she began to tell him that Your Highness rarely prepare for anyone. To this day, only 3 in her memory have received this honor. And this was the princess's teacher, master of alchemy, lady of the magic tower, and the late 4th empress. They were all people whom Her Highness respected and valued, and Sir Ignito became the 4th. At that moment, the girl just wanted him to know how much they appreciated him. He showed no enthusiasm and briefly said that he would keep that in mind. When the emperor called the young black-haired man, calling him the monster from the floating prison, the heroine was not pleased, but hid it by introducing him as Mikkel and Sagnito. At that moment, the emperor seemed to accept her words about due respect for the knight. But he made him kneel. The girl already sensed that something was wrong, and when he ordered her to kiss the floor before the emperor's feet, she was completely convinced. Her fears were confirmed when she imagined the homunculus's pale face and her triumphant father after these words. Slaves were betrayed by such a book 2 centuries ago, and the girl already wanted to intervene. But at the last moment, I came to my senses, because if she goes against her father, it will be very bad now. She looked at the back of her newly created knight with a worried face. The heroine understood that her intervention would only harm Michaelis, and might even kill the monster from the floating prison if the father is very angry. At the same time, the man she was thinking about was also trying to overcome his disgust for the emperor. But having recovered, he decided not to expose his master and did what they ordered. Although at that moment, his hands were treacherously trembling, with barely contained anger even after they left. The wind gently swayed his jet-black hair, and the sun illuminated his dejected face. Looking at the melancholic homunculus, the girl asked him sympathetically how he felt. He did not answer her. He kept looking at nothing in front of him. She already thought that he would ignore her question, but everything turned out differently. After some time, the man replied that it was completely different from when she was the princess. This revelation surprised the heroine, so she even asked for an explanation, which he did, saying that when she captured him, she had never experienced such an unpleasant feeling. Looking at the young man who was subjected to emotional abuse, the girl could not help but feel compassion. After this moment of weakness, the newly appointed knight lowered his head, hiding his face. Then Evan Rose reached out her hand and asked if she could touch him. He replied that he was her knight and therefore had no other bet than hers. So the girl held out her hand to him with more confidence. She gently touched Mickley's silky hair. The wind waved his hair wonderfully as she gave the man an encouraging smile. The young man's face became inscrutable, but he made no attempt to withdraw his hand. Watching her actions closely, the seventh princess praised the future king of the homunculi, saying that he was great for being able to overcome himself. And now she promised to continue protecting her knight and not allow this to happen again. Now the young homunculus's face no longer had any residue after the encounter with His Majesty, the Emperor. Just by looking at the innocently smiling face of his master, whose cheeks turned sweetly red, his soul became lighter. While her thoughts were occupied with such things, the girl began to turn her back and offered to go back. At first, the young man was simply dumbfounded, with his mouth slightly open in silent surprise after her promise. But then he touched his face with a gloved hand with a slight smile. He realized that when she was with her, he felt that there was no problem, and that the future was on his side. Deciding not to bother with such thoughts, Agnito followed the girl so as not to be left behind, and offered to go together. At the same time, when there was an idyll between these two, the third princess was having tea with her entourage she had created. There was a mustachioed man, Marquis Chansley, who was the main shareholder of the Third Empire, and Bridget's financial and political support. He asked if Her Highness had heard that it was rumored that Her Highness, the seventh princess, had chosen her personal knight. The most interesting thing is that this was not just an ordinary knight of the Imperial Guard, but none other than the monster from the floating prison. At that moment, another man spoke and commented that it was interesting why there would be such changes in her behavior. It was Marquis de Rieca, the head of the Empire's military affairs, as well as a relative of Bridget, who continued by saying that the solitary princess, who visited nothing more than the library, chose her personal knight. After waiting for him to finish, Marquis de Riemcal's advisor, Viscountess Fritz, spoke up and said that she had not been informed that the seventh princess was so different from usual at the morning meetings. She supposed that the seventh princess had ambitious plans and knowing what she was about to say next. She was interrupted by the loud clatter of a teacup, which made everyone flinch, ignoring their fearful reaction. The third princess replied with a smile that the seventh daughter of the Empire knew about the necessity of choosing a personal knight. It seems she decided to enter the battle for the throne, and she couldn't come up with any other reasons for such changes. She smiled so wickedly that her previously gentle and elegant face completely transformed, and it became like a predator's grin. Bridget continued by saying that she had chosen only one personal knight and that nothing would change. The seventh princess had no growth base to help her ascend the throne, so she ordered her subordinates to stop worrying in vain, as her master's position would not change. However, one person decided to contradict her, thoughtfully holding her chin, and saying that for some reason he had a bad feeling about it. At that moment, Bridget reminded him again of her words to forget about this situation, especially since there were more important things for them now. These influential individuals paid no attention to the personal knight who stood silently behind his master. The attentive homunculus noticed that Viscountess Fritz was rarely excited and was now acting quite strangely. He decided not to think about her behavior and couldn't help but be curious to know what the seventh princess was doing. And her knight? His lips curved into a smile, very similar to his master's smile when she thinks of something interesting. The man was eager to learn the details about this couple and their plans, that they will definitely implement in the future. Several days have passed, and now the girl is in her office, sorting through papers that had accumulated while she was busy with other things, and asking the maid if she liked the newly arrived servants. She replied that, as expected of the third empress, they were all simply excellent, and everyone seemed sincere and devoted. The princess concluded that they had sent really good boys, since even her personal maid, Hadelamid, said so. Now, instead of household chores, the girl decided to entrust Hadelamid with matters outside the palace. And she, of course, agreed. The girl's first order was urgent because she had to go to the blacksmith's. The clever maid immediately guessed that her princess wanted to order the sword for Sir Agnito, which he wanted. The other party nodded his head and then continued saying that, as he said before, the maid must complete the preparation of the alchemy workshop. This was supposed to be the small workshop for about 3 people that she had mentioned a few days ago. Hadelamid, who wrote down all her words, said she understood everything. She asked if there were any other instructions, and the girl thought for a while. She was about to let the maid go, but then she remembered something and asked her to see if there were any worthy properties south of the Revilo River. They said the cost of houses there would soon rise, so it would be a good investment. So she invited the maid to choose according to her taste and then let her go. When the door slammed shut, the heroine began the next part of her plan and continued working on the documentation. She thought that to enter the battle for the throne it was necessary to fulfill certain conditions, and not just have imperial blood. Michael's mark was only the beginning, which marked her in social circles. The next and very important task for the execution of her plan was material support. This problem will be solved when CD. She completes one of her tasks and completes the preparation of the workshop so that she has thought of everything. Her mood worsened a little because the most serious problem was ahead. And this was the first candidate for the throne, her half-sister, the third Princess Bridget. The reason Bridget is the first candidate for the throne lies in her numerous achievements. But the main factor, of course, is the number of Bridget's power supporters. She has more than anyone. The heroine also needed followers who could defend themselves. And thinking about it, Rose Knight's next birthday party was an opportunity not to be missed. While thinking about her next actions, now at the reception, Evan Rose found documents about some people who could become her allies. The personalities with whom it was necessary to establish contact at the reception were delivered along with attached pictures of the girls. The heroine yawned, knowing now that she just needed to wait for Hadelamid to fulfill her instructions. When her thoughts were not filled with information about the imminent events, the girl thought about Micules, wondering if he would be training now. And was there any possibility that he might meet other members of the imperial family during it? Since she feared that he might run into Rosie like in the past. She probably shouldn't have worried, but she still hoped that the two had not met before Rosie got imprinted. While Evan Rose was worried about this, Micules diligently attacked the wooden training dummy with his sword. Behind him, the other homunculi were discussing the monster from the floating prison who had become the princess's wizard knight. He seemed to have regained his senses after his stay in prison, but it wouldn't have been necessary if he hadn't been so stubborn. They thought that if Agnito had submitted to his imperial majesty from the beginning, there would have been no need to stay there. But at that moment, Micules was tired of listening to their gossip, so he rushed towards the golem. His movements were so fast that no one could follow his movements as he wielded his sword. He went over the stone head, leaving behind a residual image of an arc-shaped sword. At first it seemed that his attack had no effect on the stone statue. But literally, a second later cracks appeared along it. And then small pebbles began to fall from the body of the huge monster, as a crack formed exactly in the middle, splitting it in half. As if expecting this, the young man only moved slightly aside as the golem fell near him with a huge roar. The homunculi, who had previously brazenly condemned his actions, calling him a hypocritical man, and proud, now regretted their words and watched this sight with growing horror. When the slightly sweaty young man sat on a nearby bench to rest, the other imperial knights finally understood why they called him a monster. At that moment, someone approached the newly appointed knight and commented that his actions were astonishing swordsmanship. It was the 8th princess's future knight who decided to step towards Micules and brought him a bottle of water to quench his thirst after a moment of hesitation from surprise. Since Agnito did not expect anyone to dare to approach him after such a performance, He noticed that the speaker had silver hair. At the same time, Sylvestion continued, instructing the young man, advising him to control his strength next time. Since the cost of repairs would be required from His Highness, the seventh princess. Taking the bottle from his hands and taking a sip, the man thanked the other party for the warnings, upon realizing that it was not worth breaking anything to avoid trouble. He returned the bottle with a little bravery, introducing himself as Michaelis Agneto. And since he knew he was the personal knight of His Highness the seventh princess, he asked who the other knight was. He calmly took the bottle and replied that his name was Sylvestion Millard and he belonged to the Night Guard. After introducing himself, Agneto remembered what he heard from his master and recalled that he was the chosen one of Her Highness the eighth princess. After a moment of hesitation, Sylvestion made it clear that it was true. His face changed dramatically, and he sarcastically murmured that it was still an honor. Deciding to tell Michaelis why he approached him, the young homunculus admitted that. In truth, he wanted to ask him a question. When this was followed by a tacit agreement, Miller continued speaking, questioning if the rumors of a change occurring in the homunculus undergoing the imprinting ritual with the imperial family were true. The man understood what the other party was concerned about, and after thinking for a moment, he recalled his feelings at that moment and said that there was a certain line. Until now, he had never experienced such emotions, not even special ones. But after the imprinting, his priorities naturally changed. And it was a bit strange. Then the silver-haired knight asked if that meant that in this case, after the imprinting ceremony, he would give his soul to His Highness the eighth princess. The other knight did not deny such a possibility, and the young man understood, commenting that he did not know if that was good or bad. At that moment, Michaelis, who was closely watching their reactions, involuntarily opened his mouth and arched an eyebrow in silent surprise. He realized that this seemingly kind man already had someone august who left a mark on his soul. In any case, in his opinion, members of the imperial family are just useless hypocrites. So he decided to continue supporting the frowning young man. The man decided to rectify the situation and replied that perhaps he would not give his soul after the sealing ceremony. And the other party was very surprised. Recalling the emperor who was angry with him, Michael noticed that he thought he still didn't like him. And Sylvestion immediately refuted his words, recalling something he said that priorities had naturally changed. So why did he now retract his words? Then he replied that he had said perhaps that he was not entirely sure, and so he asked not to think of anything bad. But even when it is difficult, it is worth having your own point of view. Anyway, when the homunculi get tired of them, they simply dispose of them. So there was no need to make anything up and suffer for it. Then Sylvestion asked if His Highness the seventh princess was the same, and at that moment, his hair darkened the expression on his face, in such a way that it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Still stalking Michaelis, the young homunculus, this time, raised his voice so that he could be heard clearly. His face was extremely serious as he regained his cold expression, and asked if Agneto thought his new master would get rid of him so easily. At this question, Michaelis's previously relaxed face froze, and his pupils narrowed from the chill that invaded him. He was simply silent, as if he couldn't find words, and his body was tense like a string in an unnatural position. The young man, who was watching him closely, noticed signs of threat lurking behind these harmless actions. And he decided to drop the subject. The homunculus said that it seemed rude of him, and such stupidity wasn't even worth it. When he wanted to say why his face turned melancholic, but he mastered himself and looked away. He continued by saying that it was because the princess was not that kind of person. Michaelis realized that he did not want to be rude to him, much less provoke him. And still a little stunned, he nodded in agreement with his words. Then, seeing that the other party was not offended by him, and that they had sorted everything out, Sylvestion shook his hand and told him that he seemed to be interfering with his training, but that he was happy to talk to him. Michaelis shook his hand in the same way, replying that it had been a long time since he had talked with another homunculus too. Shaking hands firmly, They promised that next time there would be an opportunity to train to test the strength of both sides. When Michael left the training ground, the sun had already begun to set because several long hours of training had already passed. The young man's face was thoughtful as he recalled the events that occurred during today's training. At that moment, when Sylvestian hinted that the princess might turn out to be the same as the rest of the august ones, Agneto almost lost his temper. But he assured himself that he was wrong, and then thought that the seventh princess was also from the imperial family. And she could do whatever she wanted, but then he stopped. The man stood still as he headed to his room, where he shared space with another imperial knight. Agneto still did not understand why he was so angry, as he had discovered the reason why it might be due to the imprinting effect. While his thoughts were occupied with the most optimistic ideas and assumptions, someone's high-pitched voice called him familiarly by his name. It was the girl who now occupied the young man's thoughts and who was now calmly waving her hand at him. The man quickly approached his master while walking, asking her why she had come to him alone, when she could have sent a servant and he would have come himself, but the girl replied that she was simply walking without a particular purpose. The heroine decided to ask him what life was like in the palace, and if he had accidentally met any other members of the imperial family. The man replied that life in the palace was quite calm, so it wasn't bad, but that he did not meet members of the imperial family because he was only in the training ground. After that, an awkward silence occurred between them, which the girl decided to break by calling her newly appointed knight for a walk so she could show him a special place. For her, it was a lovely garden, in which majestic chandeliers hung and all sorts of flowers of different colors grew. And sizes. Michael, after a moment of hesitation, because he was deeply moved in a good way, praised this place, saying it was magnificent and that he had never seen anything more beautiful than this. In his opinion, it was still good to have left the training complex, and the heroine was sincerely glad that he liked it. At that moment, a man who carefully examined the local plants noticed something unusual. Because if you look, the same principle existed as with the magic that causes climatic conditions. He said that something about how it kept the environment intact was impressive. And even Rose commented how perceptive he was, saying that this greenhouse was a home for magic. And alchemy. The man denied her words about knowledge of alchemy because he had no knowledge of it. But he could feel the magic. Literally feeling these small particles with his fingers, the hero noticed that the magical structure and mana flows were incredibly smooth. After his words, the girl was surprised for a second by what happened quite often in the presence of the young man. But then she remembered some facts about homunculi. Thanks to all the books she studied in her past life, the girl remembered that homunculi are not deprived of talent in magic. And therefore, for many it seems obvious that their alchemy skills are also quite high. Although this was not entirely accurate information, and alchemy was not subject to everyone, and it could not be subject to control at all. In the Imperial Guild of Alchemists, this was explained by the law of nature. Since beings created by God cannot use the Creator's power. Likewise, homunculi created by alchemy, who are subject to people, cannot use it. On the other hand, they say that homunculi are sterile because from birth, they do not have the ability to create. But in Rosenit's past life, the eighth princess became pregnant by Michael with the help of the Philosopher's Stone, although homunculi were sterile. If we assume that the infertility of homunculi is an unbreakable truth, then how could this happen? Perhaps the answer was in the forbidden records of the ruling dynasty, to which only the emperor and his next heir to the throne have access, which made the girl get even more lost in her thoughts. The homunculus felt embarrassed by such a long silence and decided to ask her what she was thinking with such an expression on her face. The girl, with a completely serious face, immediately replied without hesitation what she was thinking about conceiving a child. After that, they both fell silent, with the feeling that they both still did not understand what the main character was saying. When they both froze, the young man blushed and narrowed his eyes when he decided to ask again what she was saying, as if he still didn't believe what was happening. Then the harsh truth hit the girl on the head, and she shuddered in horror, realizing what she had done. Her cheeks also turned red, and she began to clearly deny her previous words, saying that this was not what she meant. But the man did not listen to her, and replied that although she knew this, she decided to remind him that homunculi are not capable of having children. Evan Rose began to nod, saying that she already knew this information, but this did not explain why he was looking at her like that. And the girl explained that she was just wondering if homunculi were definitely infertile. Or not. Agneto patiently asked again why she was looking at him thinking of such strange things. Realizing that they would not move this way, the girl hurried to explain that it just happened that he was standing in front of her, and that he shouldn't have thought anything strange about her. The seventh princess shut her mouth because she realized she had started babbling all sorts of unnecessary information. And she started looking down embarrassed. The man who had previously watched her reaction closely was slightly dumbfounded, not knowing how to comfort the girl so that they would just close this topic. But before he had time to say anything, the main character frantically jumped up from her seat, unable to be in his presence any longer, and said it was time for them to return. She strongly recommended that he go first, and after a slight hesitation, the hero decided not to press her and went ahead. While his measured steps echoed in the greenhouse, they themselves fell into silence as the girl cursed herself mentally, thinking how she could let such a thing slip. At the same time, it was unclear what the future king of the homunculi was thinking, who was in front of the girl and only his back was visible. But if the seventh princess hadn't been busy with self-flagellation, she might have noticed how the cheeks, the ears, and even the young man's neck turned red, showing that his words did not go unnoticed. The eighth princess's birthday, Rose Night, finally arrived, and after taking a bath and a skin and hair care procedure, the protagonist could only think about how tired she was and how long she could swim. The maid encouraged her, telling her she could handle it, informing her while serving tea that the eighth princess had been performing the ritual for 2 hours, although usually everyone finished in 1 hour. At the same time, her lover commented indifferently that 2 hours was a long time for the imperial family. Rosie had no talent for alchemy, so she had to perform the imprinting ceremony 5 times. And in the end, she mastered the ritual only with the help of a piece of philosopher's stone gifted to her by her father. Although Stella didn't care either, she couldn't help but wonder if the eighth princess would manage. And the lady replied that there was nothing to worry about, since the sister always got what she wanted, and remembering this, she asked where her personal night was. And the other party replied that Sir Agneto had already come a long time ago, and now they were preparing him in the guest room for the reception. Evan Rose was surprised by such responsibility from the attendant, and the maid explained that today Sir Agneto needed to be dressed for none other than His Highness the Princess. So he had to hurry. So the heroine agreed with her, because men had a hard time in the imperial palace. Although she still wanted to see him, but she asked him for advice and had to wait until the servants were done with him. Stella replied that her mistress didn't need to adhere so much to etiquette, because after the imprinting, the seventh princess was a close person to Sir Agneto. Therefore, she herself invited her to enter the room where the young homunculus was now. And the girl followed her. After a while, they arrived at that same room and caught the moment when the homunculus was sitting on one of the chairs. And 3 new servants of the emperor were attending to him. These same servants, upon seeing them enter, were horrified and shouted, saying that His Highness could not enter now. At the same time, while the maids were alarmed by something, as if they were preparing a surprise for their lover. But they were caught red-handed. Micules, on the contrary, calmly turned his head. The man briefly greeted His Highness, and when he wanted to get up, the robe covering him began to slowly roll down, revealing his skin. At first, the heroine remained motionless during this time, and without saying anything to her newly appointed knight, digesting what was happening. Her gaze slowly descended from the melancholic face of the young black-haired man to the first parts of the body revealed before her eyes. At first, it was only his collarbones and the upper part of his chest, but when the homunculus stood up to his full height. The fabric finally slipped off and fell to the floor, revealing the fact that the upper part of his body was bare. The protagonist was very surprised to see her knight in this form, especially when she looked closer at his face. That literally glowed. Seeing her gaze, Michael asked her if he looked strange at that moment, not knowing that his new master was internally blinded by his beauty. At that moment, one of the maids literally flew out from behind Agneto to ask Her Highness what she thought of his work with her knight, which saved the main character from the questioning. The maid began to rant, saying that the man's eyes burning with heat are enhanced by makeup called the Night Star, that her uncle also uses to seduce the opposite sex. The heroine couldn't help but think what would happen if she gave such a dangerous weapon to such a man. But not knowing her thoughts, a maid named Fiona expressed the hope that Her Highness would like this knight. This was too much, so Evan Rose told her to stop, and when she obeyed, the other maid asked Sir Agneto to sit up straight and look forward. The young man obediently slumped into the chair, saying he understood Miss Leanne. And his lover breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that everything was fine for him, the heroine told him that since he was busy getting ready, she would go and not bother him, but he replied that it was fine if she stayed since it didn't interfere. But the girl continued to refuse, saying she still felt awkward so she would leave. But he resisted and again said he would like her to stay. Despite the embarrassment that overcame him, he admitted that all this was a first time for him. So he felt ashamed. Such a reaction surprised not only the girl, who internally even screamed in surprise, as well as the servant in the room. As the man looked away, still feeling embarrassed, the girl thought that she couldn't even imagine what Mikkel himself would worry about. And Sagneto, while preparing for the reception. Now the girl was convinced that her maid's words were true, and that she was a close person to the homunculus, and the mark created a connection between them. She understood that he depended on her, but for some reason, this feeling did not cause her an alarming feeling. On the contrary, her heart trembled with an unknown delight. The heroine decided to give in to the boy, and with a slight smile leaned back on the sofa, saying that she would stay by his side later so he would feel more comfortable. At that moment, one of her subordinates picked up a robe from the floor, and with a kind smile told the homunculus that now the homunculus would be applying makeup to his body. So he decided to take off the robe. Michaelis opened one of his eyes as the maids checked if he had makeup on his face, and asked why they were applying it to his body too. He calmly explained that this is a natural thing and is done to emphasize the lines of the body, like the collarbones, chest, and torso, where the skin needs to be fixed. Due to her authority, the imperial palace is especially strict about appearance and, although it was difficult, she asked Agneto to have patience, but since she laughed, it didn't sound as serious as she wanted. But the man paid no attention to her laughter, and then, having the opportunity to talk without interfering with the servant's work, he replied that he understood her. Although he wasn't too lazy to notice that, looking at his outfit for the reception, he could not qualify it as strict. And Eve, a little embarrassed, replied that the tastes of noble ladies also have a key influence on high society. They were not allowed to speak when a servant entered, who brought a black package on a tray, which he handed to Sir Agneto. He explained that at a palace reception, guard knights and personal knights must wear this thing. That is, a black lace blindfold. It helps distinguish homunculi from a gathering of aristocrats by eliminating visual contact between the homunculus and other people. This contributes to treating homunculi as something personal, since if the imperial family loses its power, the psychological pressure will help retain power in their hands for some time. After all, the fact that homunculi have been controlled for so many years was not just like that. And the main character's ancestors have been using various tricks with homunculi for hundreds of years. Suddenly, at that moment, someone set off fireworks outside the window. And this meant that the 8th princess, Rosenet, had finally completed the imprinting, which had taken an unusually long time. The heroine muttered that in the end, Sir Miller became Rosie's personal knight, to which she mentally added that he had been one in a past life. Mikiles, who was sitting nearby and closely following her reaction, decided to share his experiences and observations with her. Interrupting her thoughts, he said that it was hard for him to see her regretting that someone became the personal knight of another princess. Princess. He curled his lips into a charming smile and, pointing to himself, continued by saying that it was especially difficult because Agneto was sitting right in front of her. The girl did not react to his words in any way because she understood that he was just joking and that there was no deep meaning in this. Therefore, she just chuckled and replied that she didn't exactly regret Sir Millard becoming the personal knight of another princess. But Agneto decided to be persistent and noticed that there was so much sadness in her words when mentioning Sir Millard. But the girl calmly refuted his words, saying that not everything was like that and that Michael was the only knight for her whom she would not exchange. On the contrary, after seeing Rose Knight today, she asked him to try not to envy Sir Millard, because the heroine herself would never give up on him. The man smiled and said that, of course, he swears by his status as a knight that he will serve her and will take care of only His Highness. The young people had such a special atmosphere when they mutually agreed never to separate, that the servants could only blush thinking they were interfering in something personal. At that moment, Estella was ready to interrupt this atmosphere to approach her lady and remind her that the imprinting ceremony was over and therefore it was time for her to get ready. She began to gently push her lover towards the exit, telling him he had to hurry while the main character shed fake tears. Michael observed with peripheral vision the departure of the girl, who, although she was a princess of the empire, did not like to dress up like the rest of the family. Unable to contain himself, he smiled slightly, thinking that the reception wouldn't be so bad for him when he needed to accompany Evanrose. Finally, the reception in the palace began, and the entire imperial castle filled with high-ranking aristocrats from all over the empire. Beautiful classical music was playing, and people were discussing how fast time flies. Since the 8th princess is already 20 years old, the young ladies were no exception. They discussed the hot topic that the 8th princess had finally chosen a personal knight, wondering if he was really as special as the rumors said. At that moment, one of the girls noticed someone in the crowd that caught her attention and immediately recognized that person. She quickly turned to her friends and began frantically asking if they had also seen how the 7th princess had just passed by. But the other ladies did not believe her, saying she was probably mistaken. They did not believe that the princess, who always sat between 4 walls, would attend a reception for another princess's birthday. But in the end, it was the opposite. After all, no matter how you look at it, this beautifully dressed girl was the 7th princess of this empire, Evanrose Hadelamid. Moreover, she was not alone, but next to a handsome black-haired homunculus whose eyes were covered with a black lace mask. The aristocrats immediately began to whisper, not believing what was happening, that it seemed to be really happening, and wondering if they had seen who was accompanying her. They realized that apparently the rumors were true and His Highness, the 7th princess, had chosen a personal knight, while the passing people were shocked by what was happening because they knew the character of the main character very well. Michael behaved very calmly, although his eyes were slightly obstructed by the blindfold. His lover, looking at him, worried about his well-being and therefore asked him how his first date was going. The man's eyes were not visible, so it was impossible to judge what exactly he was thinking. But at that moment, he remembered how, before her appearance, the princess's new servants admired her appearance, saying that it was a joy to serve someone so beautiful. Now he understood what they were talking about, so he replied that it was incomparable. Although he was not referring to the reception itself, the man, ignoring the whispers behind them, asked the heroine what her plan was. And she replied that they needed to remember the people who could help her in the future. Michael realized what was happening and asked her if there was anything he should do. And the girl told him that it was beautiful to be next to her. She also asked to be notified if her older sister was nearby, and he replied that he would take care of the matter himself. When the heroine inhaled and exhaled to calm down, and still holding the young man's elbow, she decided to start implementing the plan. The first person on her list of people who could help her in her future projects was a girl who stood hesitantly near the drink table. She prepared for this day and mentally prepared a treasure chest for those she could turn into her allies. The Hadelamid Empire was a country unfamiliar with the prosperity of magic and alchemy, and it could not live without them. Therefore, the magic stone as a source of this power has become the most important resource. Baron and Baroness Parnello had a great advantage over the rest of the empire's aristocratic families in this regard. After all, they mined a mine for the extraction of the empire's most important resource. And in a past life, they did not follow the example of the third Princess Bridget, and they were not even afraid to rebel against her. The protagonist perfectly understood that this time they must become her support. She approached the Baroness with soft and measured steps, and hinted to her that the drink she was approaching was strong alcohol. Therefore, the girl prepared herself and offered the Baroness Parnello the fruit juice that suited her best. The heroine made it clear that she knew very well who was in front of her, and when the young woman turned her head to her and was about to thank her, she shuddered upon seeing who was calling her. The unsociable seventh princess of the empire introduced herself to her, and she was the first to speak to the not very popular aristocrat. Realizing who the girl in front of her was, she immediately bowed and greeted Her Highness the seventh princess, and she returned the greeting, saying she was delighted to meet her. The heroine continued to get acquainted by telling Lady Parnello that she had heard she was very busy after the wedding. She assumed that today the Baroness was attending the party instead of her husband, and the lady did not understand how she knew. But Evan Rose did not let her finish, saying that this was it, because everyone knew about Lord Parnello's love for his wife, and suggested this reception. While toasting with the young woman, the heroine continued to explain why she had reached this conclusion. That is, if the Baron had been able to be present, he would hardly have left his dear wife alone. Although Evan Rose was not used to communicating in high society, she still knew how to give sincere compliments that embarrassed those around her. Which is what happened to the Baroness, who blushed. Evan Rose added that there wasn't a drop of lie in her words, and asked if the lady's husband was very busy. And she said that, unfortunately, many things had accumulated, and her husband was so busy that now she was learning to manage his lands alone. The princess congratulated her again, saying that she was known for her brilliant mind, and that she was sure she would do a great job, and the girl thanked her for her kind words. The heroine decided to get down to business once the situation calmed down, starting with the fact that only 6 months had passed since the wedding. And this would be her first summer as a baroness. She explained that every half a century in the Parnello domain, the Lestora River overflows, causing floods, and asked her to be careful during this summer's rainy season. Although these words were considered absurd, as the princess herself said them, the girl believed her and, shuddering, replied that she had heard about it for the first time. The heroine explained that she learned about this from the books in the imperial archives. There are several records about their lands, which every 50 years after the rainy season, monsters come, and if the fortress walls suddenly collapse due to the floods, the damage will be indescribably large. Such a revelation was like a bolt from the blue for the newly appointed baroness, and her heart clenched in shock. The girl, radiant with a bright smile, reassured her, assuring her that she understood how difficult it was to believe, and that she would ask the maid to look up the records so that the lady had visited her before going to the estate. Realizing how serious this matter was, the baroness stutteringly accepted her offer to go see tomorrow, and thanked Her Highness for her help. The heroine, without removing the friendly smile from her face, replied that there was no need to thank her, although internally she was happy. She considered that she had worked enough for today, but still decided to show courtesy to the guests until the end to find greater favor from the nobility. The aristocrats were talking about how who would have thought that Her Highness, the seventh princess, was so sociable. And it seemed they were having a good time, and that's why they also wanted to join them. Other people supported a similar conversation, saying it was interesting to learn about her personal night. At the same time, The members of the imperial family were on the balcony and watching their half-sister, thinking about how to somehow calm the situation in front of her older sister. They imposed this responsibility on each other, angry at the culprit of Bridget's bad mood. That is, the seventh princess, who behaved differently. While throwing daggers towards her sister, the future heir to the throne sharply struck her fan, which made her close relatives shudder. Understanding this as a cue not to irritate the brother and sister, they quickly decided to put themselves safe from their angry sister. Being left alone with her personal knight, the third princess called him. She called Lisa, and he made it clear that he was listening to her. She looked at the homunculus with her peripheral vision and briefly said she knew what to do. The man was silent for a while and looked ahead, without changing his expression, and also briefly replied that he would obey her order. At the same time, while the third princess was giving orders to her personal knight, Michaelis noticed there were people nearby and decided to warn his master about it. He made it clear that the fourth princess and the fifth prince were heading in their direction, an encounter with whom would clearly not end well, at least for the girl's psyche. She decided to quickly capitulate and turn to one of the ladies she was talking to, telling her that at that moment she would probably leave because she wanted to get some fresh air, without forgetting to mention how pleasant it was for her to communicate with them all, that they all supported her. They said it was an honor and asked her not to stop by to see them at the celebration. The fifth prince and the fourth princess could only be indignant from afar, seeing how their sister decided to avoid communicating with them. The man, who was still wearing the blindfold, commented briefly as soon as the door closed behind them, that it seemed like they had separated. He didn't seem out of breath, unlike the girl, who, catching her breath, replied that they really had a great time. And it was thanks to him. At that moment, the princess's legs gave way and she almost fell, but a young man's hands managed to grab her and hold her in place. The man immediately worried and began asking her if everything was okay with her. And the girl replied that nothing bad had happened. Looking at her feet, the heroine explained that the reason for her fall was the heels, which she hadn't worn for a long time due to the uselessness of her lifestyle. The hero didn't understand how she could rub her feet if she could relieve the pressure on her shoes with the help of magic. The girl, who was still holding him with her hands, chuckled and explained that of course she could do it. But then the walk wouldn't be as elegant. Agnito understood her point of view, and at that moment was thinking about how to relieve her pain and solve the problem, and something caught his attention. There were small places to sit near the windows, and the young man carefully placed the girl there, after asking her to sit for a minute. When he was sure she was comfortable enough to sit, Michael knelt in front of her, and the girl still didn't understand why he was doing that. But she began to understand why he suddenly sat her down when he carefully started taking off her shoe with his gloved hands. The heroine herself, not knowing why, blushed at such contact, not expecting such care from him. Gently holding the girl's leg over his palms, a yellow light began to shine, whose purpose was to heal. The man only knew the basics of everyday magic, but still, it was better than nothing. And when the hero asked if the girl felt better, she stuttered and replied that she did. The girl's heart pounded, thinking about how unexpected such behavior was from Michael, since she was not used to such intimate interaction with another person. Due to her curious nature, she couldn't help but wonder if they taught this to her at the training center. While there was that special atmosphere between them, which sometimes slipped between them lately. Michael shuddered. Seeing someone nearby, the man became tense and prepared his weapon, as the appearance of a person at that moment was suspicious. They heard a man's footsteps before he appeared, and the young people froze, anticipating who it was. Then this man raised his voice, and it became clear that it was the man who greeted the seventh princess, making it clear that he was very aware of who was in front of him. He slowly emerged from the shadows and appeared before the princess's personal knight, and even Rose herself. The woman was surprised by his appearance when he, with complete naturalness, said he was eager to meet His Highness. Evan Rose was glad for the day because she managed to attract the Baroness's attention. But at that moment, a man intervened, whom Michael called a suspicious character. The man bowed before the main character, saying he was waiting for the seventh princess, as if not noticing how tense the young people were in front of him. Still without looking directly at the heroine's face, the man began to talk about how, as he expected, she herself came to him. And Alwyn Redmond admired the perceptiveness of His Highness in discovering underestimated talents. And the girl finally came to her senses. As soon as he said his name, the girl remembered this self-assured boy named Alwyn Redmond, who was the second son of Count Redmond. He was currently an official in the ceremonial department, but in the future, he became a corrupt official and a scammer. Alwyn Redmond, who was now asking the princess if he was right, took an administrative position. But he got it thanks to his father, and among the bitter people, he was better known as a provider on the side of personnel. One day he was demoted, although it was unknown why this event happened in a past life. But he shook his composure. But thanks to his caring father who used his power, he became an official again. But now he was not in the ceremonial department, but in the treasury. There Alvin became, to put it mildly, a big shot and committed all sorts of theft. The main character was one of his victims from whom an endless amount of pocket money was stolen. And awards. Because of this, the girl never received any imperial gifts from any palace event. And the girl still mentally cried for them. She tried to contact him several times, but failed because Alwyn was better at covering his tracks. The girl, who decided to hide from the troublemaker, tried to calmly assess whether cooperation with him was beneficial. Michael, who coldly looked at the impostor who was talking nonsense in front of his master, asked him if he knew him. After his words, another young man squirmed as if he had been hit, thinking that, after all, he had been wrong in his conclusions and nobody had noticed him. But at that moment, the girl decided to take a risk, and leaving the protection of her personal knight, she replied that she knew Sir Redmond. When the girl was talking to the reception guests, she carefully observed who she was making contact with. And she could perfectly see how the red-haired young man was closely watching her from afar. If he betrays an intelligent enemy, he will find himself in a difficult situation, so the main character decided to befriend Sir Redmond. Smiling friendly, the girl said she was happy to meet him because she had been waiting for the opportunity to talk to him for so long. The man went from gloomy to a man overflowing with happiness, and quickly began to say that, as he thought, he was also one of the talents chosen by His Highness. He believed that if it were her, she would not be fooled by the scandalous rumors that he was a winged personnel provider. His source was that his boss, Count Sanchez, called him a winged provider, although these were unfounded rumors. But now it was fine since His Highness acknowledged him, and the girl picked up important information in his words. After all, if the man was talking about Count Sanchez, who really disagreed with Count Redmond, who is Alwyn's father. Because if you think about it a little more, when Alwyn was demoted, Count Sanchez was the one who had just become the head of the ceremonial department. Looking at the young man who was looking at her with pitiful eyes, the heroine realized that he was actually telling the truth. The main character seemed to be sprinkled with cold water when she realized that in her past life, her chances of success were blocked due to the dishonest Count Sanchez. Manches. She decided to give the young man in front of her another chance to start an honest life, and not live by stealing the imperial treasure. Evan Rose called Sir Redmond and advised him to return to the ceremony department immediately. The man, who was clenching his fists out of nervousness, did not understand why he should return there if his duty there had already been fulfilled. Approaching the young man, the heroine explained how many sacrifices had been made to ensure that Rosie's selection for today's ceremony was a success. She had barely completed the pre-banquet ritual, and, leaning towards the young man's ear, the heroine said that important proposals would likely appear. Important proposals that were not approved in advance, such as fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. They could not leave a record that would damage the prestige of the imperial family, and now the ceremonial department would be busy reducing the records. And she thought he could help her with this, and the young man nodded enthusiastically at her words. and said he would take care of it right away. The seventh princess knew very well that this way of working with papers was precisely the specialty of the hero. The heroine decided to reinforce the result of her efforts by congratulating him, saying that, of course, if he takes care of it, the work will be done carefully. So, the girl decided to hurry Sir Redmond by ordering him to attract the attention of the head of the ceremonial department. And he, like an obedient dog, almost ran to fulfill her request to improve his position in the department. The heroine, who was still pointing her finger in the direction of the department until the man disappeared from sight. And only after that could she breathe calmly. With a little regret, she noted that now the fact that Rosie used the Philosopher's Stone would be buried forever. It's a pity that this benefits the eighth princess, but it will force Sir Alwyn to attract the attention of his superior so as not to take the wrong path and become a corrupt official. And the important thing is that he will not torment the main character like in his previous life. Having survived such a conversation, the heroine leaned back from fatigue on the shoulder of her personal knight. Concerned, Sir Ignito asked her if everything was all right, to which she honestly replied that it was not, and that she needed to stay in this position for just 1 minute to recover. A man without a single emotion on his face, wearing a black lace blindfold. He looked at the girl, and what he saw was the tired seventh princess of this empire, who just wanted to rest at least a little in someone's presence. Holding the heroine, the homunculus could not resist and asked her if her leg still hurt. And at first the girl couldn't even remember that for some reason it shouldn't hurt her, because she forgot how Michael helped her relieve the pain, but then she replied that her fatigue was not due to this, but to the fact that her blood pressure simply dropped. Trembling from overwork, the heroine admitted that Sir Alwyn's arrival was a surprise for her. That's why she was so surprised, because she decided that she had made a mistake somewhere in her plan. Looking at the trembling main character, the man nodded with understanding and said that he still thought she did an excellent job considering she was nervous. Evan Rose couldn't help but agree with his arguments, and then her personal knight asked what she thought, and if she wanted to rest a little longer. But this time, the girl did not agree with his proposal and said that she knew when Rosie would come to the reception. And that's why she needs to continue fulfilling her duties today. And opening the door to one of the rooms where the young aristocrats were sitting, the girl commented that the preparations were almost finished. These were the sons and aristocrats of the Imperial Gnosis Academy, and among them were members of the Imperial Advisory Council. If we look individually at everyone in the room, then the brunette moves for something. It was the son of Count Riedel. For example, the blonde man in the center with an expressionless face was the son of Marquis Remiquilo. Ice. Although everyone is amazing and exceptional in their own way, what they all have in common is that they have no right to inherit because they are not the firstborn. However, in her past life, the girl remembered very well that 2 of them could still inherit the throne, and they would be ideal to support her political figure. Therefore, the girl turned to Michael and asked if he could stay and wait for her here for a while. The man, of course, was surprised by this and asked her why she suddenly decided to do this. And she replied that she needed to remove the barriers to entry. A young man who had just joined high society certainly didn't understand her. But high society is indeed a marriage market. But since she has no connection with these aristocrats, the girl had no choice but to bravely approach them. If she has enough spirit and charisma, it will be enough if she can bring at least one of them to her side. The princess harbored the hope in her soul that at least one of them would support someone like her, who had never tried to rise above her head before. Once within the boundaries of her vision, the girl made her presence known to the young men. With a friendly smile, the heroine politely asked them to serve her a drink too. She did not lose hope that she could integrate into their society, and that her plan would succeed if she tried hard enough. Although it could not be known from her, internally the girl prayed to all existing gods to allow her to hook at least one of them. The young men who had previously conversed casually, as they were old friends. At first they silently looked at the princess of this empire. Then, the Marquis's son decided to take the initiative and started the conversation by noticing that there seemed to be many people here. Therefore, with a polite smile, the young man pointed to a seat next to him and invited His Highness to sit next to him. This was not at all the greeting the heroine expected, so such friendly behavior was a surprise to her. And it was Calix Rimiquilo, known for his audacity, who now so kindly offered her a seat next to him. Not understanding what he had in mind, the girl decided to accept his offer and thanked Mr. Rimiquilo. She decided not to bother with this for now, and assured herself that it was probably just curiosity. And clearing her throat, she said that she heard they were talking about the Gnosis Academy. The heroine politely asked if it would be all right if she listened too, as she had been interested in the academy for a long time. The young children of the aristocrats immediately relaxed, smiled, and asked her if she wanted to hear stories about the academy, but they didn't even know where to start. So the evening continued, while the girl listened to conversations about how she needed to see with her own eyes the madness happening within the academy walls. And the girl assumed that everything seemed to be going well. But at the same time, Kakona thought about this. The blonde next to her noticed that Her Highness's glass was empty. The young men next to her became alarmed, saying they couldn't allow her glass to remain empty. And they started getting up from their seats. They approached the seventh princess with glasses already filled, asking her to take a glass. And take another next time. The heroine, to put it mildly, was surprised by such unexpected pressure from apparently nice young men who handed her 2 glasses. But these were not glasses with normal juice, but glasses in which the drinks had been deliberately spoiled. Looking at one of her glasses with a frown, the girl couldn't help but wonder how likely it was that they dared to mix brandy instead of soda. According to the laws of the imperial palace, it is considered very rude if, without emptying a glass served by another person, it is returned to its place. She felt very offended because it was clear that high-ranking aristocrats could not avoid knowing this rule. And apparently, they deliberately tried to get her drunk. Seeing how uncomfortable the young woman felt, the blonde next to her said that if it was too much for her, she could give her the glass. At that moment, Evan Rose looked surprisingly at the Marquis's son, remembering that there is an option when you give a glass to an opposite-sex person who didn't offer you this glass. Alone, looking at the innocently smiling blonde, the girl perfectly understood that then she would have to fulfill his request. Or pay the price. Now, thinking more seriously, the heroine realized that Mr. Remisiello was the only one who did not offer her a drink. This means that he was the only one to whom she could give one of her lenses, and it seemed that he had thought it through from the beginning because he wanted something from her. And after such a conclusion, another suspicion immediately arose that all these people followed his plan. The princess, looking at her glass, wondered if she should do what he wanted out of simple curiosity. But she couldn't be sure of this because she didn't know what Calix Rimiquilo wanted from someone like her. At that moment, someone interfered with her thoughts and called Her Highness, and told her that he would drink this drink for her. It turned out to be Sir Agneto, who greatly surprised the girl with his appearance, as he arrived extremely on time. Don't ask his opinion. He immediately took the glass from her and drank all the contents in one gulp right in front of the other guests. She started to worry about him, mentally thinking that the drink must be very strong. And that's why she asked her personal knight if everything was all right, and he replied affirmatively. At the same time, Calix looked at the homunculus, who had just approached with a cold expression on his face. He decided to interrupt the special atmosphere between the young people, and said he had heard that homunculi are resistant to poisons. Therefore, with an even colder expression on his face, the man continued saying that it was clear why. And that alcohol was nothing to creatures like homunculi. Did he realize that they were provoking him? Michael calmly replied that this resistance to alcohol and poison was necessary to help their masters. There was a silent war of opinions between them, and if you try hard, you can imagine a flash running between them. The heroine realized that it was the right time to leave here. So, after saying she liked the time she spent with them, the girl said she needed to go out to cool off from the alcohol. And having said that, she said goodbye along with her personal knight, who never left her even one step. At that moment, the young aristocrats were watching them, but Calyx looked at the young men with a particularly intense gaze. As promised, the homunculus and the princess went out for some air to one of the free balconies. The man, unable to bear the silence, decided to raise his voice because he wanted to scold his master for his carelessness. At first, he wanted to speak formally, but when he realized that no one would listen to them, he addressed T and accused her of being in charge of the existence of her personal night. With his words, he hit the mark, and the heroine shuddered with guilt, admitting she hadn't thought about that. That's why no one had helped her before, and, deciding to turn a blind eye, Michael warned her that there was wine in the last 2 glasses. The alcohol content in them had clearly increased, so he asked her if she knew it. And the heroine laughed grimly. Leaning against the balcony railing, the girl smiled at her knight and nodded her head, saying that she had already been tricked similarly. After the confession, the young man was paralyzed at first, not knowing what to answer. A second later, my hands even started to tremble. I felt an unpleasant sensation in my heart, as if they hadn't offended her. But him. Moreover, approaching the railing, the young man looked at the view from above and said that he tolerates alcohol well. If he receives a glass he doesn't want to drink again, he can give it to her at any time. The heroine smiled as he tried to cheer her up and replied that she would do it next time, and thanked him for what he had done for her before. Her smile didn't disappear, it only widened even more, and a blush covered her cheeks because she felt very good now. After all, having someone on your side who wouldn't betray you was something incredibly blessed. Her personal knight seemed to read her intentions or her thoughts, and that's why he also smiled at her when he looked into her eyes. The girl decided not to look away and also stared at him in silence, thanking him for being by her side and supporting her. Thus ended the first half of the reception, where the princess's personal knight, Michael, did not allow Marquis Calyx's son to get what he wanted from the princess. As the main character shows, many interesting things happened that night. The 8th princess of this empire was almost ready to go out. She elevated Sylvester to what it was to be the personal knight of the White Rose of the empire, hoping for a positive answer from him. He, placing his hand on his chest, calmly replied that being the knight of the White Rose of the empire was a great honor, and there was no equal. Walking away indifferently from him, she replied that she had foreseen his answer, and that now that he was her knight, he should become the greatest knight in the entire empire. Sylvester calmly replied to the 8th princess's harsh tone, saying that he would not disappoint his highness. The girl, seeing that her words had no effect on the young man, calmly looked at him again, as if analyzing him. With a sigh, placing her hand on his, the princess replied that he, of course, was obligated. After all, he was a special knight, personally chosen by her. Sylvester did not comment on these words, so the young people immediately headed to the banquet hall. They finally arrived, and the doors began to open in front of them, warning the guests that the 8th princess was entering. Her Highness Rosaline Nadia Hadelamid, and also her personal knight Sir Sylvester Millard, who was very well received by the guests who came to the reception. Looking at the youngest princess, the people of the empire could not help but admire her, since every year the 8th princess seemed to become more and more beautiful. And after a short pause, they looked at the personal knight next to her, whose silver hair stood out and looked very special. Still, it was not expected that he would be at such a level to correspond to the 8th princess. They still couldn't disagree with this statement. After all, the girl was the White Rose of the empire. Rosenit was very pleased with the praise raining down on her from all sides, although she did have a lot of trouble with the knight during the ceremony. Well, as she thought, listened to the birthday congratulations, she made the right decision by choosing Sylvester. Smiling sweetly, the girl thanked them and asked them to have as much fun as possible, mentally enjoying all the attention they were giving her. At that moment, the crowd of aristocrats called her over by 2 identical blonde men who moved aside just so she would notice them. Having decided not to be rude, especially in front of the public, the girl smiled sweetly at him, saying that she saw that her brothers had already arrived and they, smiling when she appeared. Asked her if she knew how long they had been waiting for Sue. Without waiting for her answer, the accusing twins pointed their finger at the silver-haired young man, calling him the same homunculus who had caused her so much trouble lately. And they asked, no matter how special he was, how he dared to be so burdensome and wanted to punish him. The words angered the heroine, who always maintained a serene smile, who considered them very stupid, since they tried to say that she had no way of reading alchemy. The girl could not hide her face, which grimaced from the anger she felt towards her relatives. At that moment, another member of her family called her, specifically the third princess, Bridget, who congratulated her on her birthday. Rosie had never been so happy to see her sister, and in a deliberately cheerful tone said she couldn't even think her sister would come. So she felt flattered. She replied that there was nothing to be surprised about because she was her sister. Obviously she would come, and the girl thanked her, not paying attention to the twins who looked annoyed. Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Betty had arrived on time, and at the same time, Bridget praised her for her hard work in obtaining the greatest knight of the imperial palace. Many processes wanted to get him, but due to the difficulty of printing, no one thought to try. But she succeeded perfectly. She said she sincerely congratulated her, and Rosenit was even a little taken aback by the passionate speech of her normally elegant but cold sister. At the same time, her personal knight decided to bow his head and said he was truly ashamed to have caused His Highness so much trouble. He went on to say that these efforts would be completely compensated by his loyalty to her until his last breath. After his words, he knelt on one knee to gallantly kiss the hand of the 8th Princess Rosenith. Hadelamid. Not only did the princess herself not expect such initiative from her personal knight, but also the guests at this reception began to sigh in admiration, as if they had seen a wonderful scene. The princess was still a little uncomfortable, but still smiled because he was quite clever. Mentally, she still had to praise him, although she had no hope that he would help her in any way in secular society. Apart from his face, after a brief minute, when he kissed his mistress's hand, he remained kneeling until he awaited the order. And the girl did not make him wait long, telling Sir Millard to get up. At the same time, the main characters could observe from afar how the guests were discussing these events, saying that they were like scenes from a fairy tale. Evan Rose calmly watched this scene, thinking that everything seemed to be going well until now. And no incident had occurred. It seems that Sir Millard is liked by the young girl, and she really likes him. Michael was her personal knight, so there was nothing to worry about. And the 8th princess couldn't take him away. But at that moment, a flicker of uncertainty still seized the main character. And she thought that suddenly Rosie would fall in love with the future king of the homunculi again. Immediately scenes flashed before her eyes of how the poor Sylvestian ended up like a used toy that the capricious princess was tired of. And also Michael's subsequent rebellion, in which we manipulated the 8th princess to gain the throne. And the Philosopher's Stone, starting a fire in the imperial palace. Well, the worst for the protagonist was the betrayal of her own half-sister, who deceived her by making her drink poison to remain the only member of the imperial family. Still prostrate from dark thoughts and memories, the girl promised herself that this time she would not allow something like that to happen. When she promised herself not to suffer anymore, her personal knight Michael called her. Not noticing her mood, the young man obeyed his order to warn her when the relatives appeared. And they told her that the 3rd princess had left. Realizing that it was now her turn to approach her younger sister, the girl replied that it was time for them to join the congratulations. I wouldn't want to come face to face with the rose, but there is nothing to be done, so the girl. Smiling, she told the knight that it was time to greet the main character of the reception. I calmed myself down, mentally thinking that everything was fine and nothing would happen, so I calmly began to approach my half-sister. Rosenit didn't see her sister at first, but found out about her from the passing guests, who whispered that it seemed the 7th princess was heading this way with congratulations. They are interested in what they will say, because it immediately became clear that there was a tense atmosphere between them, even though they were sisters. After all, today both princesses have a personal knight, and some kind of competition is felt, according to many witnesses of this scene. In fact, Sir Igneto, in her opinion, was also impressive after all. He is a monster from a floating prison. Moreover, today Her Highness, the seventh princess, also shone and attracted the attention of many guests tonight with her charisma. Before the arrival of the eighth princess, one might have thought that she was the star of today's reception, which overshadowed the mood of this very star of this reception, carefully not noticing the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her sister. Evan Rose smiled sweetly at her and greeted her briefly. She congratulated her on her 20th birthday and wished her all the best. Talking about the main character hurt her pride, so her smile was very forced when she thanked her for her kind words, before she could do something in return to ruin her mood and play a trick on her. The girl had to leave quickly, so she wished him good night and told him it was time for him to leave. But at that moment, Rosie interrupted her and shouted, which made Evan Rose shudder with a bad premonition. Not noticing her eighth tension, the princess smiled charmingly and said she had heard that she had also brought a personal knight. Although she smiled, her eyes analyzed the situation sadly, like a predator wanting to attack its prey. She continued the conversation with a request to introduce Michael to her, and the main character immediately began to wonder why Rosie was interested in her knight. Personal. Having recovered, the girl clenched her fists with determination, thinking that she must not panic at these moments, and that what the eighth princess asked was a common greeting in secular society. Therefore, she calmly introduced her personal knight, calling out his full name, namely Sir Michaelis Agneto. Immediately after the words, the man bowed before the eighth princess, saying that he greeted Her Highness, and at that moment silence fell. Not understanding why he didn't respond, Evan Rose briefly called Rosie, as if hinting that she should also respond to the knight's personal greeting. Ignoring her half-sister's question, the main star of the evening remained calm observing the knight of another princess. Michaelis remained calm in this situation and, without looking up, continued standing in a bowed position in front of the other princess. Rose Knight was finally pleased with this and raised her head smiling sweetly, as if plotting something. And the protagonist knew her bad temper very well, but she couldn't believe that she was really thinking the same thing to ruin her mood. Her darkest expectations came true when her sister began gracefully raising her right hand. The young man didn't like this either and froze in indecision, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the eighth princess didn't mind at all and with a malicious smile. Even though no one was looking at me, I looked only at my sister's personal knight, hoping he would reciprocate. The main characters could only watch this with growing horror, not understanding what their half-sister was doing. And they could only watch with an anxious beating heart, while Roseknit pointed the back of her hand towards Michaelis. The heroine understood that her sister wanted Michael to kiss her hand for some reason. The girl, who had never offered him her hand, was doing it right now. She thought she had to be careful just before the ceremony. Now I think her sister managed to fall in love with her knight. But she herself immediately refuted her words, since Michael's face was still covered. So the eighth princess was just trying to flirt with him, and this would happen after a while. Not now. She must have believed that he would think less of his current master if the White Rose Empire granted him the privilege of kissing her hand. Evan Rose did not realize that this was a very dirty trick that her sister could attempt, while she couldn't shake off the stress that had built up over these few minutes. Her personal knight regained his senses and took Roseknit's hand. Evan Rose was very saddened by this fact. For some reason, she was worried that her newly appointed knight had succumbed to temptation. After all, he really kissed another princess's hand, which brought great comfort to her master. The act performed, the young man said he was happy to welcome the eighth princess again. And the girl reciprocated and said it was a pleasure to meet Sir Agneto. After this, the young man returned to his assigned place near his mistress and remained there, beginning to await her instructions. Looking at him sadly out of the corner of her eye, the girl thought that she would not like Rossi Michael to be tied down by something like that. As she thought about the not-so-pleasant things, considering the things that happened in her past life. Something caught her attention. As she was still looking at Mikweli's, she immediately noticed how he touched his hair when he wanted to smooth it. And as if by chance, he touched his lips with a gloved hand, wiping them of the phantom contact. The girl, who was the only one to see this gesture, realized that he wiped his lips, and was very shocked by this action. Noticing her stunned look, the young man smiled and answered the unspoken question of why he did it. In a whisper so that only she could hear him, the man admitted that the kiss on the 8th princess's hand was not particularly pleasant for him, and was nothing like his master. Only then did the girl realize that her fears in this regard were in vain. And she couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. As her laughter was heard in the hall, Michael still didn't understand that with his words, he managed to take a huge weight off her shoulders. Finally, His Majesty the Emperor arrived, and everyone started shouting blessings and wishing honor to the son of Hadelamid. Rose Knight immediately approached her father, delighted that he had come. And he congratulated her on her birthday, expressing the hope that she could understand that he could not stay long due to government matters. At the same time, the main character approached them, who greeted His Majesty the Emperor, and wished blessing and honor to the son of Hadelamid. The Emperor immediately turned his attention to his other daughter, surprised that she could also attend, and she replied that she simply wanted to congratulate Rosie, which was a very kind act on his part lately. He smiled again, remembering the birthday girl, and said that her gift was in the Eastern Palace, and it was a white rose garden. The man laughed proudly as Rosenit enthusiastically thanked His Majesty the Emperor, saying she was incredibly grateful to him. Evan Rose mentally gritted her teeth, because out of all the moments, she had been beside Rosie. The Emperor's congratulations and his presentation to his daughter happened at this moment. She was sure that gossip lovers would focus on her, including the very reason for this. The 8th princess, who now looked down on her. All the guests beside her whispered that, as expected, the 8th princess received greater favor, unlike the 7th princess. But since this happened, the main character decided that she must behave like an unfortunate princess and unloved. The girl decided to focus on her role, completely forgetting about her surroundings, and even closing her eyes as if she was very sad. But the moment she had just assumed her role, someone's touch made her lose concentration, and she looked at the culprit. When she turned her head towards this man, she saw her personal knight Mika Eli's. It was he who firmly took her gloved hand in his, which would have been inappropriate in public if everyone didn't know about the connection between the homunculus and the owner. Thus, the man offered her silent support, thus confirming that he was still by her side despite the circumstances. Be that as it may, it was much nicer than simple words of support. At that moment, realizing he had ignored his witch daughter, the Emperor cleared his throat and discussed with Eve if there was anything she wanted to tell him. After all, he planned to present her with an award in honor of the appointment of her personal knight. And the heroine immediately started thinking about what she would like to receive from the Emperor himself. After a few minutes of waiting for an idea, the heroine said that fortunately, she knows what she needs right now. Evan Rose expressed her wish to move to another apartment where there would be a balcony overlooking the sunny garden, from where she could enjoy the beauty of the imperial palace, which would also be wonderful. The man did not understand what she just said, because it meant that there was no women's bathroom in her current residence. And the girl calmly confirmed it. This horrified the plain young emperor, who didn't know what the administrators of the imperial family were doing, since in the princess's place of residence there was no women's bathroom. He was probably ashamed that he had neglected his daughter until that moment. And that's why he was now furiously throwing mud at his employees. She understood that so much indignation was enough, so she said that today was Rosie's birthday. And since it was a joyous occasion, and he didn't need to be too harsh with them. And after her words, the man immediately calmed down and began to think of a new place for his daughter to live. Finally recalling the place that was ideal for his 7th daughter, the man began to announce his decision. Aloud, the old man announced that he had granted rooms located in the Eastern Palace to the seventh Princess Ivanrose Cloyel Hadelamid. And these chambers even had a name, and the name was the Green Room, which immediately surprised everyone. While the main character was prostrate, not expecting such generosity, an oppressive silence occurred near the first candidate for the throne. Bridget remained motionless and calmly looked at the culprit of the commotion, already wondering what kind of trouble this would cause. Everyone knew very well that a chamber with a name meant even more favor than a garden with white roses. Until now, only the third princess, Bridget, was the only one given a named room. Although Evenrose was surprised, she managed to compose herself and thank His Majesty the Emperor. The man smiled at her and warned her that when she moved, he would visit her to see how the horse was adapting. The girl nodded her head, saying she should prepare delicious tea for him, already thinking that of course he would come. But he seemed suspiciously pleased with her words, as if he had only been waiting for them. And after what was said, he announced that since the congratulations were over, he hoped everyone would enjoy the rest of the banquet. The lively atmosphere continued again, and everyone began to discuss the changes that had just occurred. Many thought that the fact that the emperor publicly received the seventh princess was an interesting turn of events, which put all those who aspired to become heirs to the imperial throne in a very difficult situation. But at the same time, this could become a starting point for the promising future of the seventh princess. At the banquet in honor of the eighth princess's birthday, everyone began to have informal conversations again. And everyone enjoyed the company of followers, such as the princesses of this empire, who tried to attract the attention of the aristocrats to draw them to her side. Sir Rosnet was not happy with her sister Evan Rose because she distracted people from her beloved, which is why she was jealous, thinking all the attention should be hers. Bridget then analyzed her from the point of view of a competitor, not knowing what her younger sister was doing when she came out of her shell. At the same time, not paying attention to the gazes from all sides, the girl who occupied her thoughts casually conversed with the guests. The aristocrats bombarded her with questions about the green room that His Majesty, the Emperor, had gifted her, asking if it was rumored to be the most beautiful room in the East Wing. His Majesty, in her opinion, valued the princess greatly, and the guests asked to invite her sometime. While the girl made it clear what she would do this, she noticed a familiar figure in the crowd that she had recently seen in photographs. It was the daughter of Count Lucid, Lady Anais Lucid, and she was the most important guest tonight for the main character. The girl wanted to approach the young brunette immediately, and even moved towards Lady Anais. But her path was blocked by an aristocrat who wanted to get her attention, and she had to stay put. Therefore, she lost the opportunity to meet this person. She only wanted to talk to her. Trying to remain calm, the girl smiled at the surrounding aristocrats and said that she enjoyed the conversation with each of them. But now she warned them that she needed some rest, without even realizing that the whole time they were watching her from the balcony. The entire hall was reserved. It was Bridget along with her entourage, and the man beside her told her that Princess Flora Salma's behavior lately had been unusual. Just think, His Majesty also assigned her the named room, just like the third princess. Bridget coldly smiled at this, saying that in the end her father is happy with her. After all, the ugly duckling is behaving gracefully for the first time. Taking a sip from her glass, she was sure that there was no motive behind this, because she was still a puppy who couldn't even attend the secret council meetings. The man beside her warmly supported her words, saying that nothing would change even if there was a reason behind it. After all, no matter how much the witch princess tries, Princess Bridget is undoubtedly first in line for the throne. At that moment, the blue-haired girl who had previously observed her dialogue in silence anxiously adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose. Bridget, noticing her mood, touched her face with her gloved hand and said that if she was worried, then she could do something. And so that this no longer bothers her, she will try to uncover the princess's intentions. This made the girl who started avoiding her gaze accept her assurances, but then pay attention to something else. As she looked away, her peripheral vision caught the silhouette of a man. And turning her head towards him, she saw a girl. As a trusted advisor, the girl warned the princess that this was Lady Lucid. The people nearby also remembered her, thinking that she must have found the third princess to discuss business related to the bathroom. She was still persistently trying to get an answer, which was probably difficult as it would never come. At that moment, the culprit of this sentence and the princess met eyes, which shocked the former. But Lady Loshard immediately called out to Her Highness and walked towards her with quick steps. But she moved away from her with a gallant gesture, although their eyes met, which left the girl completely devastated. With a cold smile, the young woman deliberately said loudly that the lady's affairs were none of her business, as if continuing a conversation with her entourage. At the same time, Evan rose, completely exhausted due to constant interaction with so many people, was supported by her personal knight. Since she was tired, the man wanted to offer to find her a place where she could rest comfortably. And the girl immediately suggested he shouldn't look for it because she knew there were many places to relax. And for that she offered him the Pearl Room. This place in the Imperial Palace is full of people who love debauchery and decadent culture. And it was made for everyone who gets tired during the banquet. But the truth is that if an unmarried man and woman are seen entering such a place, there will be nothing but trouble. After all, they risk ending up in a gossip magazine the next day. And in other words, the Pearl Room was an unusual room. As the Imperial Knight invited them into the free room, the girl immediately called her knight along with her. The Pearl Room was a room that the Imperial Palace officially recognized as mainly a room for making love. And the homunculus, who completed the full course to become an Imperial Knight, could not help but know this information. Therefore, at the same moment he froze in place and looked very tense because he didn't want to go there. The girl could not understand why he hesitated to mark time, and so she looked at him. Seeing how nervously he moved, an image formed in the girl's head. And she herself could not help but blush and opened her mouth in surprise. She started to laugh furiously, as if this situation was terribly amusing. And the man shuddered, not expecting such a reaction from the almost always calm mistress. Sitting on one of the sofas in the room, the girl laughed a lot and told Michael to relax, since she had no intentions of doing this. Although she felt better now, and since he must also be tired from standing for so long, the girl invited him to sit next to her. He, still nervous in such an environment, sat not far from her, feeling as if he were on pins and needles. The man, who was always on guard, noticed how quiet it was here and asked if there really was anyone here besides them. The girl explained that this is not the case, and there must be several people there because the golden thread means the room is in use. But they heard nothing. Now that he thought about it, Michael asked her if she hadn't told him that he studied everyday magic. And the girl replied affirmatively, adding that she understood many areas of magic, and then combined them so it wasn't a specialty. However, she had to admit that she could not learn offensive magic since she had no talent in this area. The young man then said that, although it was a shame that her academic achievements were limited, on the other hand, he thought it was for the best. The girl became interested in why he thought so and asked him about it, to which he replied that he didn't need it when he became her sword. Smiling at the main character, the young man reminded her that since he had become her personal knight, she didn't need to worry about that. And she doesn't need to fight when she has him who will do it for her. Although Evan Rose knew that this is what the imprinted knight would naturally say to his master. For some reason, she felt happy when he smiled genuinely at her. She nodded her head and replied that he simply had to protect her well. And the man also got into the mood when he replied with a short answer. Of course. At that moment, the special atmosphere between them was interrupted by a roar from outside that could be heard even here. The heroine was not surprised at all by this roar, and said in a calm voice that it seemed that the last event of Rosie's birthday party had ended. Therefore, she suggested that Michael finish his work right now, to which he silently nodded. The girl smiled at the serious young man when she made a request, and he was not surprised. After all, the girl knew perfectly well who was behind the door, and that's why she asks Sir Agneto to bring his last guest here. 6 months ago, in the reception hall of the third Princess Bridget, 2 people approached her with proposals. It was Count Lussier, director of a construction company, who asked if this was a project to build public baths throughout the capital. What the princess gave the man was exactly that. So she said yes. The girl with short hair was the only daughter of Count Anaïs Lussier doubted this matter. It didn't seem to her that this was such a profitable business, and Bridget agreed with her. They say it's unlikely to make money in such a business. But this is a social project to improve the hygiene of the citizens, which was a noble cause. At least that's how the girl justified herself, but the fallen count didn't react to her words. And he continued to remain silent. Then the third princess of the empire sighed irritatedly, already thinking about how to pressure him again. She explained that she offered it to him because, of all the builder families in her empire, he was the one who fit best. This statement finally caught the attention of the count, who looked up at her. And the saleswoman said that her reputation was nothing because of the stains on her feet. But that if they wanted to, then they could end the conversation there. He stood up and announced that besides them, there were many others who, for some reason, did not want to deal with this matter. I got very worried after she announced she was busy and was about to jump thinking how to stop her from doing this. He sang himself, and the seeker said that Your Highness did not need to receive his consent. The man will continue to say that if in this way they can contribute to the well-being of the empire. Then he will sign all the documents, and the girl chuckled. His daughter thought that since it was the princess's idea, her father, without thinking much, put his family seal on it, not wanting to lose her favor. After the documents were signed, everything started to spin out of control, but nobody knew that in the end it would bring so many problems. The magic stone, necessary to heat the water in the baths, has become much more expensive, and they can no longer afford to acquire it. Fire cannot be used due to the risk of fire if they do not find an urgent solution. They will suffer colossal losses. At this rate, his company sinks to the bottom, and the third princess doesn't even want to see the heroine. Drowning her sorrow in alcohol, the girl almost cried, thinking what she should do to correct the situation. At that moment, a pleasant voice interrupted her not very pleasant thoughts, and calling Lady Lussier. It was a black-haired man who introduced himself as Michael Isigneto, who was the personal knight of the 7th princess. He announced that His Highness wanted to see the princess, and the girl was very surprised. When she asked the hero again, and he nodded affirmatively, the girl admitted that she could not leave so directly. The main character has read everything, and has already assumed that the girl he needs for his plan might have doubts. Therefore, he asked Michael to tell her that he would not hold the girl up for long, and that this would not arouse suspicion. The mistress of the Lussier house still had doubts. She wondered how to refuse, but at some point her thoughts about it stopped. She thought that, anyway, the third princess didn't even want to look in her direction. So she agreed to the other princess's request, saying she could come to her even if only for a short time. The girl asked the young man to introduce her to the princess, and he asked her to follow him. At that moment, they did not realize that the eyes of the 8th Princess Rose Knight were following them. She was very interested in where her sister's personal knight was going. Well, the insidious plans of the 8th princess were put aside when Evenrose managed to greet Lady Luciard after a while. I don't know why she wanted to meet her. The girl bowed clumsily, greeting Her Highness the 7th princess. As if reading her thoughts, the girl smiled calmly because she wanted to reassure her. She decided to get straight to the point and said that there were rumors that the count was in big trouble due to the imperial project. With a sovereign smile on her lips, the girl said that maybe she could help with this. After her promising words, the brunette raised her previously lowered head, and her eyes lit up with hope. Evenrose is not going to help her, and from the beginning, she knew that the price of the Philosopher's Stone would skyrocket due to its scarcity. After a slight hesitation, she admitted that the third princess simply wanted the count's family to go bankrupt. Buy it cheaply and merge it with the Chanceley Trading Company, with which it has had close ties for a long time. She continued talking about how the reconstruction of the capital would soon begin, and she wanted Chansley to handle it. So much shocking information was revealed at once, and the brunette held her head. And she asked for a break to process the information. The lady recalled that the Chansley family was one of the richest in the empire, and they officially fund the third princess's foundation. Evan Rose confirmed her words, saying they want to buy similar companies to expand their influence. However, their funds are not infinite, so they wanted to use the innocent Viscountess's family. The brunette, who still couldn't believe what was happening, finally composed herself. And she said she thought she knew the reason. With a serious expression on her face, she decided to find out if the Chansley family was buying magic stones. She, understanding what she meant, replied that they could not sell them all immediately. That's why they had financial problems. If the purchase of magic stones becomes known, it will truly be difficult for them to get out. After her explanation, the young woman became angry. Outraged that the princess herself was behind all of this, and thought that thought was unbearable. To cope with the trembling of her hands, she gripped the fabric of her dress, holding back tears. Still unable to bear the emotional stress, she covered her face with her hands. Blaming herself for being so stupid and simply waiting for help from the third princess in such a situation. And now, due to her arrogance, the third princess will completely take care of her family. Even Rose sighed briefly, deciding to cheer up the girl, so she removed the hands covering the lady's face. And said it wasn't her fault. She shouldn't blame herself, because the main character was going to help the desperate Viscountess. After discussing all matters related to the idea of a seventh princess, the Viscountess declared her a benefactor of the family and shook her hand frantically. The girl said she would be waiting for the soap box, which Her Highness had told her about earlier. And the heroine was glad to hear it. Evan Rose noticed she couldn't rest peacefully this whole time, and so she would like to advise her to go home early. But to calm the third princess's vigilance, she asked her to stay longer at the reception. In response to this, the Viscountess laughed and said that she would certainly do as she said and show all her talent as an actress. The princess asked her to take care of herself, knowing very well that she could handle her task. And the girl left. Smiling with the confidence that everything would be even better now, the girl considered her next step. After all, if things continue this way, Chansley won't be able to bathe with their raking hands. Then Bridget won't weaken the fire safety measures in the public baths. And that terrible fire in the city can be avoided. A disaster in which more than 300 people died, so it could not be repeated. This case will be the first step against Bridget, and it can help not only the Viscountess's family, but also the commoners. The girl collapsed onto a conveniently located sofa in the room after the Viscountess left. The seventh princess opened her eyes, which had previously been lowered due to fatigue. Thinking where Michael had disappeared, since Anais had already left. She got up from her seat and shouted to her personal knight that it was over, and that he could return. Lifting the canopy, thinking that this was why she couldn't hear him, the girl started leaving the room. But as she started to do this, she noticed something extremely strange and suspicious. After all, the corridor was completely empty, and there wasn't even a hint that her personal knight was present here. Let's go back to the eighth princess, who on her own birthday was unhappy with the current situation. She was angry because everyone around her did nothing but talk about the gray-haired princess, which really hurt her pride. The girl thought everyone was crazy because today was her birthday, and if we remember now. Her sister was now in the pearl room with her knight, which was simply unthinkable for her estranged sister. And such strange behavior on her part terribly enraged the girl. But while thinking about how much she disliked the changes in her half-sister, she noticed something interesting. Namely, the familiar black hair and elegant attire of the seventh princess's personal knight. When the man turned his profile toward the girl, she could confirm her guess that it was Sir Agneto. But she did not recognize the girl he was taking somewhere, and this fueled the young princess's curiosity. She immediately thought that it was her sister who ordered him to take her to the pearl room, which was a shock to Rose Knight's fragile mind. Rosie couldn't believe that her good and know-it-all sister was staying with these two in the Pearl Room. Rose Knight, despite her daring and playful nature, blushed thinking about why Evan Rose became so bold. Biting her lips nervously, thinking again that she had to be the first to capture the knight. And pass the test. In the name of justice, she began to sneak up on her sister's personal knight to stop them. When they reached one of the rooms and stopped, the girl realized that it seemed her sister was inside. But to her surprise, her expectations were not met, and Sir Nino remained standing in the hallway guarding the entrance to the room. Thinking that this time she was wrong in her conclusions, the blonde was thinking what move to make next. Actually, the first thing on her mind was to prevent her sister from having fun. But now she has the opportunity to implement a much more interesting idea. She walked confidently towards Mikkeli's, no longer hiding her presence, and he quickly heard the sound of footsteps. And immediately recognized the newcomer as the 8th princess, who was the first to call Sir Agneto with a smile. She bowed to the girl, formally greeting Her Highness the 8th princess. At that moment, the blonde was thinking about how suspicious it was that Mikkeli's was here alone. When the girl started to approach Mikkeli's, the young man shook his entire body with disgust. From their first encounter, the homunculus felt a strange sensation that gave him extremely unpleasant emotions. Not paying attention to his reaction, the 8th princess, playfully looking towards the room where the brunette had recently disappeared, asked if her sister was inside. The newly created homunculus calmly replied that Her Highness, the 7th princess, wanted to relax alone. But the princess knew very well that she was not alone, although for a while she decided to drop this topic and achieve something else from the man. Innocently tilting her head as if curious, she asked why the princess's personal knight was not by her side as appropriate. She apologized for her insolence, but emphasized that, according to her logic, where was Sir Millard then? Her personal knight. Not at all embarrassed that her words were directed against herself, she laughed and explained that she had gone out for a minute to get some fresh air. Mikkeli's was well aware at that moment that the girl was blatantly lying to his face. But he didn't dare say it. Calmly turning a blind eye to this, he said that the princess's life was too important to walk alone. Therefore, he asked to make sure to keep Sir Millard close so that this would not happen again. Sir Mikkeli's noticed the young woman's gaze, but could not understand the reason and decided to wait for her next move. Finally discovering how to lure him into a trap, the princess asked the knight if he could accompany her. She extended her hand to the young man to take it and escort her outdoors instead of her personal knight. The oath of loyalty, sworn at the ceremony, would not allow ignoring the request of an imperial family member. He thought about pretending to ask permission from his mistress, but he didn't want to interrupt the conversation between the princess and the viscountess. Therefore, he took the hand she extended gloved and replied that he would fulfill Her Highness's wish. Ignoring the feeling of disgust that overwhelmed this woman, even if it was worse than at the ceremony, where he had to kneel before the emperor and suffer the pain of humiliation. Coldly looking at the hand that was now holding a woman's palm, he thought about how this could happen and what it was related to. The girl beside him noticed his hesitation and called him, to which he ignored her silent question and asked that he be allowed to accompany her. Some time had passed since that moment, and now her worried owner could not find a place to think where she had gone. While frantically turning his head back and forth, the heroine noticed a blonde approaching quickly. She immediately ran to him, and they exchanged brief greetings. Both looked worried. The girl immediately noticed something unusual and immediately asked the knight about it. Namely, why he was here completely alone, insinuating where his mistress was. And he replied that he had lost sight of the 8th princess and was now looking for her. And the main character immediately thought that the girl had taken Mikkeli's. Upon leaving the palace on the eve of May, the princess shared her concerns with Sir Miller. After all, it seems that Rosie and Sir Nino are together now, since the 8th princess managed to be alone with him, avoiding the supervision of her personal knight. At the same time, the young people in question were hurriedly leaving for the street, and the girl was indignant that her escort was walking too fast. The man apologized, but did not slow down, and the girl told him that he was not very talkative. And he coldly replied that he offered his sincerest apologies if this caused her discomfort. And the girl could not contain her anger. She stopped and abruptly pulled her hand out from under him as the man expressed the hope that this was the end of their walk. As soon as she thought of it, the princess quickly turned in his direction and said that she wanted to do something. She expressed her desire to see Sir Michaelis without the black bandage covering his face. The young man's heart beat fast in his chest from winding fear as his walking companion smiled innocently at the stunned homunculus. She reached out her hand to his face, accepting his silence as consent as expected from a spoiled lady. And the man realized with horror that he could not even move, as if he were chained again. The girl always got what she wanted, and now she wanted to lay her hands on someone else's personal knight to do some mischief. And her question about whether he would allow her to remove the bandage was extremely ridiculous in his eyes, since both of them knew very well the rules that homunculi have followed for centuries. Because when the owner is not around, the homunculus has no right to refuse an imperial family member. And the girl knew this very well. When she had already touched his face, the man could only think about not letting her touch him. And in the moment of prayer, he heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes. After all, it was his mistress who separated the young man from the culprit of his panic. She loudly declared that she would not allow her little sister to touch her personal knight. Evan Rose sternly looked at the 8th princess of this empire, while the blonde who had been with her all this time was next to Rosenet. The 7th princess, who had protected her knight with a protective gesture until now, began to strictly interrogate her sister. She demanded an explanation for why she took someone else's knight with her. And Rosenet thought for a moment. And then, as if remembering something, she replied that Sir Agnito himself offered to accompany her when he saw her alone. The girl began to smile at her half-sister as if nothing had happened, as if nothing serious had happened. Evan Rose, looking at her innocent face, frowned, knowing very well that the other party's words were a lie. She calmly announced that she met Sir Miller when she was looking for Rose Knight, so she asked him why he hadn't waited for her. Rose Knight was not embarrassed at all, and touching her cheek, she said that they simply missed each other. And nothing happened. Looking at her, the main character analyzed what step to take next, but decided to postpone it for now. Looking coldly at her sister, she announced that since her knight was now with her, she should continue the walk with him. Rosen didn't argue with her, and continued to look at Evenrose with eyes full of hidden malice. At that moment, her personal knight distracted her, who bowed and called out to her highness. Still bowed, he waited for permission to accompany his mistress for a walk in the garden. But at that moment, the 8th princess was not in the mood because her plan didn't work out. And not everything went according to plan. She turned her head without offering him her hand, saying that she had already cooled off enough, and that it was time to return. After all, everyone was probably waiting for her. I'll accept it tonight. But the protagonist no longer heard her words praising herself. She was busy examining her knight, thinking that even though Michael was her knight, the girl begged fate that the events of her past life would never be repeated. And her sister never got the black-haired homunculus she fell in love with at that time. At the same time, the young people in front of them returned to the palace after what the 8th princess said. And if she walked away offended, without even saying goodbye, the long-haired knight beside her briefly bowed before heading after his mistress. The girl carefully watched the young people, thinking about how to avoid similar situations in the future. At that moment, the young man next to the girl turned to her and told her that she had arrived just in time. When she asked what happened while she was away, the man replied that the 8th princess wanted to remove his bandage. The girl was horrified by this, because removing the knight's bandage meant a direct invitation to spend the night together. Gritting her teeth in anger overwhelming her, the heroine doubted that Rosenet wanted to remove the blindfold just to see her knight's eyes. She approached the young man and, feeling guilty, apologized for leaving him alone with her sister. The man did not feel that this was even a little bit his fault and said that the princess should not apologize for this. He turned around and offered to accompany her back to the palace, so she could continue celebrating the 8th princess's birthday. A week later, the girl was walking with her personal knight, quite satisfied with herself since lately she had been receiving many invitations. Michael noticed something similar, and the girl confirmed his assumption and said that it seemed the public was interested in her, and that she had to read all the invitations from the imperial nobility. She decided to boast to him that everything was fine with those she met at the reception. And soon they would send a letter, and perhaps in a month they could open the baths, and her maid already had news on how to make soap using alchemy. It was a wonderful feeling for her, since there should be no problems, and all her plans would come true without a hitch. The man rejoiced for her and chuckled, saying he was sure everything would turn out well. And he asked where they were going now, if it was also part of the plan to become the crown princess. And the girl briefly nodded, saying they were going for one of the most important conditions to become one. And they approached Lord Redmond, who cheerfully greeted Her Highness and told her he was completely at her disposal. The main character also greeted Alvin Redmond, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. His personal knight and the lord also greeted each other, which was very awkward for both parties. To leave the awkwardness behind, the lord cleared his throat and said that he heard the girl was interested in the social activities of the imperial family. The heroine nodded at these words, thinking that she needed social activities to become crown princess. After all, public activity is social assistance from the imperial family, starting with donations and patronage, and ending with financing complex projects to implement social ideas. With high scores in such activity, she can receive permission from the emperor to participate in political meetings. Until now, the girl had no interest in this career, so she has few points compared to Bridget. To access it, she needed these points, so she turned to the young man in front of her. The man handed her several documents for her review, and the girl began to skim through them. On one page, her hand froze when she saw interesting information about the analysis of the real condition of the place, where the magic stone was extracted. Michael Agneto, who had closely followed her actions until then, noticed her interest in one of the documents. At that moment, the lord, if she called, offered her help and said that perhaps activities for her were now on the front pages. He pointed out exactly where she should look and suggested options. For example, finding and financing artists, because if the artist becomes famous, the credit will be attributed to Her Highness. The problem is that by the time this happens, a lot of time will have passed. The girl said it would hardly be suitable as a main task. So she asked him to advise her on the most important thing she can do. When they had already returned to the palace, Michael asked her if she was trying to accumulate successful projects to gain access to the magic stone mines. The main characters smile, satisfied with his insight, and ask if he managed to realize this. In response, he asked his own question and said, didn't she bring him with her to show her intentions? Without changing the expression on the heroine's face, she said that he understood her plan. And she called him with her precisely for that. She planned to visit the homunculi in the mines in the first half of the year, and not just to visit them, but to quickly improve their living conditions. Her confident smile, full of unspoken promises, was truly beautiful to the imprinted homunculus. In a low voice so she wouldn't hear him, he murmured that it turned out she was really serious. And she was ready to fulfill the promise she had made him during the imprinting. But the special moment was ruined by the fact that someone called the girl. Calling Her Highness, it was one of the 7th princess's new maids who ran towards her hastily, as if something bad had happened. She waited to deliver bad news, and when the princess asked what happened, she replied that they were in real trouble. Well, the news wasn't as shocking as it might seem. Only the maid said that His Majesty the Emperor would be in the Emerald Chambers any moment. And everyone was standing. But he wasn't alone either, but rather with a group of the main character's dissatisfied half-sisters. Everything was exactly as her father told her at the reception, when he mentioned that he would definitely visit her. And of course, he would be with his sisters. She thought that since they were here anyway, at least she would know who Bridget's knight was now. The 3rd princess changes homunculi so often that it is confusing. Raising her head, the girl looked at who was standing behind her sister, and it was a tall brunette in a knight's uniform. He had beautiful features and was named Elijah Helston. The heroes do not remember him from my previous life, because he occupied his place next to Bridget for an unusually long time. There were rumors that my sister was simply happy with her nights with him. That's the secret. She blushed, imagining this image in her head, thinking about why she did it in the first place. Having mastered all her feelings, the girl carefully looked up again so as not to be noticed. The main protagonist was sitting alone on the sofa, and in front of her were her 3 half-sisters. Not to mention the fact that the emperor was sitting on a separate chair in front of them. The girl managed to calm her emotion and decided to carefully examine the 3rd princess's personal knight again, to understand what else was outstanding since he had been a knight for so long. But as soon as she looked at him, the man noticed her gaze and smiled charmingly at the young woman. The young homunculus caught Evan Rose by surprise with his action, and she burst out again. As she was caught looking at him, the girl quickly turned away from him embarrassed, while hiding her face. Her personal knight, Michael, noticed her strange actions and decided to find out the reason for them. He immediately identified the culprit in the form of another princess's knight, who was now smiling smugly, confident in his charm. Michael, of course, disliked the expression on his face and the fact that he could be said to be flirting with his mistress. And he called him a puppy in his head. Agnito radiated murderous intentions due to the other knight's behavior, when the other side did not notice his threat. At that moment, Bridget admired the room and said that the emerald arches were indeed as amazing as the rumors claimed. Evan Rose couldn't help but agree with her, and said she was immensely grateful to her father for these extraordinarily beautiful rooms. The emperor laughed pleasantly, feeling very pleased that his daughter liked them. He concluded that giving them to her in honor of the imprinting was the right decision. Naturally, the sisters felt offended by his words and felt deprived of so much attention toward their sister. In fact, besides Bridget, there wasn't a single person who had personal rooms among the imperial children. Unable to contain their disappointment, the girls began to complain that their father had gifted Eve emerald chambers, since they should have been happy that she had chosen a personal one. Although one might think that the sister did something outstanding in alchemy or something else. If they had known they could make her so happy, they would have influenced for another year to choose a knight. They did not notice that after his words the man's face frowned, but this was done by the ever-attentive 3rd princess. She picked up her teacup and made noise to attract the attention of the girls who were complaining about their lives, telling them that enough was enough. Although she didn't raise her voice, the sisters felt a shiver run through their bodies, and quickly nodded, realizing they had gone too far. When they answered in unison that they were wrong, Bridget turned her attention to her father, and said that the conversation about skills gave her an idea. After all, he was interested in rebuilding Hadelamid and working on projects. And the man was surprised that this also reached his ears, and it seems that the people of the Imperial Council do not know how to keep their mouths shut. The blonde immediately started denying his words, justifying herself by saying that not long ago her interest was aimed precisely at that area. And he pretended to believe her. Smiling, the princess said that if her ability was sufficient, she would like to participate in everything related to Hadelamid. Looking at this number, the boiled image of the main character understood the reason why the 3rd princess came here. She wanted to show her political side to her father and get all the profitable projects for her fund manager, Earl Chansley. Looking at this scene, the main character thought that her sister seemed to want to come to her for this purpose. And the 3rd princess wanted to see the displeasure of Evan Rose's father, for example. Mentioning homunculi, just like in her previous life, she wanted to set a trap for her. She calmly sipped her tea, thinking that this time she wouldn't get away with it so easily, and she wouldn't fall for provocations. At that moment, the emperor continued speaking of his 3rd daughter, reasoning that it seemed Brit was interested in learning about the project. And she made it clear that this was the case. The man began to say that he was thinking of moving the slums of the east of District 14 to the developed territories of the south of District 27. In fact, Bridget really liked the idea, and the girl started praising her father, saying that his idea was truly brilliant. Evan Rose knew from her past life that this policy was a failure, but her sister did not know it. And she continued her father's thought by talking about the 14th district. After all, the 14th district has long served as protection against the monsters of the Elegrion forest. And now the evil in the east has disappeared, but in the south it has suddenly become more frequent. So this time, it is also worth taming the poor there, and District 27 will be an obstacle in her way. Meanwhile, the value of District 14 was due to its position right on the trade route. And that's why the girl admired her father's plan. The sisters beside her were surprised how she knew this, and her father praised how insightful she was, and immediately understood everything, which made him proud of her. Bridget immediately looked at her seventh sister and remained there in silence, and did not interfere in their conversation. She laughed thoughtfully at such a reaction, thinking that her next sentence would immediately cut off her disinterested expression. The girl continued talking about these districts, suggesting that at the same time the poor could cultivate undeveloped land. Immediately after these words, as expected, her sister flinched, and the cup in her hand froze. Evan Rose thought that even if the poor do not pay taxes, it is not enough that their lands are taken away. After all, the people of the empire will not only use the poor as a shield, but will also force them to work. The girl understood that she couldn't say something like that, and needed to restrain herself if she intervened now. She would only turn her father against her. At that moment, the third princess was carefully observing her reaction, thinking that this time her sister definitely wouldn't be able to hold back for long. She continued telling her father, with a smile, that the poor in the slums were also subjects of the empire. The main character immediately became cautious, thinking what else her cold-blooded sister had come up with. And she soon said that since the poor do not pay taxes, they must find a way to turn them into a benefit for the empire. She asked permission to listen to her thoughts. And when he gave his consent, she said that now the poor need housing and work. Housing can be provided to the territory being developed at a low interest rate, and by registering at the Imperial Employment Center, people will be able to get a job. Smiling, the girl said that in this way, they could reimburse all the expenses that the Imperial Treasury had to spend. The Emperor, looking at her thoughtfully, asked Bridget about her idea of providing housing to register the employment center and giving jobs to the poor. The girl continued talking about her ideas about the labor center, because in this case, the poor would fulfill their duty to the empire. The man could only react to her words, and then said that it was a very good way, which enraged the main character. Jack perfectly understood that after registration, it would be impossible to evade taxes. For people in a mortal place, they will not only serve as a shield, but also to collect taxes. And the girl did not agree with this solution to the problem. She did not hesitate to express her position, which made everyone turn their heads towards her. She was not afraid of his predatory gaze, where one anticipated victory and the other warned not to say too much. The girl continued saying that in this case, the slum residents would refuse to move. Later, she immediately fell silent. She finished her thought and began to look down in silent tension. A deathly silence fell among all the witnesses of her small rebellion, and no one dared to interrupt it. Until she did the third one, the princess was trying to get her sister to start arguing with her. With a slight smile, she asked her half-sister to continue her thought. At first the girl just looked at her, but unashamedly turned her head to her father, telling him that he was surely safe in the east now, and that if they moved south, they would once again assume the role of human shield. She asked if Leo really thought people would just accept it because, of course, work and housing are important, but not more valuable than their own lives, and this sentence made the emperor think about this topic for some time. It is clear that the situation was on her side. The girl continued saying that, moreover, if the army forcibly resettles people, she could imagine this situation with her own eyes when the imperial knights would break into the poor. And by chaining them by force, we can say that they are 100% sent to death. This matter is irreversible and will negatively affect her father's reputation. which the girl immediately informed him about. After this sentence, silence fell again, and the emperor again did not react to her words, still looking down thoughtfully. Negatively. The girl was very nervous, so she was thinking what kind of look the emperor would give her now. Like in a past life. And after that he will stop communicating with her, since she will always be in Her Majesty's disgrace. She couldn't let it happen again, and just as she was thinking about it, someone called her. It was the third princess, who asked what her sister was offering her at that moment. The girl condescendingly asked if she really meant that it was better to completely abandon the development of these lands. After her words, the blonde remained silent for a while, and the third princess thought that she had put her in her place this way. Well, at that moment, when she had already relaxed and started drinking her tea again, Evan Rose said that the plan should not have been abandoned. The heroine began to talk about how she had a plan to ensure benefits for everyone. She explained that the most important thing now is to preserve life, and there are ways to ensure a safe life. Even without the construction of military facilities. And even without sending an army there, you can build something else on the border. Namely, houses for imperial knights, and this phrase alone attracted the attention of everyone in the room. And it was not only the homunculi, but also the third princess and the emperor who began to look at her in shock. Ignore her reaction. The heroine continued saying that even if she were on duty, there would be a tenth of the knights there. She was sure they couldn't defend themselves, and this method was truly amazing. The emperor listened to her in silence about this and murmured that this method, if you think about it, was not bad. After his reaction, the protagonist sighed with relief, happy that her idea turned out to be good. The man continued saying that Betty's plan was to build houses for the poor anyway. And if the homunculus dies, then his house will become the property of the empire again, and this was an excellent idea. The emperor was not too lazy to praise his daughter, and the girl said that it flattered her. Of course, a third of the princess did not like this reaction from her father. And she decided to talk to her sister again, saying that it was very unexpected. When she got her attention, the girl asked her if she wanted to build a shelter for the knights who served the emperor himself in such a place. She again tried to criticize her for her awkward proposal, which made the main character only sigh bitterly. Evan Rose smiled happily at her sister and told her that the empire was much more important than the honor of the homunculi. This made the emperor, who remained silent during the dispute, nod several times. Satisfied with her initiative, Bridget had nothing to say to these words and accepted her defeat by replying that her sister had indeed become a true princess. It was good that she fell for the words of honor, and that's why the heroine simply thanked her sister. However, in fact for her, human rights were more important than the benefits of the empire. Because everyone needs food, clothing, and shelter above their heads. Therefore, in this way the homunculi will receive basic rights, but her father had no idea about this. And he asked her if she had any other ideas. He would like to hear more suggestions from her for the project, without paying attention to his eldest daughter. Which burned the main character with an envious look, to which the seventh princess looked at her father with a smile. She completely captured the emperor's attention, which made her sisters very unhappy. To whom, upon leaving, the girl wished safe journeys. The girl finally stayed alone, and with a joyful heart collapsed onto the sofa. While the maid was cleaning the tea set, her personal knight spoke to her. And he asked about her ideas. He immediately guessed that the girl wanted to grant basic rights to the homunculi. And this did not surprise the girl, as she knew his intelligence. The golden-haired heroine asked the young man how the other knights reacted to this information. After thinking about it for a moment, recalling the expressions on the faces of the other knights, the man pointed out their features to her. The facial expression of one did not change throughout the dialogue, and two others looked depressed due to this information. But what attracted her the most was the reaction of the last knight, who smiled when she announced her idea to him. The princess, of course, felt embarrassed by this fact, as it was at least strange to smile about something like this. She immediately asked who he was, and the man replied that the homunculus who smiled in this situation was the third princess's personal knight. Now the girl understood why his reaction seemed strange to her, since Sir Halstein immediately struck her as quite unusual homunculus. As soon as she said this, someone knocked on the door and she told him that Sir Halstein had returned. When Her Highness asked why he did this, the maid replied that he said he needed to find the ribbon that the third princess had dropped. She already replied that he was not here, but he wanted to check personally, so the girl said to let him in. It will be better to simply accept it than to argue and waste nerves on it. As soon as she let him in, he smiled cheerfully and greeted Her Highness again. The seventh princess. The girl did not respond to his kindness and told him to quickly make sure the ribbon was not there. And leave. He asked to be treated with understanding because he only wanted there to be no doubts. After examining the entire sofa, he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. And he begged Her Highness's forgiveness, kneeling in front of her. He held out his hand and asked her to accept his most sincere apologies for his rudeness. With this action, he surprised not only the heroine, but also her personal knight. But due to etiquette, she had to obey. The man immediately took this opportunity and took her hand to kiss it. But the moment he touched her palm with his lips, he deliberately kissed it loudly. The girl could only look at him with her mouth open. I don't understand what just happened here. Michael was also perplexed, and his face turned pale with disgust, but the young man who provoked this reaction paid them no mind. He smiled cheerfully as if he hadn't done anything wrong or shameful, but the girl didn't believe him. And with a flushed face, she sharply pulled out the hand the knight was holding. She shouted indignantly at him, but he remained just as satisfied with himself and with a smile apologized for his behavior. He justified himself by saying he was too excited by the honor of kissing her hand. And that's why he allowed himself too much. Keeping her palm away from him, feeling uncomfortable, the princess asked him to quickly leave here. Which he did. Well, as he was already heading towards the exit, his steps froze near him. And turning towards them, he chuckled. At that moment, the young people watched him closely and noticed his reaction. The dark-haired young man clenched his teeth, thinking about twisting his wrist. I still wiped the palm that touched the damned girl, and replied that it wasn't worth touching the third princess's personal knight. At that moment, her knight noticed that it didn't seem like the brunette was doing this under orders. The heroine, truly, at first thought they were trying to offend her this way. But this meant that he was planning something else. Elijah Halstein knew the experience Betty had in relationships with men. And he probably had to make a great effort to attract her attention. The reasons why he wanted to attract her attention were obvious and simple for such an ambitious homunculus. After all, my sister was currently the most promising candidate for the throne. And such an intrusive guy flirted with the protagonist, and it was unpleasant because if she made a mistake, the situation could become very problematic. Noticing her spring gaze, Michael sighed and said that the princess who held out her hand to him that time. And the very knight who asked for her hand laughed, and that's all. He had heard that in the palace knights were used as trophies, and it was true that members of the imperial family only saw homunculi as objects. But the girl told the young man not to worry, assuring him that she had no intention of challenging anyone. The man laughed softly and said he thought she simply had to participate in this. But she decided to become queen, the most powerful chess piece. His words made the girl think, because perhaps she would still have to get involved in something like this. Since he was her personal knight. She spoke extremely seriously and didn't even notice that when the man said these words. His face seemed carefree. He just wanted to tease her and said it as a joke to lighten the mood. But she decided to turn a blind eye to this and answer that he should prepare mentally for her plans. The girl seriously said that she did not plan to use him as a bet. And when he asked her if she would use him if a fight was inevitable, the girl abruptly turned her head towards him. Her face was extremely serious and full of promise when she replied that she would definitely win if she had to act this way. The man was shocked by her words, and the girl continued smiling that she couldn't lose him. She promised herself a long time ago that she would never give him to anyone, and she was not ashamed to admit it. The man did not react in any way to her words, as if they didn't hurt him in any way. Although in reality, if you look closely, a sea of emotions splashed in his eyes. He could only admit to himself that the girl really captured him and charmed him. Time passed since that moment, and now the young people found themselves outside the palace. They had just finished doing charity work at a shelter and were returning. Now the girl understood why Lord Redmond said to wear comfortable clothes, since things are not done easily. By the way, the protagonist did not expect her knight to get along so well with the children. And when she asked him if he liked them, he replied that, as the orphanage director said, they were like angels, and thanks to her help everything seemed very easy. Thanking the young man for helping her, the girl froze at some point and said that it was a pity to return. And she invited him to see the city, since the young people were now in the middle of the festival. A festive atmosphere reigned everywhere which was not disturbed by anything, and this made the young man blush, who had never been to such places before. But he did not show himself impressed by the reigning fun and hiding his face. He replied as if he did it only because the princess wished it so. The girl in no way believed his justification, but pretended that everything was as he said. The heroine wanted to ask the young man a question, and he made it clear that he was ready to listen to Her Highness if something bothered her. Evan Rose asked Michael if he would continue calling her princess outside the palace. The man did not expect such a question, and at first he was stunned, but then he carefully asked her what he should call her then. Then the girl who was waiting for this question replied that he could call her Eve briefly. Such informal speech to Her Highness made this impossible for the newly appointed knight. But the girl looked at him with bright eyes, begging him to call her that. At first, it seemed that the man would start refusing her request, but it turned out that he was simply embarrassed. And he quietly, so that only she could hear him, called her Eve, and a different situation appeared before the girl. She remembered the moments from her past life, when the same young man called her the same thing. That moment was not the most pleasant in her past life, since Michael kept her as if in a cage. While she was remembering, Michael's voice called her, and she told him to call her that. Thinking how strange it was that at that moment he reminded her of that Michael. But she decided to dismiss this thought and continue having fun with her personal knight. Together they enjoyed all the possibilities of the festival, contemplating the local flowers and trying different delicacies. At some point, their attention was drawn by someone shouting, demanding attention, who announced that a performance would soon take place at the Pegasus Theater, which their best theater singer prepared a solo performance for them. He asked for support, and the main character was interested in the words about the best singer. So she wanted to go see the performance. It was at that moment that the princess heard someone's loud shouts and curses, and it seemed very strange to her. She looked towards the shouts and could hear a woman's voice saying she didn't want something, and demanding that he take his hands off her. And as soon as she uttered these words, she heard the noise of footsteps, and the girl continued swearing, saying that she wouldn't do what they told her. The brunette didn't realize at all where she was running. She clearly feared the one she was arguing with, although she didn't show it. And when she turned her head, it was too late, and she was about to collide with the main character. But before this happened, the knight and the princess personally protected her, and they didn't let her fall along with the girl. Ignoring the fallen and possibly injured girl, the man immediately turned to his mistress and asked her if she was okay. At least for that moment, the girl answered automatically, paying attention to the fallen woman who seemed familiar. At that moment, while she was thinking about this, a man from the alley began to shout at the brunette, telling her that she shouldn't even dare to regret it, since she herself refused that opportunity, making the girl, as he called her Ramona, flint as if he hit the mark. The princess noticed that he called her Ramona, and only then did the heroine realize that the girl in front of her was the best singer in the empire. She began to look at her with admiration, as she had recordings of her songs, although she is not a big fan of music. When she felt bad, she calmed down by listening to her voice. That's why, realizing that it seemed no one knew her yet, she turned to her. But when she did this, the brunette who was still lying on the floor flinched upon hearing the sound of music. Pay no attention to the main character, but she sharply turned in that direction. not believing what she saw. Since a girl was acting on stage, although it was her performance, what she said turned nowhere. She immediately penetrated, having lost all her passion when she argued with that young man from the alley. The girl muttered quietly at first, and then began to curse some idiot resembling a withered asparagus, who thought he was completely deaf once he took this lady instead of her, whose bear trampled all her ears, and the heroine realized what character he had. While she wanted the theater called Pegasus Evenrose to be ruined, she couldn't stand it, and turned to the girl who was crying again. She, smiling gently, asked her what happened, holding out a handkerchief for her to dry her face. At first, Ramona did not dare to take the handkerchief from a stranger and just stared at it, sobbing. But then, without a word, she quickly took it and started blowing her nose into it. The girl, timidly and in a low voice, thanked the heroine, introducing herself as Ramona Rund. The girl answered the previous question and said that today it was her turn to get on that stage. Well, the theater owner's son kicked her out because she refused to do his date. In a fit of emotion, she pressed against the princess, and Evan Rose felt uncomfortable. Michael reacted immediately and wanted to take the girl away from his mistress, saying how rude it was of him, and asking her if she knew who was in front of her. But the main character told him to stop, because it seems Ramona also had to overcome a lot before becoming a star known throughout the empire. Hesitantly, she touched the girl's hair and began to stroke it in a gesture of comfort. Just as her songs gave her comfort now, she could give it to her. Ramona felt uncomfortable after hugging the stranger and said she would wash the scarf and return it if only the heroine told her where she lived. When the heroine tried to say she shouldn't have done this, the brunette began to insist, saying that it wasn't their people's rules simply to accept someone's help. Evan Rose could not reveal herself or her identity to this girl at this moment. And even now, seeing the look of disgust on the singer's face, she understood that there was a bigger problem. She took Ramona by the shoulders and said she still seemed to need help. The girl turned her head and replied that she didn't need her pity, because this happens here all the time. And she was fine. But Evenrose asked what would happen if her words were not pity, but real help. The long-haired girl did not believe her words and shook her head negatively, and replied that the green-haired girl couldn't help her in any way. The princess was not offended at all by her words and smiled, and said that if she were in her place, she wouldn't be so sure of this. And her promise really didn't turn out to be empty, as after a while the brunette could be seen on stage. No one expected that the girl who was kicked out of the program out of spite by a young man would now sing and delight the audience. At that moment, Mikiles observed the look of enthusiasm on his mistress's face and asked her if she always helps the first person she meets. She replied that she did it for a reason, because sponsoring talented artists is one of the duties of august people. So she paid the theater director to send Miss Rund on stage. But her words didn't make much sense, because how could she know about Ramona's talent if she had never heard her? And the man immediately asked her about it. He caught her in a blatant lie, and then the girl flinched with guilt and began to justify herself by what her intuition told her, which is never wrong. While the young people were talking, the girl on stage finished the performance, and the people around her began to applaud. While Ramona bowed to her audience, she focused her attention on her new acquaintance, the green-haired girl who had comforted her earlier and apparently even helped her perform today. She already wanted to go home. But Ramona, realizing that the girl was about to leave now, didn't want to let her go so easily. Shouting through the crowd, the singer turned to this girl so that Evan Rose would notice that she had succeeded. She ran towards the young people and asked them to stop so she could tell them something. The main character was sincerely surprised that the other side hadn't forgotten about her, and even decided to catch up. At that moment, Ramona, not hiding the astonishment in her voice, asked if the other party was really helping her. Evan Rose, seeing the hope in her eyes, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. And at first, she didn't confess, as she approached her very unexpectedly. But having calmed down, the heroine calmly replied that she really influenced the brunette to allow them to go on stage. Ramona didn't understand how she managed to do this, but decided that at that moment it wasn't so important. She grabbed the green-haired girl's hand, causing her to blush, and persistently asked her to tell her name. Although it seemed like she was demanding an answer, in reality she felt emotional because the other party had saved her. And she didn't even know the name. Therefore, she with downcast eyes begged him to answer her, while Evan Rose was still in a stupor from the contact of their hands. After all, not even Sedella, her personal maid, had ever held her hand. And if she is completely honest, the hug the singer initiated before the performance was generally pleasant, although uncomfortable. Therefore, deciding to leave everything as it is and simply go with the flow, the young princess smiled and decided to answer the girl. She did not call herself the princess of this empire and only shortened her name and royal surname and called herself Eve Chloe. It was at that moment that Michael decided to intervene and remind Eve that it was time for them to return. The heroine decided to say goodbye. The heroine, without withdrawing her hands with a smile, said goodbye to Ramona and told her they would see each other again. At that moment, the singer, who had not yet achieved world fame, could only stare at the girl in shock. Upon reaching the place where the carriage was waiting for them, the main character couldn't help but admire Ramona's magnificent song once more. Evan rose. With a smile, she got into the carriage with Michael's help and asked the young man for his opinion. Without waiting for his answer, the girl laughed and said that in the future, the songs of the brunette would be even better. And it seems Ramona thought the same thing. Because at a difficult moment in her life, a stranger lent her a hand and gave her hope for a better future. The main characters remained silent for a while, each immersed in their own thoughts. The girl recalled how recently she made an agreement with the theater director, reminding him that he must strictly observe the confidentiality clause. If they find out that the imperial family is related to a commoner, nothing good will happen. And at least someday it will still be revealed. But for now, it was better to hide this information from the negative public. The man who looked at the thoughtful girl said that he thought only he was allowed to address the heroine informally. But now it seems another exception has appeared. And the heroine just realized that she was now addressing her like that, so she didn't even think about it. Michael noticed that this standard was similar to the communication of commoners. But even Rose didn't understand what he meant. And then the young man asked if the girl had just found a girlfriend. For the heroine, the word friend was unfamiliar, as she spent her entire childhood reading books and without making friends. Therefore, she could not be sure of the status her new acquaintance had for her. Although she was not against making friends. Most likely, she deliberately didn't reveal to Ramona who she was in order to have a friend. And not just an ally. The girl, blushing, admitted to herself that she might have done this so that she could communicate with her next time just as easily. And only when the girl felt better from such a confession did she direct her curiosity towards her personal night. She asked Sir Agnito with a smile if he had friends. But the young man did not answer immediately, and his face showed no perceptible reaction. The man started thinking as if he couldn't recall any person suitable for the role of his friend. And the girl immediately started getting nervous, thinking she had offended the young man, and touched a sore subject. When the young man returned from a walk with Her Highness, the sun had already set long ago. And the young man entered his room, which he shared with another knight. This knight turned out to be Sylvestian, which was quite logical, as both had recently become personal knights to the august ones. Looking at the resting silver-haired young man, Michael noticed that he had returned early today because he had caught up. He looked at the one who called him and saw the main character and greeted him weakly. Taking off his knight's uniform, the dark-haired man continued talking about how his roommate hadn't returned until midnight for a long time. At his words, the man laughed sarcastically, as if the words he replied before midnight were funny. Since this happened every other day, which meant he didn't spend the night here. Which Agnito quickly realized. If you looked closely at the man, you could notice redness on the skin, and it was clear who left these marks. Sylvestian confirmed his thoughts by saying that the white rose of the empire was no different from other august ones. When he asked Michael if the seventh princess demanded this, the other side got angry and said not to cross the line. The man flinched and admitted his mistake, saying he had made a mistake and that he had meant something wrong. Agnito addressed this with understanding, thinking that he must be very tired if he made such a mistake. And he decided to turn a blind eye to it. He closed the curtains a little and wished the knight good night, inviting him to practice swords during the day. And when the man gave a positive answer and followed his advice to rest, Michael also went to bed. The hero observed the peaceful expression on the other young man's face and thought about the princess's words before. When she asked him if he had friends, although at that moment he couldn't answer her since homunculi don't have such feelings. They taught him that homunculi have no attachments, and Michael believed it should be so. The next day, a conference was held attended by the most important people of the empire. One of them was the Marquis of Rimitiello, a member of the Supreme Council, and he praised the seventh princess, who was attending their meeting for the first time. He said that he now understood why the emperor invited the seventh princess of this empire today. Because she is wise for her age. The emperor responded favorably to his compliment and said he had been very proud of her lately. He asked if she had told the advisors that it was her daughter who proposed the border resettlement policy. The Marquis was startled because the emperor said that this was the princess's plan. But he thought it was Her Highness, the third princess, who proposed it. It turned out that not only the man thought the same, but everyone present was surprised that everything turned out differently. Even Rose sighed sadly, thinking about the insidious way Betty had turned everything to her advantage. However, this trick won't work now, and the emperor didn't know what exactly drove them to such an idea. And he repeated once more that the idea belonged to Eve's. Previously, even Rose only argued fiercely during tea parties with His Majesty. But now her words will be recorded and transmitted to the most important people in this empire. The fact that Betty tried to take credit for her idea will slip out of the mouths of scribes and council lawmakers. The meeting came to an end, and saying goodbye to everyone, the happy girl returned, having achieved her goal. Now Betty's reputation is under threat, and not only the main character knew this, but also the third princess, who was now angrily cutting rosebuds. She recalled how she and the empire's advisors started discussing a way to use sandworms to create fertile soil. Bridget was not happy with the topic of discussion and asked who dared to bring up this nonsense. The princess ordered that these people be told and speak for themselves, and not ask the Marquis to represent them. The Marquis remained silent, not responding to her harsh words, and the girl rejoiced, thinking that she had put him in his place. But everything went wrong, because a minute later the Marquis replied to her that this idea was proposed by the author of the transfer plan to the border. He publicly announced that the author of the idea was the seventh princess of the empire. And Bridget didn't help in understanding how this became known. The aristocrats sitting nearby immediately began to discuss this news, because they thought this was the plan of Her Highness, the third princess, and almost fell for this lie. This was a thorn in her reputation, although she thought Evenrose would remain silent. But she decided to get involved in politics. The princess's personal knight, who was nearby, realized that she needed to be calmer. The scent was so strong it was impossible to breathe, and all because Bridget was not herself. She wondered aloud how her sister dared to disgrace her in that way. Someone who should know her place. In her opinion, the seventh princess should have sat in a corner and pretended to be smart. The princess swore to herself that she would take revenge, and the main character would regret getting involved in politics. Time passed, and now Agnito entered his mistress's room and greeted Her Highness the princess. The heroine also wished the young man good morning. The girl explained why she called him. She explained that there was still time before departure, and the heroine invited them all to chat over a cup of tea. The man flinched when he looked at the protagonist and congratulated her, saying she was especially beautiful today. Evan Rose had heard that knights were proud to serve someone truly beautiful, so she made an effort to instill in him a sense of devotion. The knight replied with all seriousness that it took effect, and they started drinking tea laughing. The tea was personally prepared by Her Highness from herbs she grew in her balcony garden. Everyone who served her incessantly praised her skill, saying it couldn't be otherwise, because it was the tea picked by Her Highness. The girls smiled, gently thanking for the compliment, feeling very comfortable in their company. At that moment, Michael asked the heroine if there was any important ball or banquet today, although he didn't know her plans. But his maid answered him by saying that a regular princess tea party would be held today, where the most influential women of the empire would gather. Therefore, you must prepare for it no less than for the ball, because it was an event where adult princesses gathered to discuss political issues. That's what they say, but in reality it's just a cover and wasn't the reason why only princesses gather. In fact, a variety of secret topics are discussed, and the main one is the evaluation of personal knights. Therefore, an unspoken rule arose not to bring your personal knights to a tea party. Sometimes it went too far. Sometimes they even exchanged intimate details, and just imagining it, the princess got a headache, as she had already seen how she would fly to appear in front of her sisters and Ross Knight. He couldn't be a personal knight for a tea party. Apparently, Hugh forgot to give Michael today's schedule, and for this Sadella apologized. And it became clear that the hero didn't understand why he couldn't be with her. The girl understood that she needed to change the subject and decided to tell the man that his work for today was over. And as soon as BBT, he is free to do what he wants. And the man accepted it calmly. He announced that he would be at the Colosso arena so the girl could call him anytime. And although he always says this, today it sounded serious. And by the way, the third princess was also suspiciously quiet, and she was absolutely sure that she was furious about what happened with the relocation plan. If she were in her place, she would certainly take revenge on the offender, so the heroine asked her servant if he had forgotten her previous order. The young man is sure that he remembers it, that he must immediately inform the seventh princess if anything happens to Sir Agneto. The heroine confirmed that this is exactly what she reminded him of, and asked him to be especially careful. Today the young man left to fulfill his order. The protagonist had a bad feeling that something was going to happen, but decided to put it aside and go to a tea party. As she approached the other princesses, Michael watched the other homunculi in the arena. The man analyzed the training of other knights, finding many deficiencies in their technique. One-on-one fights caused no trouble for anyone, but there was another incident that caused inconvenience. After all, these homunculi did not notice their surroundings while training, concentrating completely on one opponent. He sighed deeply. I think at this rate, they will make no progress at all in sword handling level. At that moment, his roommate, the heroes, noticed him and decided to talk to him, noticing that he had been discharged early again today. They greeted each other, and Sylvestre asked the young man what he was thinking about so seriously, since he hadn't trained. After a moment of reflection, Michael decided to talk about his thoughts while watching other homunculi. The man said that homunculi are not capable of performing a joint attack from different sides. And this was a completely expected comment. After all, knights usually train one-on-one, and he asked his near friend if he knew that the production of magic stone had decreased. To which he answered affirmatively. Michael explained that the magic stone is extracted from the crystals that the earth around the defeated body of the dragon demon turns into. So they will soon have to go in search of the dragon. Now Sylvestre understood the idea that an army would be formed from homunculi, and that they would also take from the imperial guard. So, if everyone fights alone like now, they will die, and now it was clear why there were so many homunculi. Homunculi recreated during the dragon hunt. Michael noticed the other knight's gaze and asked what was wrong. He decided not to hide his thoughts. I replied that I was surprised that Michael seemed worried about the other homunculi. And this was a correct observation, because even the main character noticed that he should worry about other homunculi. Sylvestre decided to close this topic and continue training, and said he would see him later. As soon as they said goodbye, Michael noticed how two knights were approaching him. They immediately made it clear that they knew who he was and had very serious faces. The young man immediately suspected something was wrong and with a cold face asked if something had happened. Still keeping a cold mask on their faces, the men said that someone was looking for him, and that he needed to follow them. The main character did not want to immediately comply with their will and persistently asked who exactly had sent for him. Then his gaze became more penetrating when one of the knights replied that the imperial family was looking for him. He immediately warned that he could not say anything more as it was forbidden, and reminded him once more to follow him. Michael immediately understood from his gaze that the matter was dirty, and his whole body tensed up. Well, he had no choice but to follow them, and he took the initiative to walk ahead of them. He understood that the august ones did this well during the tea party of the princesses, only to catch the young man alone. But he didn't know exactly what it was for, looking at the huge unexpected gain. The gaze of an observing golem would not reach that place, and it was also suspiciously silent, since a barrier was probably set up. The young man often heard rumors about the imperial family, namely about some of its representatives. The fact that members of the imperial family tortured the personal knights of their relatives, trying to pressure the owners. Although, in his opinion, perhaps it is better to leave it like that than another outcome, since their goal was only him, and not the princess, who in this case would not be touched. At that moment, they finally reached the meeting place, and the homunculi stopped. Michael decided to see who exactly wanted to harm his princess through him. It was the 6th Princess Stephania Hadelamid and the 6th Prince of the Empire, Derek Hadelamid. The princess was not happy that Betty constantly forced her to do this, and her brother began to calm her down, telling her that Bridget would soon become a princess, and that it would be good for her to start trusting them. They paid no attention to the dark-haired young man, who perfectly heard their conversation. He realized that this looked like revenge for the relocation plan proposed by the 7th princess. As the order to bring the knight was fulfilled, the blonde let the homunculi go and ordered Michael to approach. So they called him and used these 2 homunculi so that he had no choice but to greet Her Highness the 6th princess. He knelt before them as a sign of respect and introduced himself as Michaelis Agneto. Derek didn't bother to reply to his greeting and ordered him to freeze and not even think about getting up. He called Ritver Furman and Snordbind, his and his sister's personal knights, whom they took with them. The young man gave them orders to restrain the man, who was kneeling. Michaelis immediately sensed something was wrong when the young homunculi unconditionally began to carry out their orders. The dark-haired girl, before carrying out her master's will, whispered advice to Agneto to kneel on both knees. But he resisted and did not follow her advice, saying that only the emperor and his mistress could bring him to his knees, and only they have the right to treat him like a slave, and the girl respected his choice, and did not insist. Immediately after she made it clear that she understood his point of view, she and her companion put full pressure on Michaelis's shoulders. A small pool of blood immediately formed where his knee made contact with the stone surface. But although he felt pain, the protagonist did not show it. And the blonde, who watched him closely, was dissatisfied with this reaction. After much thought, she decided to act differently and lifted the main character's chin with a fan. When they made eye contact, the princess in a frightening voice asked him if he knew why he was there. The young man knew very well why he was here, as they had discussed it recently. But he pretended to have no idea. So the girl said that there were rumors all over the palace that Evan Rose was doing a poor job training her personal knight. In a deliberately feigned manner, the blonde continued saying she was very worried about her stupid sister. Therefore, she couldn't help in the name of all the sisters who were so worried about the well-being of the 7th princess. Michaelis pretended to truly believe her words and said that if he had made a mistake serving his mistress, he should tell her immediately, and he would correct himself right away. At first the girl was stunned, but then a sinister smile of anticipation appeared on her face. She began to talk about how the man became Eve's personal knight a month ago, and he never spent the night with her during that time. This meant he didn't train enough since he couldn't fulfill the only reason for a personal knight's existence. That is, the service. In her opinion, he apparently cannot satisfy his mistress, which is why she lets him go every night. But this was an obvious lie and a provocation, because the one he served was Evan Rose, who never used him for such a purpose. At that moment, the sixth princess's brother continued speaking for her, saying that since he couldn't fulfill his duty, he was not competent enough to be a personal knight. So the defective homunculus had no place in the imperial palace and had to be expelled. If a homunculus does not fulfill the duties assigned to him, then, by law, he must undergo a level reassessment. If he does not measure up to the role of a personal knight, then his status will have to be lowered. Which made the young men laugh. The brother told his sister, after looking at her, that it was time to give the main character a reason to leave the palace. Looking at him in response, the blonde agreed with him and said that the elders of the seventh princess would have to take care of this. And she even had time to thank them for this, so they ordered their knights to act again. They wanted to break a couple of his bones, so he couldn't pass the test. This was very dangerous, as the young man could not resist the august ones. At that moment, the blonde called her personal knight, Ritver Snorit, and told him they knew what to do. So the personal knights of the august ones immediately drew their swords, although it was clear on their faces that they did not want to harm their relative. Automatically, Michaelis also wanted to draw his sword, but at that very moment, his hand froze on the sword hilt. Because if he draws his sword in the absence of his master, they can declare him a threat to the prince's life. And the princess. And then their violence, which forced the young man to surrender and rise from his knees, would be justified. He appeared before the other knights without using weapons to defend himself, to endlessly entertain the august ones who watched him with a smile, anticipating the bloody spectacle. Snordbind, on the contrary, was calm and showed no emotion, unlike her master. And although she was ready to carry out the cruel order, the brunette next to her called Ritwer was not. Whereas Michael had no choice but to survive this battle and remain unharmed. While the young man faced a fierce battle, the seventh princess sat down to have tea with her sisters. They drank tea quietly in a peaceful atmosphere until the main character was called. It was the first princess, named Roxanne Hadelamid, who asked if it was true that for a whole month the heroine had not used the knightly services of her personal knight. The second princess, Caroline Hadelamid, was also surprised, not thinking this was possible, and that they shouldn't have gotten in the way, as she didn't know how to use the knight. Evan Rose, of course, assumed a similar outcome, but she didn't expect them to actually speak openly about bed matters. But in fact, the girl is not so surprised precisely, because all members of the imperial family use knights as legal slaves in bed. She was already thinking that as soon as she became crown princess, she would immediately abolish the institution of personal knights. At that moment, the fourth princess, Hadelamid, interrupted her line of thought by asking if her homunculus had any kind of defect in this regard. When the protagonist shook her head, the fifth princess, Hadelamid, didn't believe her. She asked with deliberate surprise if her sister had really conducted an inspection of her personal knight. The heroine lied, saying that she passed the review thinking that if she told the truth, they would make a scandal again. But her sister immediately realized her lie and said that if she liked him, she wouldn't send him home every night. Bridget completely agreed with her words and with a provocative smile. She asked the main character if she needed to train him personally for her. Evan Rose's eyes immediately turned cold, and she silently looked at the third princess of this empire. Seeing her reaction, Bridget chuckled and said that Eve shouldn't look at her like that, since she was just joking. But Evan Rose did not make it clear that she forgave her, nor did she believe her excuses, and addressed everyone present at once. With a smile, she thanked them for their participation, but said that she herself could take care of her knight, and that as long as Serenino did nothing that violated the knight's honor and oath, she wasn't going to talk about the problems in his training, especially with strangers. And that's why I asked you to treat this with understanding. After this comment, there was dead silence, and Bridget decided to change the subject. And the girls sitting next to her supported her, saying they needed to talk about something else. Then, looking cunningly in the direction of the heroine, Bridget suggested discussing how to increase the amount of magic stone extracted. The protagonist flinched, not understanding why her sister was starting this conversation again, especially since she knew that talking about it here was a waste of time. Since her father was absent here, she could notice her efforts, and at that moment the girl flinched. Turning towards the window, from where she heard a strange sound, the girl managed to recognize it because it was the sound of Hugh's horn. Hugh fulfilled his order and warned her about the danger associated with Michaelis, and the girl immediately understood what had happened. After all, her fears were confirmed, and they really decided to go after her personal knight in her absence. As she expected. But they did this not to a simple knight, but to the future homunculus king. And her good attitude might not be enough, and if this continues, not only the imperial family, but the entire empire will be under threat. The girl couldn't allow this, so she thought about how exactly to reach her personal knight. She perfectly saw how the sisters were trying to buy time by any means. The girl perfectly understood that all these stories were the work of the third princess. The heroine was thinking about how to escape this tea party, and the simplest way occurred to her. An obvious. Evan Rose decided not to look for an excuse, but simply to put them to sleep for her delight, noticing that the other princesses had nothing to do with it. So all she had to do was deal with the other princesses who were trying to leave her at this tea party. She needed to deal with the leader and her accomplices, which was not difficult. Covering herself with a cup of tea, the girl began to direct her magical power towards her stepsisters. At that moment, Bridget started talking about how to use the lives of thousands of homunculi to achieve success in stone extraction. Well, at that moment, she started to feel unwell, and her thoughts began to get confused. So she didn't remember where she had stopped. But it was not for nothing that she was the first heir to the throne, as she immediately began to suspect something was wrong, and instantly found the culprit of her imbalance when she bumped into the seventh princess. She looked at her lips and noticed how she was silently moving her mouth as if saying some kind of spell. The third princess immediately understood what was happening and jumped up indignantly, trying to stop her from doing what she had started. Well, looking at her calmly in response only with her lips, Evan Rose said that it was too late to do anything, since the magic ended and Bridget fell onto the table like a rag doll. The sisters sitting nearby immediately became concerned and began calling the princess. But they suffered the same fate. They also fell asleep instantly right after her, and the first and second princess sitting opposite didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, Even Rose replied with a smile that it seemed her sisters had fallen asleep because the topic was too boring. Therefore, she suggested ending their tea party, and the princesses, after looking at each other, agreed with her. The seventh princess, with a smile, asked if they would mind her leaving first since she had an urgent matter. Not suspecting anything was wrong, the girls let her go, and the heroine immediately ran to the balcony. Rosen, who had been sitting quietly in her place before, couldn't contain her confusion, and told her sister that the door was on the other side. But Even Rose no longer heard her sisters, as she jumped off the side of the balcony. As she jumped, she heard the frightened scream of the eighth princess behind her. Although she paid no attention to it, as she landed gracefully on the ground, as she was in a hurry to use the door. She could only hope that Michaelis could hold out until she arrived, and that nothing would happen to him. While the girl was in a hurry and heading towards the young man to help him, he was surrounded by two knights. It was clear that although the hero was standing, he had been brutally beat. As the knights approached him, the man thought that if he ended up injured and didn't recover, he would be demoted and reclassified as a lowest rank homunculus. He cursed, thinking that if he hadn't been in that position and had been able to use his sword, everything would have been fine. Staggering a little, Agnito mentally said that he would give anything for the princess to be here right now. At that moment, the knight said, although he hated to say it, he thought it would be better if Michael gave up his left hand. The man frowned, thinking he only had two options to choose from at this moment. The first is to let them cut off a limb and live a miserable life working in a rock mine. And the second option is to resist this and save himself, after which he will be accused of trying to harm members of the imperial family and brutally executed. Both options were terrible, but if he chose the second, at least he wouldn't regret it. Due to the ritual of loyalty, he would not be able to harm the imperial family, which was not a problem for him as such. After all, he would still be able to capture their personal knights if he drew his sword. But the problem was that if he caused trouble, then not him, but the princess would be responsible for everything. And this would give his enemies the opportunity to attack because he made such a mistake. Therefore, he had no choice but to put his sword on the ground and let them cut off his hand. He thought that at least once in his life, he should act like a true knight and take responsibility. For some reason, Ritter remained in place and just awkwardly stared at the young man. Michael, who had previously closed his eyes so as not to see his hand being cut off, opened one eye a little and asked what he was waiting for. Then, the man regained his senses and approached him and said that he would try to do it quickly. He raised his sword above him to make a strong move in front of his limb. And Michael closed his eyes again, thinking that he was doing it to thank the princess for showing him this world. But at that moment, something happened and the space around him began to crack. This was noticed not only by the homunculus, who almost cut off his hand, but also by the members of the imperial family, who asked what it was. They saw that the cause of the shock was a barrier that began to collapse, and from there the main character jumped towards them. His face was very focused as he landed where they were standing without any problem. And she stepped between the homunculus, who drew his sword in front of his personal knight, who didn't even defend himself. Ridwer's pupils shrunk in shock, as he didn't expect one of the princesses to jump from the air. Just like Michael, the main character's appearance couldn't have come at a better time, and was very welcome. Ignoring the reaction of the young men, Evan rose, with an angry expression on her face. She sternly asked how he dared to touch her knight. The man who had previously fought her knight without hesitation trembled under her stern gaze. Realizing their mistake, the personal knights properly greeted Her Highness the Seventh Princess. Michael no longer paid attention to them, as his gaze focused on Ivanrose. He called her while she was busy, giving the homunculi a threatening look. Hearing his voice, the heroine turned her face towards him, which was covered in bruises and cuts. After examining his face, she proceeded to examine his body and noticed the ragged look of his clothes, as if he had been rolled in mud and blood on one knee. But what confused her most was the sword, which lay homeless next to the knight in its sheath, as if he was holding back. Evan Rose immediately began to reproach herself upon seeing this scene, thinking she should have come sooner and helped him. Since there was no time to blame herself, she sharply turned her head towards the culprits of her bad mood. The prince and princess flinched at her gaze, and even Rose said she had a general idea of what was happening here. That is, they called Agneto here to attack him. She wondered what nonsense they were blaming him for. And the sixth princess began to justify herself by saying that she understood how this situation would look at first glance. But she had to say that Evenrose was very wrong, and that they simply gave the knight a lesson. But the green-haired man didn't fall for her words, saying sarcastically how generous it was of her. She decided to see what he had learned, and judging by the condition of his knees, they must have taught him to stand on it on a bed of sharp stones. It seems he also immediately approached his personal knights, and it was a 2-on-1 fight. But Michael didn't even draw his weapon. On the other hand, his knights gave their best, and even used the energy of their sword to fight him. And when the sixth princess tried to justify herself, the heroine interrupted her by saying that everything was already obvious, and that they were going to accuse him of trying to harm the imperial family as soon as he drew his sword. And her reaction made it clear that this was true. The girl drew attention again to the sword lying on the ground, picked it up, and said that a knight should not keep his weapon out of reach. She handed the weapon to Michael with the words that, having lived his whole life in the imperial palace, she understood one thing: this place is an endless battlefield. Avoiding conflict is not always the best option, and she insisted that he apply this lesson to himself. Therefore, she now ordered him to appease the two knights who raised their swords against her. Everyone except Michael was shocked by her words, who would inevitably emerge victorious from this fight, since even without a sword. The dark-haired young man stood in front of two homunculi. The main character chuckled as if satisfied with her words, and was simply waiting for them. He turned to the two knights, finally drew his sword, and said that they would fulfill their highnesses' order. Seeing how pleased her personal knight was with the current situation, the heroine felt better. She smiled and turned to the brother-sister duo to tell them something. When the main character called her dear relatives, they flinched in fear. Knowing that now there was no one to protect them, since the knights would now be busy in battle. The heroine clapped cheerfully, as if not noticing their reaction, and said that she herself would deal with the two of them. The girl and her knight completed their initial punishment and brought everyone present to their knees. Of course, the royals were not happy with this outcome, and they hid their sullen gaze, sweating from nervousness. At the same time, standing in front of them, the protagonist held in her hands a recording of what happened based on the golem's observations she collected along the way. With a stern look, she ordered him to tell her who exactly persuaded them to do this. And they immediately said that it was Bridget. The girl thought so she demanded details of what exactly she ordered them to do. The blonde said that she told them to make sure her personal knight was removed from his post and expelled from the imperial palace. She wanted them to inflict serious wounds on him, because then he wouldn't be considered incompetent to perform his duties. And if he drew a sword, she ordered him to resist and blame him for trying to harm members of the imperial family. She came up with the last option, so she told them to provoke him, but this was the third princess. And she and Stefania only did as they were told. If she is still angry with us, she can punish her personal knights, because that is what they are here for. They didn't want anyone to know this, and asked not to tell anyone because their marriage negotiations would fail. The young men, who heard the words of their masters, decided to fulfill their will. And they asked to be punished. They were willing to accept any punishment if it calmed their highnesses' anger. But the girl categorically refused to punish them, firmly stating that she would not do it. The girl's face became even larger when she saw that her indecisive fox, who asked her to punish them. She sharply turned towards the two members of the imperial family. She called them pathetic and said that instead of protecting their knights, they used them as shields. Turning again to the homunculi, the heroine said she was not going to punish the knights instead. After all, it was unfair that they became victims of disputes among the imperial family. When they simply follow their orders and will, they have no other choice. Deciding to end it here, the girl said she had everything recorded in the golem's observations. And she was willing to keep what happened today a secret, which made her brother infinitely happy. And her sister. They thought this would become public knowledge, but her next words lowered their cheerful mood. Since the girl said she would hide it only on the condition that they apologized to her personal knight. At first there was silence in the clearing after her statement, but as soon as they processed this information, they immediately shouted indignantly. They couldn't believe she wanted them to apologize to some homunculus. After all, she is just a solitary alchemist, but it turned out she was completely crazy for asking them to do something like that. Michael was also not sure it was a good idea and tried to stop his mistress. But the girl stood firm. The blonde didn't want to admit her guilt and tried somehow to persuade her sister, telling her that she could apologize to her, but not to the homunculus. But her main character didn't even listen to the orders to immediately apologize in their personal faces. Otherwise, she would reveal their secret. The sixth princess also didn't want to give up and was already thinking about the next argument she would have to make not to do this. But even Rose stared at her stubbornly, silently demanding obedience. Realizing she wouldn't get anything sensible from her, the blonde stepped aside angrily. Therefore, despite being in her direction, she decided to do what was asked and apologized to Sir Agneto for bothering him. Her brother beside her closed his eyes and also apologized, expressing hope that she would be lenient with them. Michael couldn't believe such proud creatures apologized to him because, in their eyes, he was just a slave. After a moment of hesitation, still in shock, the man replied that he accepted their apologies, The young people in front of them were literally trembling from the anger filling them. But the girl paid him no attention. The main character exhaled briefly, wondering why it was so hard for them to say these words. But she said aloud that she hoped they had learned their lesson today. She reminded them once again that any stupid trick they tried to play on her would only lead to unpleasant consequences. And her words darkened them even more. Having finished with their punishment, the girl turned to her personal knights and looked at the dark-haired girl. She knew the name of the gray-eyed girl, but still decided to clarify if her name was Vint. The girl, lowering her head and closing her eyes as if expecting punishment, confirmed that her surname was Vint. But the main character did not want to punish her, as she had already mentioned before. And she looked up from where she had jumped not long ago. The girl said it was an excellent barrier, and that it was a shame that such talent was used for malicious purposes. The main character turned again to the girl and told her that what happened today was not her fault. Therefore, she expressed hope that she wouldn't blame herself for this, and smiled as if trying to support her in the current situation and calm the atmosphere. She would like to leave now, and therefore asked the girl to open the barrier, and she, with a slightly reddened face, fulfilled her will. Immediately after this, the main character felt that the barrier had been removed, and the area was filled with the sounds of the forest. The girl turned to her personal knight with a slight smile, thinking about what she wanted to tell him. She asked him if he was ready to return and if everything was fine with him. The man nodded briefly, saying that everything was fine with him and that he was ready to return and accompany her. They began to leave, leaving behind a princess who did not want to leave such humiliation without revenge. But when they were talking about how today's humiliation should not be repeated, bird droppings caught the sixth prince's attention, and he started screaming throughout the forest. The main characters could no longer hear him because they were not far from the palace. The seventh princess's face became impenetrable, and it was unclear what exactly she was thinking at that moment. The young man walking beside her also remained extremely serious, but did not speak first. Unable to bear the silence, the protagonist flinched and stopped in place. The man did not see the expression on her face, as he was a little away from her. Finally, the girl decided to speak and asked him what he had been thinking for a long time when he came to save her. She asked him why he didn't use his sword before she came. After all, he was a strong young man and could have fixed everything if he had drawn his sword. But he was completely defenseless when she found him, and the girl couldn't understand why he wasn't defending himself. The man was surprised by her question because, in his opinion, the reason for his actions was obvious, because it was the best he could do. The serious-faced girl asked him to explain in more detail why he decided that doing nothing was the best decision. Then, the man began to explain that she knew that if they accused him of trying to harm the Augusto, she would also be held responsible for his actions. She was a person fighting for a noble goal, and he did not want to break the trust she had placed in him. And if the princess was a noble person, then the palace is already full of people trying to prevent her from carrying out her plans. He did not want to give his enemies the opportunity to ruin these plans, so he concluded that obedience was the best option. Moreover, the young man believed that this was the right thing to do because he was her personal knight. Evan Rose realized that the main character thought this was a commendable decision, and that it should not be doubted, but she decided to explain her point of view to him. The heroine asked if Michael remembered how she told him that she did everything possible to protect him. When he confirmed that he remembered this, she said that by saying this, she meant getting into situations where he himself creates trouble. He can defend himself when in danger, and the girl will take care of the consequences. Thus, the girl made it clear to him that he should not worry about it, and that he could do whatever was necessary in those circumstances. But Michael doubted her words because he knew that she still had no power in the palace. The seventh princess said it was rude of him and replied that she still had some influence because, after all, she was still a princess. Michael, seeing her huffing angrily, restrained himself and realized that he seemed to have offended her, and immediately said he was sorry, moving away from him as if she had slapped him with his words. The girl replied that everything was fine. She didn't dare look him straight in the eyes and was seriously thinking about something, as if she had found a new reason to think. Michael, observing her reaction, realized that she was still offended by his words. He realized that his words could provoke a negative reaction, even if he didn't mean it. Suddenly, he knelt in front of the girl to express his intentions once and for all. The main character, who had previously been looking away, immediately turned towards the sound of a falling body. The girl started getting nervous because she didn't know why he was doing this and ordered him to get up right away because he was bleeding again. But the young man didn't listen to her, and the girl told him that if he remembered that she is a princess, then he should listen to her when she ordered him to stand up. The girl saw that the young man was trembling after her words, upon realizing that he would feel hurt if he didn't obey her. Aloud, the princess said that she had won and that he could say what was on his heart. The man replied that he did not make that decision before because he did not trust her, and admitted that he had a wrong way of thinking. He knew he was doing it for a greater purpose, but he was worried about her and underestimated her competence. It was wrong of him, but it wasn't these words that surprised the girl. And the words that he was worried, because Michael was the homunculus who hated the august ones. The hero did what he did because he was worried about her, but it was a group on his part. And he expressed hope that she would forgive him. The main character hastily replied that she forgives him and asked him to get up quickly, because she was not angry with him at all. But the young man still had something to say, as he had not yet thanked her for saving him. So he did it now. He explained that he was alive because she arrived at the right moment, and it was all thanks to her. Michael was immensely grateful to her for not suffering the fate of a lower homunculus, and being able to continue serving her as a personal knight. The red-cheeked girl replied that she had given him her word that she would protect him, and she was only keeping her promise. Then the man replied that she was doing this despite it being difficult to hold on to him. So from now on he would trust her. The girl clenched her fists and wondered if this man had always been so honest. At that moment, the man continued by saying that today he realized he was lucky to be her personal knight. The main character expressed his desire to serve her as a sword with his whole body and his whole soul. He was willing to do this until she took her place on the throne, and the girl thanked him for having him. The man, who was rebellious in his previous life, decided to serve her unconditionally and faithfully in this life. She thought that she was probably doing everything right in this life, since she fulfilled Michael's request from a past life where she had to choose him. And perhaps what he said then was not just like that, but the young man's voice did not allow her to think about it. Michael extended his right hand and asked her to give him hers, which the girl did. After she fulfilled his request, he took her hand and kissed it, showing his affection. Still holding her hand, the man smiled as he thought about something and decided to share his thoughts, saying that he was happy to serve his princess. At first, the girl did not react to his words, still observing his actions, prostrated as if from the field. Well, then the protagonist smiled with her brightest smile, replying that she was also happy to have him among her personal knights. Some time passed after this incident, and now the girl was sitting with her servant. She was discussing her problem with the sisters, who had created an issue because they supposedly weren't attending to Evenrose at night. Sedella immediately thought it was her fault that things had reached this point, and that she should have paid more attention to rumors. The seventh princess asked her not to worry because they were determined to make an issue out of it. And they couldn't find them, but still, Sedel thought she had to do at least something so that they wouldn't insult her highness in this way. The girl promised to work even harder so that the heroine would no longer fall under the influence of such rumors. And the others also expressed their intention to try. The personal maid of the main character noticed that it was time for dinner and invited her princess to eat in her bedroom. Evan Rose also liked this idea because today was a very long day and she needed to rest. Having received the desired response, Sedella invited her mistress to dine with Sir Agneto. Michael, who was sitting next to the main character, also looked at her, waiting for a reaction to these words. Evan Rose, not understanding all this fuss about dinner, chuckled questioningly. After a moment of hesitation, the girl turned awkwardly towards Sir Agneto and replied that she wouldn't mind having dinner with him if he didn't mind. She immediately got up from her seat, thinking that the servants wanted her to share a meal with the princess in her bedroom. She believed this was part of his job as her personal knight, so he replied to Her Highness that he wouldn't mind joining her. In that very second, the servants of the seventh princess also jumped from their seats excitedly. And they rushed to Michaelis with the words that he must get in order. They took the young man by the arms and led him to another room to help him get ready for dinner. Michaelis did not understand the reason for this strange behavior, but allowed them to take care of his appearance. They applied skincare products to his face, combed his hair, and dressed him in new clothes. Now the young man finally understood why the servants were so inspired. He believed that there was something better to restore his honor in the palace, and this did not particularly bother him. But he was curious to know if the princess herself ordered it, or if it was the initiative of her people. Although there was no more time to think about this, as the young man was invited to go to Her Highness's chambers. Which he did. And the first thing the newly created homunculus saw was his mistress in a dressing gown. She rested her hand on the chair prepared for him, and with a sincere smile, invited Agneto to sit down. The young people came to dinner and were still not talking about anything. The table was beautifully set with several expensive dishes, and Michaelis, who had never tasted anything like this before, couldn't help but praise the cuisine. The main character was happy that the homunculus liked it, so she invited him to share meals between them more often. The hand of the young man holding it trembled, and he sadly replied that he would return if His Highness so wished. Not noticing his strange reaction, the girl smiled and said that from now on they would have dinner together. She smiled sweetly, thinking about something of her own, and the newly appointed knight had no idea what she had in mind. While they were eating, the girl mentioned that the sixth princess and the sixth prince would not cause any trouble for a while, so she thought they had already scared them enough. Therefore, the main character put away the notes from her observations. Besides, it was too early to fight the third princess. Hearing her arguments, the young man asked her if she was going to keep the golem. And the girl confirmed that it would be so, and for now she would keep it in a cage so it wouldn't fly away. The man was surprised that Evan Rose illegally owned property of the imperial palace, fearing that something would happen with the help of Lord Alvin in the chamberlain's office. A small golem would be enough for surveillance. A chamberlain in monarchical countries is a superior judicial rank, as well as a person holding a rank. The girl understood that they couldn't keep the golem like this forever. It would be troublesome if someone found it in her bedroom, and it was a shame they had to lock it up. But the girl said not to worry because she had already devised a plan. Taking a sip of her glass, the heroine added that she would investigate this topic when she had time. When the young men finished the main courses, a tray of tea was brought to them. Evan Rose, with a smile, asked the maids to leave, saying she would serve tea to her. And to Sir Agneto. Having understood in her own way what she meant by her words, the maids quickly left with a smile. They wished them a good night, which left the young man dumbfounded as it was still too early to go to bed. At that moment, the main character turned to the homunculus with a smile, telling him that now they can talk in a more comfortable atmosphere since they left. So she hoped they would enjoy the tea in a pleasant atmosphere. The young woman's cheeks turned slightly red while doing one of her favorite things. Michaelis studied her carefully as she served tea to both of them and calmly accepted his full cup. Looking at the surface, the man noticed how transparent the tea looked to him as he saw his reflection in it. He thought that normally personal knights served the imperial family at night. But the princess would never allow him to do such a thing. Therefore, the man relaxed his expression, realizing that he was worrying about this in vain. But just when he thought he was worried about trifles, the heroine put down her cup and called the young man. She continued by saying that, as he had probably already guessed, the girl called him for a reason. The seventh princess said with a smile that she wanted to invite him to spend the night with her. After that, there was dead silence between them, as the young man did not react to her words for a while. But as soon as he realized the situation, the young man's heart began to beat alarmingly. The man was upset, to put it mildly, thinking that his princess had undermined her trust in her in this way. He recalled an incident that had occurred recently, where due to his inaction, the homunculus almost got hurt. And swallowing hard, he realized that after what happened today, he believed he had no other choice. The princess's personal knight drank the tea she poured him in one gulp, surprising her enormously. Since the tea was most likely still hot, he jumped completely from his seat. The man resolutely stood up from his seat and called the princess, who made it clear to him that she was listening. Unaware that the girl was bewildered by his actions, the red-faced young man began to explain his actions. He said that if he understood her words correctly, he would start now, but the girl didn't understand exactly what he was going to start. Without answering her question, the homunculus hurriedly began to explain that it would be better if she told him her preferences. Michael quickly unbuttoned his shirt and said that in the end, he was doing all this only for the princess. And at that moment, the girl realized what situation she had put herself in. And the homunculus, with her ambiguous phrases. She frantically started waving her hands in front of her, asking for forgiveness as that was not what she meant. The girl said she thought he had also already guessed her intention, but apparently this did not happen. The man shuddered at that moment from surprise, and the girl continued by saying that this was not part of her plan when she asked him to stay with her. He then asked for an explanation of what exactly she wanted from this meeting, and the girl told him everything. That she just wanted him to sleep in her room, and there was nothing else. And only then did the young man realize the awkward situation he had got himself into. An awkward atmosphere immediately formed between them when Evan rose, who could sit in silence, continued speaking that they just needed to start a rumor, and thought that if people saw him leaving her room in the morning, it would show quite a clear picture. While the girl told him everything in detail, the main character frantically unbuttoned her shirt. Her face, like the girl's, was completely red, and Michael even covered his out of shame upon realizing that he was seriously thinking about starting to serve her. Although it was a trivial question, the man couldn't understand what was wrong with her since he thought differently. Evan Rose, seeing how uncomfortable her personal night was, started to worry about him, thinking that his reaction was due to the fact that he was affected. Unable to bear the oppressive silence, the girl got up from her seat and approached the main character. Without permission, she gently touched his hair and softly ran her hand through it. Looking him directly in the eyes, the heroine with a focused face uttered strange words. And invisible waves of magic formed in front of the young man's face, which was a calming spell. The girl, still observing her personal knight's reaction, asked him if he felt better, to which she received the response that it was effective. The main character, with a feeling of accomplishment, gently removed her hand from his forehead and smiled sweetly at Michael. She continued her interrupted conversation, saying that if they wanted the rumors to take root, they must continue doing so, and invited him out with her every Wednesday, and the man obediently nodded his head. The princess asked the man to pretend to be tired tomorrow morning, because they also had to deceive Sadella. And when the man nodded again, the seventh princess assured her knight that she believed he would succeed. And she shook his hand. The next day, the heroine was sitting in her office, which was filled with various documentation. The girl was skimming through today's newspaper to check the latest news, and found the desired article. Lucy's public bathhouse is open to the public and seems to be getting a lot of attention. The profits will be higher than the main character expected, and at this rate, she will be more successful than in her previous life. The girl was sure that Betty had already heard the news about this, and was probably furious now. Although the most she can do now is to huff and puff, making a potpourri that was an aromatic mix of dried herbal ingredients. The protagonist praised her personal maid for a job well done, as everything went well thanks to her. Sadella smiled at this and replied that she was just doing her job, but Evan Rose disagreed, thinking that she was too modest, and believed that everything would continue to go well for her. So the heroine was already planning to give her a vacation as soon as everything calmed down a bit. At that moment, Sedella told her mistress that the merchandise had already arrived for her earlier. And her servants provided it to her, which made the seventh princess smile. She asked them to call Michael here, and after a while they brought him. The man immediately asked what kind of strange box was on the table. And the girl, without answering, asked to come closer. The main character stood next to the girl, and she said with satisfaction in her voice that, as she had promised, the time had come to keep her word. She was immensely pleased, already anticipating the young man's reaction, and he himself felt great curiosity. The seventh princess carefully opened the box to show the contents to her personal knight. And there, on the red cloth, was the sword that the girl had promised him at the beginning of his journey as a homunculus. And his mistress. The man was truly moved by the honor and eagerly looked at this creation of a true master. He carefully picked up the sword, tested it in his hand, and said it looked great. The girl asked him with a smile if he liked her gift to make sure of it. And the man replied that he was very impressed by her gift to the point of feeling guilty about it. After all, he will have to spill blood with this sword, as the monster hunting competition will start soon. Monster hunting competitions are held on a deserted island between mountains and forests. The island was called Galapagos, and the monster on this island is locked there by a magical barrier. And homunculi hunt them and earn points for each kill. At the end of the competition, the points are counted to determine the winner. And since monsters are useful resources for alchemy, the competition is almost like a harvest festival. And since the Hadelamid Empire was founded through alchemy, the imperial family has a special interest in the competition. Deciding to continue their conversation about the competition, the girl remembered that swords are meant for blood transfusions. And the man said she was right. It was at that moment that the girl asked the young man to step aside for a minute and hand over the sword he was holding. There was something she wanted to do, and for that they needed to go to the hall. They went out into an open place where the seventh princess pointed. The girl asked the homunculus to stand in front of her and rested her sword on the ground. The main character asked Sir Ignito to kneel in front of her, which he immediately did without asking questions, completely trusting her in this matter. After he did her will, the girl asked him if he would swear by his shield and his sword to fight against her enemies and protect her from any harm. And the main character immediately froze upon hearing these words from her lips. At the same moment, he realized that this was the knight's oath. But he decided to follow her example and gave an affirmative answer. He continued his words and said that even if the world turns away from her, he will fight, but on her side and happily fulfill any of her orders, even if it costs him his life, and he swears by his honor to serve only her as a knight and give her his body and soul, and he will serve her until his last breath. And these words made the main character smile. She drew the sword from its scabbard and said that now she would grant him the worthy position of his courage and honor. And as a Benrose Lol Hadelamid, she recognized Mikkel and Sagnito as her knight. After that, the ceremony ended, and the young man raised his head to look at the seventh princess. They looked into each other's faces in silence, as if wanting to find answers to their questions. The main character smiled at the young man, seeing his look of astonishment when she performed this action. She returned the sword to the young man, answering his question about why she decided to perform this ceremony. The girl explained that she wanted to hold an official knight appointment ceremony for him, since he didn't have one. Michael understood her intentions, because he knew that she was aware that the initiation ceremony was the most important rite for a knight. However, the homunculus is not given the opportunity to perform a proper ceremony, and the only thing they receive is a brief statement read aloud by the head of the training center. But this is not the first time Evan Rose has shown how sensitive she is and willing to help everyone in need. The man wanted to thank the princess for the sword and asked her if he could do anything for her. When he asked about this, the girl thought about what he could offer her. And an idea came to her when she said that she would like him to participate in the monster hunting competition and become one of the best for her honor. Mikkel realized that she hadn't even asked him to win the contest, thinking that his princess did not seem very ambitious. In this case, he smiled and decided for himself that he had to become the best so that she could taste the sweet taste of victory. Therefore, looking her directly in the eyes, the young man swore to bring her honor and glory. After this day, some time passed, and the day of the monster hunting competition arrived. The girl and her personal knight emerged from the magic circle through which they were transported to this place. The young knight inspected the local situation with interest, and the girl, observing his pensive face, explained that this was the island of Gala Epaulets. She asked what the man thought of this island, and he replied that he thought crows flew here. But they looked like harpies, and the girl confirmed his words by saying that on this island there is no one else but monsters created by alchemy. This place was literally filled with people, both from the homunculus and aristocrats from all over the empire. But the main character was not interested in them. What worried her most was the competition itself. Since the island was the place where these creatures were extracted, even the entrance looks like the mouth of a giant monster. It is also the birthplace of the powerful and evil dragon Hadelamid. Recalling this creature, about which the girl had read many books, the main character asks Sir Agnito to wait for her for a minute. And she took off her hair ribbon to tie it to the young man's sword. This was her way of showing him her support, and the ribbon served as a reminder of it. The protagonist, with an encouraging smile, asked her personal knight to be careful during the competition. The young man also smiled at the girl and decided to take the initiative to kiss her hand. He told the heroine not to worry about him, but they were so immersed that they did not notice they were being watched. These were not just random aristocrats, but also people like the 8th and 3rd princesses. Bridget even clicked her tongue in annoyance upon seeing how her hated sister, who had recently been putting a brake on her wheels, was flirting so publicly and seemed happy. While the heroine's sisters were in a bad mood because of her, the competition officially began. Evan Rose did not notice the envious glances until recently, as all her attention was focused on her knight. She was very worried about Michael and prayed that he would return safely. At the same time, a short distance from the place where the competition began, smoke began to thicken in the forest, from where a reptile eye appeared, whispering that the disgusting homunculus creatures must die. Many centuries ago, when God left the world, evil dragons appeared and plunged everything into chaos. The Hadelamid Empire fought them with an army of homunculi that they had already created at that time. And thanks to them, the empire managed to kill Hadelamid, the most powerful and evil of all dragons. Hadelamid's remains became a magic stone mine used for the benefit of the empire. And the most powerful creature on the island took over his empty lair. The emperor used to use other creatures on the island for alchemical experiments. They did this by collecting corpses during monster hunting competitions, using homunculi so as not to get their hands dirty. Meanwhile, the story continued, and this year the newly arrived homunculi participated in the contest. They ran at the same speed, and before they got lost, Michael warned his friend that he knew the experience the other knight had, but still asked him to be careful. The blonde did not expect to hear this, but rather his main competitor, but he appreciated the show of concern. They smiled encouragingly at each other, realizing that the outcome of the fight in no way would undermine their good relationship. Therefore, they sincerely wished each other good luck in capturing the creatures of this cursed island. At that moment, the main character was still standing in the same place where her personal knight left her. She was sure that he would be fine, but she was still worried about his well-being. At that moment, her sister approached her and didn't even greet her, telling her that today the place of honor would be hers. She also began to look after the knights, who had already left with an extremely serious face. Even Rose didn't understand why her sister suddenly approached her and looked at her bewilderedly. Not noticing her reaction, Rosenit continued by saying that her knight had sworn to bring the greatest honor to the White Rose of the Empire. The blonde looked at her half-sister confidently and chuckled as if she had already taken the prize from her. For the main character, this was simple childishness, and she did not fall for her provocations. She understood that it seemed her sister, as always, claimed to be the best, which was not something that surprised her. After all, August never participated in hunts and only observed the process, since fighting with swords was considered something offensive and beneath one's dignity. Homunculi had to do this. Therefore, naturally, homunculus knights were only seen as a tool for victory. But still, the girl believed that it would not hurt to worry at least a little about them. She exhaled silently and wished the rose all the best, turned around and said she would go in. At that moment, a tea party was held in one of the tents, where they discussed mother-of-pearl ink. That was now a trend, and someone was trying to persuade someone to buy it as a birthday gift. They also heard good news about Lady Anise, that is, that her bathhouse business was a great success, for which they congratulated her. One of the girls would even like to ask her if the prices for the magic stones that heat the water are rising rapidly. She asked if this was bad for the lady's business, and she felt agreement with her words. After all, that's why they figured out how to heat water without using stones. They connected the stove's water supply to a nearby bakery to heat the water. It was a brilliant idea, conceived by her business partner and savior of the family. At first, this project was proposed to them as an honorable task to help improve the sanitary conditions of common residents and streams. The risks were high because profits would largely depend on the price of magic stones. The moment she already thought that luck had abandoned them, someone extended a helping hand to her. If it weren't for her new partner, the heroine was sure that her family would have gone bankrupt. Of course, the impressionable girls were moved by this story and asked who this savior was. And at the same moment, as if waiting for that moment, a person approached them. One of the princesses came up to them, and at that moment, the lady said that the person helping them was the 7th princess who had just arrived. Evan Rose greeted her and told her she was glad to see Lady Anise, showing that they knew each other intimately. The girls, to put it mildly, were surprised to learn that Her Highness had become Lady Anice's secret business partner. And they expressed their confusion so clearly that they were overheard by the 3rd princess, who was not far away. Her Highness also gave them a recipe for the soap they were supplied with in the bathhouse. It was the popular soap everyone was talking about, and the princess said she was interested in improving public sanitation. The damned business seemed to her an excellent way to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Precious, so she decided to participate in the project with Lady Anise. The aristocrats were impressed by her feats when she captured a monstrous floating prison. Then they gave her emerald chambers, and now she even runs a successful bathhouse business. And she also participated in Her Majesty's relocation plan. The 7th princess laughed, said she was flattered and asked for forgiveness as she needed to step away. And she asked Lady Anise to give her a moment of attention. The protagonist found a secluded spot to talk to her partner. They started the conversation by saying that they frequently communicated through Sadella. But they hadn't met in person since that day, and during that time Lady Agatha, in her opinion, had done an excellent job. The girl replied that everything went well thanks to Her Highness, the 7th princess. She asked if the heroine had seen the 3rd princess, who was looking at them with what she could feel on the back of her neck. Lady Anna knew she must be angry, because the prosperity of her businesses would be the ruin of the 3rd princess. But she was worried that Her Highness the 7th princess would suffer some harm. Although the heroine immediately assured her that everything was in order, and that was what she had foreseen. In fact, this was because she had already been warned by the 6th prince and the 6th princess, which she did not say out loud. At that moment, the girl in front of her looked at Her Highness, fascinated, and realized something by herself. She called the heroine, and when she got her attention she asked if she could ask her a question that had nothing to do with her business. The lady wanted to know if it was possible that her partner had long-term plans, and that the main character was going to set her sights on the throne in the future and become the crown princess. After expressing her guess, the girl began to wait for an answer to her question. At first, even Rose didn't know how to react to this and, thoughtfully, pursed her lips. Lady Anise saw that her question took the heroine by surprise and already regretted having asked it. She decided to speak first and said that the 3rd princess was trying to ruin her family. and her business, and also that the Chansley Trading Company could take over what they had built. And no one dared to contradict her and help them, because she was the main candidate for the role of crown princess. But Her Highness appeared at the most opportune moment for it and offered them her help. Revealing this to everyone was equivalent to saying that the main character was against the third princess. And with that, she declared that she had joined the fight for the throne. She asked if she correctly understood her intentions, and Evenrose placed her hand on her nape. Determined to show her intentions, the girl confidently raised her previously lowered head and asked what would happen if she said that was the case. This declaration from the seventh princess shocked the young woman, who opened her eyes in amazement. Without forgetting it for long, she suddenly fell to her knees in front of the princess, which made the heroine nervous. Evenrose started asking if everything was fine with her and asked her to stand up because she might hurt her knees. But her words were interrupted by Anice's gesture when she grabbed the heroine's hand and brought it to her face. She called herself by her full name, that is, Anice Luciert, and swore to serve the seventh princess until her last breath. After that, she remained on her knees, waiting for a reaction from the main character. Evenrose smiled sincerely and thanked Lady Anne's, and promised to make sure this would not become a decision she would regret later. After this, the main character and her business partner, who swore loyalty to her, returned. The aristocrats saw them immediately. They said they were waiting for their return, and then the heroine asked them if they had missed anything important. And the girls started telling that they were only talking about who would win the competition, thinking it should be one of the personal knights. They had confidence in their words, as, for example, last year Sir Halston was the winner of these contests. But this year, more experienced and talented knights are participating, such as Sir Sylvestion, famous for his unusual hair color, and who was the personal knight of the 8th princess. And also Sir Agneto, famous for the nickname of the floating prison monster, and was the personal knight of the 7th princess. Many said that this time everything would be different, and the aristocrats, eager for spectacular events, were delighted with it and did not hide it. Evenrose, at the same time, remembered how everything happened in her past life. And I remembered that Sir Millard was the winner, and in fact won all competitions and dueling tournaments since then, and gave the victory to Rosie. But this only lasted until Michael appeared at the palace 2 years later and became the most powerful knight. So the main character believed that this time the winner would be Michael. And at that moment, the girl realized that this would be something new, since she always congratulated others on their victory. And therefore, she never thought that she herself could find herself in a position where she would be the object of someone else's congratulations. At that moment, she shuddered, because only then did she realize that if she thought about it. Evenrose had been very unhappy in her past life and did not particularly like competing. But despite this, she had too low an opinion of herself. She realized that such a reaction was abnormal for a person of such high standing as hers. And it was also unfair to the people who trusted her and followed her. And now also the future king of the homunculi was on her side and trusted her completely. She blushed, realizing how many people were on her side, and suggested that from now on she should have had more self-confidence and in her abilities. While her thoughts were occupied with introspection, Lady Anise turned to the princess, frozen in a tense pose, and asked who she thought would win. The main character froze at first. Her eyes opened when this question was asked of her. But then she smiled broadly and replied that she took it for granted that her knight Sir Agneto would win these competitions. The young women surrounding the princess were pleasantly astonished to see manifestations of such ambition. But they quickly came to their senses and laughed in agreement with her words, and considering her question foolish. After all, it was obvious who the 7th princess sympathized with, and an idol formed between them to some extent. Because after the girl pronounced her verdict, someone stared at her, which sent a shiver down her spine. She felt someone's gaze behind her and carefully turned her head in that direction, and saw the culprit of her bad mood. It was Rose Knight, who looked angrily at the girl, and then the ladies realized that she had overheard their conversation. and they hurried to leave. They decided to board a spaceship to escape the eyes of the susceptible 8th princess. When the main character was climbing onto the deck, someone called her. And the girl turned her head towards the source of the voice. The one who called her was Calix Rimitiello, who bowed to her highness. He was the one who mixed something in her drink at Rosie's birthday banquet, and the girl remembered him very well. And now, suddenly, he approached her and expressed his desire to join her company. Evan Rose couldn't understand what he suddenly wanted from her, since he even approached her in person. The man, not noticing her reaction, began to approach to start a dialogue with her. He said that he hoped to see Her Highness again, and regretted that she had to leave so early that day. At first, the girl couldn't control her face, which showed how confused she was. But she quickly regained her senses, and, with a deliberately kind smile, she replied that she thought it was better for her to leave early. So she left before getting drunk, and upon hearing these words, the man felt uncomfortable and replied that he would like to apologize for this. He said he didn't want to force her to drink such a strong drink, although according to imperial custom, a person must drink the first glass served by another. Not doing so was considered an insult, and his friends added high-proof liquor to the drink they offered her. And Calix offered to help her drink the contents of a glass instead. Passing a glass in social circles meant that the main character had to do him a favor in return. And now, this calculating man pretended that his intentions were pure and contained nothing ambiguous. Therefore, having decided not to delay this matter, Evan rose, without even greeting the blonde. Asked him a question. She directly asked the young man what he needed from her, since he decided to resort to such a dirty trick. The girl made it clear that she knew the man was trying to obtain a favor from her. And she asked again what he wanted. The man took off the mask of a guilty knight and, looking at the lady behind the princess, he carefully replied that he didn't think this was the right place to discuss this. At that moment, Anais, who could barely restrain herself, approached the main character. She stood behind Evenrose and, apologizing for interfering, said that Mr. Calix was saying strange things. The girl firmly expressed her indignation at the superior aristocrat. Aristocrat. Having said that, he was not ashamed when he played this trick on Her Highness, but now that his misdeeds were known, he started worrying about his honor. The heroine didn't know that Lady Anais could be so straightforward, and realized that the situation was starting to gain momentum. Evenrose broke the oppressive silence and said that his request must have been personal, and that she didn't want to put him in a difficult position now. Therefore, she promised to listen to him later, and the man thanked the 7th princess. The girl noticed that she would meet Mr. Calix again, and the man wished her a good day. The main character didn't understand why the young man was seeking her attention so diligently. But she decided to leave this question for later and turned her back on the young man. When she had already boarded the ship, Lady Anais, looking at the sky, noticed something. That is, it looks like it will rain now, although they have just boarded this ship and go down again. At that moment, looking at Evanrose's sky, I thought about how Michael was now. At the same time, the man who worried the 7th princess was busy hunting monsters. He thought that his capture should have been counted since the queen stayed behind. Up to this point, he had only encountered small monsters, but to win, he needed something bigger. While thinking about how to find better prey, an invisible enemy wanted to attack him from behind. But everything turned out not so simple for this predator, because his prey sensed the danger and quickly turned around. And then Michael, with a polished move, attacked his opponent with a movement of his left leg. Seeing his opponent, the man realized that it was a slime, which was another insignificant monster. But when he exhaled in disappointment, the man realized that he needed the bodies of the slimes and the stone worms. He recalled the conversation his princess had with her business partner, who thanked him for the tea. The man asked permission to ask why he needed them since, as far as he knew, they had no practical value in alchemy. The girl replied that she was going to make a solvent with the slime's juice, and with it, she would melt the stone worm's thick skin and collect fresh organs. The man immediately remembered that the organs of stone worms are used to increase stamina during the night. which he immediately informed her of. His frankness made the young men in front of him blush, as he continued saying that there was nothing wrong with it, since Her Highness needed them. The heroine refuted his words and explained that the stamina potion, obtained from the stone worm's organs, effectively improves blood circulation. She believed that studying it could help develop medicines for heart diseases. The girl thought that it could help many people and strengthen her empire's knowledge in the field of medicine, which was a noble cause. The young man appreciated her intentions and assured her that there was no need to worry. And he will take care of the paperwork, so that the monsters' bodies are sent to the 7th princess immediately after the competition. Michael, remembering this conversation, turned sharply towards the slime and drew his sword, with the words that it seemed the princess was looking for them, and that's why the man planned to help her. Time passed, and the agonizing screams of the monsters continued to be heard in the area. Agneto took the matter seriously and carefully exterminated all the monsters that caught his attention. He expressed his hope that his loot would be enough to win, complaining out loud that leaving marks was quite tricky. The knight bent down in front of one of the monster carcasses to leave a mark, when suddenly it moved. The flower bud-shaped monster seemed to be waiting for his approach, and shot a strange powder directly into his face. This took the young man by surprise, and he couldn't defend himself properly, but at that moment, someone helped him out. Someone's hand entered the hero's line of sight, and a wind spell shot towards him. It made the pollen and the monster explode a short distance from the young men. Who saved Macaulay's was a brunette he already knew, who explained that insectivorous plants have poisonous pollen, and he should not inhale it, and this place would turn into a forest of carnivorous plants if the pollen were to spread. Michael replied to the knights that it wouldn't be so bad, because in any case it was a place where monsters were extracted. The girl noticed that the man had killed as many creatures here as the slimes, and the rockworms were his enemies. The knight asked where he would go next, and he said he would go through the swamp, and suggested she go in a different direction since he had already killed everyone here. Michael asked Vint if she knew where Galamut's lair was, and the girl replied that she knew where his lair was, but she didn't want to tell him so easily. She began to carefully study the young man opposite, which is why Agneto was lost. But then he realized her intentions when she continued speaking about how she thought he was capable of handling it. The girl, using her magic, showed the young man the direction in which to move with the help of a yellow beam. With a calm expression on her face, she wished the young man good luck in the monster house. And although Michael did not wish her the same, the homunculus sincerely thanked Knight Bint for his help. At the same time, Sylvestian, who in a past life even rose won first place in the competitions, was looking for new prey. And he, running through the forest, finally found his next target in the form of a humanoid monster. The monster had wings like a bat, and with their help, quickly began to approach the homunculus when he noticed it. But his attempts were futile, as a man with an unusual hair color easily dodged his attack. This did not stop the monster, who angrily decided to try his luck again and attack the young man. This time, the man decided not to dodge it, but to meet its attack with his own. With a swing of his sword, he managed to cut the monster in half and leave it cut behind him. And as soon as he finished killing this monster, he sharply turned his head in the other direction. Sensing danger, the knight wanted to attack the one who wanted to sneak up on him from behind. But his attack was stopped by a sheathed sword, and the one who repelled it was a black-haired young man. Sylvestian exhaled in relief, recognizing him as his friend, and told him he had scared him. Although Michael should have said this, the personal knight of the 7th princess asked the other homunculus if he had come here to enter Galamut's lair too. The man denied this claim, replying that he was looking for a golden-maned hippopotamus. And he also asked about the golden ray. And Michael explained that it was made by Knight Vint and pointed out Galamut's abode. They decided to go together and reach the place where the beam ended. The knights assumed this was the same place and began looking at the cave. The heroes saw fireflies for the first time, which turned out to be the eyes of countless monsters. A particularly menacing-looking monster emerged from there and roared loudly. ready to defend its shelter. The knights realized that many monsters lived in the cave and began to prepare for a long battle. But Michael only had to draw his sword, and after that he immediately rushed towards the enemies, saying that he only needed the alpha and that Sylvestian could take the rest. The personal knight of the 8th princess wanted to stop the other homunculus, but the latter was already wielding his sword at full speed, and the young man had to run after him if he wanted anything left. He asked Michael to make sure not to damage the fur, as it was the most valuable part of this monster. Soon they finished dealing with the monsters, and Sylvestian decided to leave one of them alive to keep at least some of them alive for next year. At that moment, his companion did not react in any way to his words and was searching among the animal carcasses. When Sylvestian asked him what he was doing, the young man replied that he was looking for alpha among the mountain of animals. He thought the alpha should remain free, as almost the entire pack was dead. And then Sylvestian replied that the man killed the biggest three-eyed bull that was the alpha from the beginning. Michael didn't believe him at first because he didn't remember this, because that monster turned out to be as weak as the others. And Sylvestian decided to keep quiet after this sentence. At that moment, another personal knight intervened in their conversation, who, astonished, he asked if the other homunculi had already finished off all the monsters. It was the 3rd princess's personal knight, who continued by saying that the 2 main candidates for victory had united, and that it was unfair. Michael simply walked away from him and decided to ignore him, but Sylvestian replied by advising him to go to the spider nest with Sir Halston, which was located around the corner of a lonely rock. The brunette laughed cheerfully and carefree, thanking Sir Miller for his generosity on behalf of whom was the White Rose's knight. But then her face distorted when she said it would help a lot, because if she didn't bring something worthwhile for Her Highness, the night would be too exhausting. She believed that Sir Millard understood her problem, as she was sure that the White Rose of the Empire was no different. Such insolence on her part, and disrespect towards the imperial family displeased the young man in front of her. Acha asked the other homunculus not to get angry, saying he liked him, and asking if he should question the loyalty of the floating prison monster. After her words, Michael twisted his whole body and looked at the other knight with a grim expression on his face. That look did not make the right impression on Halston, who smiled defiantly at Michael. He was still holding his sword in his hand when, just like the other homunculi, they sheathed their dreams. The man demonstrated with this that he was preparing for a fight, but the most rational of them. Sylvestian coldly stopped him. He severely called out Sir Halston and looked at him silently, without saying anything more. The nurse caught the hint that he was going too far and clicked his tongue, deciding to give up this time. The 3rd princess's knight walked away from them, showing his surrender, without forgetting to add that the homunculi by his side were boring. The homunculus started moving further and further away from them, and finally left them alone. When the man disappeared from view, the heroes began to discuss how astonishing this phenomenon was. That they didn't get rid of Elijah with this or that attitude, but rather they thought they had already tried. But it wasn't because of his behavior. As Michael already knew, brutal training is carried out at the training center to pit the homunculi against each other. They collected young homunculi and forced them to fight each other or organized survival matches, where the one who took last place was eliminated. Agnito remembered the moment when, while at this center, he once helped a homunculus through the labyrinth. But the knights caught him for this. It was then that he first rebelled against the slave system imposed on them by the imperial family. At that moment, while the man was immersed in his thoughts, Sylvestian continued talking and shared a surprising fact about the fact that Elijah participated in the elimination trial. And Michael even decided to ask again. Sylvestian explained his words while jumping onto a rather high ledge about what he had heard from others. That Halston was almost eliminated because he couldn't pass the trial, and Michael obviously didn't believe his words, since it was hard to believe that the 3rd princess's personal knight was almost expelled. And the man beside him was also unsure if this was true. But how did he hear that someone rejected the fight in his place and went against the system? Thus he survived thanks to a stranger, and Michael quickly pieced the facts together and recognized his savior in himself. The man was pleasantly surprised to be able to help another knight, even if it turned out to be Elijah. The young men looked up and realized that it was raining. While thinking that it wouldn't end anytime soon, they heard a strange roar, not knowing what it was. It turned out that their feelings were not deceived, and at the same time, a crack formed in the ground. And Michael was less lucky than his companion, as a crack formed right under him. He started falling directly towards him, unable to stop his fall, and Sylvestre rushed to save him. The man managed to hold him in place and immediately asked him if he was okay, receiving an affirmative answer. The brunette, meanwhile, noticed that he had quite a big name and asked to simply be called Michael. Sylvestre replied that he did not have a short name, and the brunette said that, "I will call you Sil." And while the man with the unusual hair color said he was not against this nickname, they were interrupted by a sinister voice. This stranger said that homunculi were disgusting creatures. And while this was happening, a dark spirit began to emerge from the crack, which must have been attracted by the onset of rain. The dark matter said that homunculi were alchemy dogs, and the men noticed that there were quite a few of them, which turned out to be a hole. Michael immediately recognized him as the dark spirit of an evil dragon named Hadelamid, and he doubted that he would be as strong as he was during life. Therefore, I decided to attack him when the dragon released enormous pressure on the young men, of which they froze in place, unable to move their body or do anything. The dragon attacked them with its breath, and the man had to separate to avoid the blow. Unfortunately, Sylvestre could not return from the attack, and the dark matter began to adhere to his body. And at that moment, the dark spirit opened its mouth wide and swallowed the homunculus. Michael, who did not have time to help his new friend, could only watch this scene helplessly. Sylvestre guessed what the other side had to endure, as he lost consciousness from shock for some time. Finally, the young man opened his eyes and at first did not understand where he was. But after a while, he began to guess that there was a spirit inside him that swallowed him. While he was not wondering how he could survive, someone tried to attack his mental defense and caused him a headache. The flash of pain lasted briefly, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange scene in front of him. It was as if the dark spirit decided to mock him and looking inside his head. It found the memory he needed. The man immediately realized that it was a memory from the previous banquet, where Her Highness, the 7th princess, was accompanied by her personal knight. That day was Rosenit's 18th birthday, who was called the White Rose of the Empire. Sylvestre then accompanied her as a personal knight, which was the first time. But despite the fact that it was an honorable position that many knights applied for, that night he couldn't concentrate on his princess and kept looking at the other person. It wasn't difficult to guess that despite there being a great distance between them, the knight immediately noticed the most popular princess among the homunculi. That night she was beautiful, and the young man couldn't take his eyes off her, even though he was captured by the 8th princess. At that moment, envy and jealousy overwhelmed him because he wanted to be in Michael's place. But these were not the only feelings he experienced at that same moment. And the fact that his gaze was directed at someone other than his own mistress filled him with shame. When those feelings manifested 3 times again, Sylvestre couldn't take it anymore. But when he already thought he would go crazy from a feeling of shame and hopelessness, his temporary companion managed to reach him. Michael immediately noticed the state Syl was in, and worried, asked him if everything was okay with him. It turned out that the young man managed to kill the monster alone and helped another homunculus out of his body. Sylvestre shared his experiences and said that the dark spirit seemed to read his thoughts. And Michael replied that this was not surprising, as Hadelamid had power over the intelligent, and a man should be careful. And as soon as he said this, the corpse of the already dead monster began to rise quickly because the spirit also recovered quickly. It rose into the air, even angrier than before. Michael did not react in any way to this spectacular resurrection, saying that this situation irritated him. Agneto did not pay attention to the dragon, who again began to insult them, calling them disgusting creatures. He easily jumped over the evil spirit that was trying to attack him, and then, in cold blood, he cut its throat with a swing of his sword. The dragon didn't even have time to recover after being killed the first time. When it was fatally wounded again, the dark matter began to spread in all directions and headed straight for Michael. And since he was in direct contact with the dragon, the matter quickly caught up with him. And it took him by surprise. Sylvestian, of course, immediately called out the young man, trying to warn him about the danger of this contact. But he stopped halfway through the sentence because his concerns were in vain. Michael replied for him, saying that such an effect on his mental defense was unpleasant. The knight with the unusual hair color was surprised to see that Michael was unaffected at all. The man couldn't understand how he wasn't hurt and even had the opportunity to think sensibly. Agneto struck the dragon in the same place and cut off its head, which flew a certain distance away. But as soon as this happened, the head began to grow again and the monster spoke again. He realized that Michael must have been its leader, that is, the king of the homunculi. The dragon called him the rabbit of abomination to emphasize his point and roared louder than ever. Agneto decided not to listen to the continuation and sighed tiredly, realizing that the battle would take some time. The man had already discovered where its core was after the last attack. So I decided that this time I would truly kill it. Michael began to threaten the monster, but for some reason it did not react to his words. It began to laugh, and when Agneto asked him what caused his good mood, he replied with an unexpected statement. Hadelamid explained that maybe he couldn't take over the mind of the homunculus king. But he was able to learn something important, and he meant that he saw that the young man also had an owner. The man immediately wanted to say these words and ran after him, shouting that he shouldn't even dare to touch his owner. But when he wanted to strike him, he disappeared without a trace, and his last words were an order to kill the owner for the sake of his family. It left Michael speechless, and the other homunculus, noticing this, asked him if everything was all right with him. The man couldn't understand what happened to the dark-haired idiot and why the brunette was so tense after his words. There was no answer for Sylvestian because the young man in front of him had already started running. He again asked where his newly acquired friend was heading. Michael was not worried at all at that moment, as all his thoughts were occupied by the princess's safety. The man could only hope that nothing would happen to Evenrose, and that he would arrive in time to prevent any danger. Some time passed after this incident, and the dragon reached the place where the aristocrats' refuge was located. The people scattered in different directions when they realized that a dark spirit was flying over them. And to restore order, Bridget directed the knights and loudly ordered them to take their positions. As they lined up, the third princess chose a moment when the dragon would be at its greatest disadvantage. She gave instructions to attack the dragon, but the explosions were so powerful that Knight Vin had to protect the royalty. At that moment, Evenrose was thinking about why Michael hadn't returned from the house yet. At the same time, she looked at the formidable dark spirit of the dragon Hadelamid that was being shot at. The heroine realized that the only august people whose personal knights were not returning were her and Rosie. The girl expressed the hope that nothing would happen to them and that they would return soon, and only Evenrose wanted to somehow help the others. She felt a shiver throughout her body. She had a feeling that someone was watching her intently, and her guess turned out to be correct. This sinister voice laughed and said that he had finally found her, thanks to her saving him time in the search. The heroine couldn't understand what was happening because she heard his voice in her head. And she couldn't move. The dark spirit rose above the main character and continued his words, saying that he found the person who captured the king of the homunculi. The dragon named Hadelamid was preparing his biggest spell yet, aimed at Evenrose. The seventh princess, who was literally frozen in place, could only hear his voice when he said that she would pay with her life for capturing the homunculus king. The young men surrounding the seventh princess realized that the dragon's breath would soon fall on them. And they ordered everyone to retreat, cordon off the territory, and prepare for the attack. Knight Van, whose duty was to protect the Augusta, finally noticed the strange behavior of one of the princesses. She called her, asking why the heroine remained frozen in place when they were supposed to retreat. The homunculus, who tried to convince her to move, didn't have time to take any action. As the Hadelamid had already fired a beam, Screw Knight could only call out to the seventh princess helplessly. Even Rose could only stare wide-eyed at the death approaching her. But the collision never happened, which was incredibly shocking. Not only the main character, who survived the fatal attack, but also the people surrounding her. Evan Rose looked at the figure that saved her and protected her from the dark spirit. It was Michaelis who, with his sword, protected his mistress from the dragon's breath. The heroine saw only a part of the protagonist's face, but this was enough to understand who he was. Finally, the young man addressed the seventh princess with words of encouragement. The man made it clear that he arrived in time and that he was ready to protect Her Highness. The girl couldn't answer him because her body still couldn't move. But then a miracle happened. The spell that the ancient dragon's spirit had cast on her dissipated, and the girl was able to scream his name as she fell. Her body was no longer supported by anything, and she began to lose her balance and would have fallen if not for her personal knight. When the protagonist was able to lift her head while in the arms of a young man, he smiled at her. The man, still holding the seventh princess, looked at the dragon as it soared into the air again. The sincere smile instantly disappeared from the face of the princess's personal knight when he remembered who almost hurt her. His face distorted, and he, moving quickly towards it, hissed when the dragon dared even to try to kill Evan Rose. He quickly reached the dragon's level and attacked it with his sword, which he drew from its sheath. The main character struck the dark spirit, named Hadelamid, with all his might in the place where its core was, with the intention of shattering it. After this, a real agony began for the monster when the homunculus destroyed its vital organ with one blow. When the heartbreaking scream ended, the dragon's body began to crack and turn to dust. Evan Rose, who had not yet moved away from the place where she had been this whole time, was able to observe this scene up close. Even when it disappeared without a trace and without its core, the dragon insisted that the king of the homunculi must die. So, the seventh princess became very alarmed, knowing that the dragon knew that Michael was the king of the homunculi. And while thinking about how he found out about this, the girl realized something. That, worrying about this, I completely forgot about Michael and started to worry since he was still not visible. She called him for a long time, hoping he had survived. But he did not seem to hear her. But her fears turned out to be in vain, because Michael turned out to be safe and sound, and quickly covered the distance between them. The girl, who already thought she had lost someone close to her, now experienced deep relief. The young man, whose question was never answered, was not allowed to say a word when the princess literally flew to him. Michael allowed the girl to hug him, realizing how surprised she must have been to see him fight the dragon. The protagonist moved a little away from her personal knight and shared her emotions. She sincerely said that she was glad that everything was all right with the young man. The homunculus did not reply to her words and studied her closely, which put the girl into a stupor. At that moment, the seventh princess's personal knight began to undress, or rather, take off his knight's uniform. The main character, unused to such behavior from a modest knight, blushed and turned away. She didn't understand why he was silent at first and then started undressing. But then everything clicked. The young man silently put his overcoat on the main character, and then the young woman realized that the man only wanted to protect her from the rain. The girl closely observed the actions of her personal knight and noticed something. When the homunculus buttoned up his uniform, his hands trembled violently, which he couldn't hide. The main character thought it would be better to cast a heat spell on the future king of the homunculi. She already touched his hands to do this, but Agneto interrupted her actions. The girl couldn't understand what she had done wrong and raised her head to look at him and ask him why he grabbed her hand. But she changed her mind about asking him this question upon seeing his facial expression, which was obscured by his hair. Still holding the seventh princess's hand, Michael said he was glad that Her Highness was okay. The princess was surprised to see her personal knight in such a vulnerable state, and lowered her head. She decided to support him, seeing that the trembling in his hands was not caused by the cold. The girl gently touched his cheek, replying, everything was fine for her only thanks to Michael. The heroine assured the young man that everything would be fine now, and something like that would not happen again. The princess assured the homunculus, still touching his cheek, that he would soon feel warmth. The man looked directly into his mistress's eyes, and finally his facade broke. He showed weakness at her touch and pressed even more against her palm. The rain stopped shortly after the death of the evil dragon's dark spirit. And the people quickly started repairing the base, which was destroyed due to the Hadelamid. The monster hunting competition ended when the number of monsters killed by each homunculus started to be counted. And it was obvious who the winner of the contest was this year. Several hours passed after all these events, and now the main characters were in the princess's chambers. The girl sighed deeply, rubbing her eyes and saying she was very tired. She continued by saying that on such a day, the homunculus should have rested in his room. She regretted that he had to come here since today was Wednesday, although he should also be tired. The man smiled and replied that everything was fine and that the girl should rest and not worry about him and his well-being. The seventh princess didn't take long to persuade, as she soon fell asleep. The man decided to follow her example and lay down on the sofa, thinking that the imprint was a ruthless contract. The feeling a homunculus experiences when its owner is in danger, in his opinion. It was similar to a heart attack, and if the owner dies, then the shock experienced by the imprinted homunculus was incomprehensible to ordinary people. On this day, the protagonist had to experience that feeling close to the loss of a loved one for his heart. When the man ran back at the start of the competition with a terrible feeling, and he saw an incomprehensible scene. An image opened before his eyes in which his masters were facing a dangerous creature. At that moment, the man remembered that, in rare cases, a homunculus loses control and goes crazy after the death of its owner. The man realized he wouldn't be able to sleep and got up from the sofa, thinking he might fall into that category of distressed people. The main character replayed Hadelamid's message in his head, that the king of the homunculi must die. The man thought that by king, he meant the most powerful homunculus, although the way he said it sounded different. But if he was speaking literally, the situation, in his opinion, became even more complicated. The homunculus thought he would like to ask someone about this, but was distracted by the whimpers coming from the princess. The young man immediately got up from the sofa and walked towards the seventh princess. He sat on the edge of her bed and began to look seriously at her face. But the girl didn't even suspect it because she was deeply immersed in sleep. And she didn't even wake up at the sound of his steps. At that moment, Agnito began to think that Hadelamid had invaded his mind to find his owner. Michael didn't know if other evil dragons would do the same, but it was very likely they considered him their main enemy, because they considered him the so-called king of the homunculi. And if that were the case, his closeness to the princess would put her in danger every time. But of course, the young man could not allow this since he had already become close to the girl. He thought the easiest way to keep her safe was to interrupt the imprint, although this option was immediately abandoned for a selfish reason. When he imagined her pure smile and blush in his head, he couldn't help it. The main character reached out and carefully took a strand of her unusually colored hair and brought it to his lips. He gently kissed her hair as an expression of affection and admitted to himself that this was not something he wanted to give up. So he had to take the harder road if he wanted to protect her from danger. And protecting her was the only thing he could do so that no one could reach her. Some time had passed since that day, and now Sadella was giving a report to the main character. She told him that the Lucier family project was a great success, and as a result, they were able to raise some funds, which can be directed towards high society and political activities, and Evan Rose was happy to be a rich princess. What can she provide for her people, since everyone left in high spirits after receiving a bonus and a vacation from the princess? Moreover, the protagonist had another request for her personal maid, whom she still couldn't send on vacation like the others. She handed him a paper she had prepared in advance because she would like Sedela to go somewhere at this address. The maid carefully examined the contents and asked if this was one of those places Her Highness wanted to invest money in. The girl recently heard that she had a new owner, and Evan Rose confirmed it by asking if she could go there. The seventh princess bought it for Sedela, and it was a luxurious townhouse in the south, and in one of the most prestigious areas. She appointed maids for 6 months so that the house would already be ready and furnished for her, for which she expressed the hope that she would like it. The heroine explained to the other party that there will be people there to tell her what to do when she arrives at the location. And when the perplexed Sedela decided to fulfill her will, and at that moment, Evan Rose also asked her, as soon as it was ready, to go call Michael. The girl smiled, took out a wooden box, and expressed the hope that Michael would also like her gift. As soon as the young man arrived, the heroine asked him to sit down and began to explain why she had called him. The girl said that she thought for a long time and concluded that he probably didn't need magic stones for the battle. Since he was already strong enough, she chose a stone that the homunculus might really like. The man, of course, became interested in her words and asked what exactly it was. And the girl did not keep him waiting long. She said she decided to give him a magic stone of warmth and protection, which the man noticed was incorporated into the sheath. The seventh princess's personal knight, looking closely at it, immediately recognized it, since it was a high-class shield magic stone. The young man thought that the heroine must have chosen it because he lacked protection. So, smiling at her perceptiveness, he thanked the girl. The girl was pleasantly surprised because she thought the man would be disappointed with the heating stone because it is a basic thing. But the man shook his head, and he replied that he would not be disappointed with her, no matter what the princess gave him. And the girl was sincerely glad to want to give him something that would fit the scabbard, and not the sword. The future king of the homunculus understood the meaning of her words, because she wanted to prepare him for situations where he couldn't draw his sword. At that moment, the man looked evaluatively at his mistress, as if he had found an inconsistency. When the girl asked if something was wrong, the homunculus replied that she addressed him as a knight, and this meant that he should also be treated as a master. He thought it would be right to speak formally to the princess, even when they were alone. But the girl stood firm and said she liked the way they communicated now. And the man replied that she had strange preferences. Evan Rose simply smiled at this and said that, in her opinion, preferences are quite normal compared to other members of the imperial family. She thought that he would feel distant if she spoke to him informally, and the girl didn't want that. It would be better to get rid of unnecessary things. So she went on to say that, additionally, since they touched on this topic, the heroine would like him to call her Eva in private. When the man replied that he couldn't do this, the heroine didn't understand why, since he called her that before. The homunculus then explained that they were trying to hide their identities at that time. But the girl assured him that everything was fine. Since she heard, her brothers and sisters also allow their personal knights to call them by name when they are alone. But Michael wanted to refute her words, since this was usually practiced for another reason, although he changed his mind about responding. Seeing that the girl was waiting for his explanation, the young man had to explain why this was possible between homunculi and their masters. That is because this was practiced only at night, while in the bed of the homunculus owner. The girl immediately blushed, and the homunculus hurried to assure her that he would be aware that she didn't mean it seriously. But these were imperial customs, so the knight wanted to warn her because if she told this to another homunculus, he would take it all wrong. And the heroine replied that she would keep it in mind because now that she thought about it, it didn't make sense to allow homunculi to call them by name. After all, such a strict hierarchy exists among them that this was the case. But at that moment, she remembered an incident from her past life, when Michael imprisoned her as a member of the imperial family. The seventh princess decided to ask Michael a question about this incident, because she understood why they were allowed to communicate with them without formalities. But what did it mean for a knight to call an imperial family member by name without permission? After these words, Michael flinched as if he had been struck. And holding his sword, he asked who addressed her in that manner. The main character did not understand what he meant, and then the young man persistently asked if it was Elijah Halston. The heroine had mixed feelings, because it was actually the Michael Isaac Nito from the past who called her that. The seventh princess shook her hand negatively, lying and saying that no one called her that. And she was simply wondering what it could mean, and the man decided to believe her. And he began to explain to her, with a frown, what it meant. The man explained that there were only two reasons why a knight could do this. And one of them meant that he deeply despised a member of the imperial family. Here he gave one reason, and after a while said that the second reason for such an act was if the homunculus wanted to become the princess's personal knight. After the words spoken by Michael, the main character was literally stunned in place, not believing what he heard. And then the man decided to finish her off by telling her that, to be more precise, it was because the homunculus wanted to serve an imperial family member at night. The seventh princess screamed internally, while the man decided to comment on this motive. That said, for a homunculus to address her in that way, he must have been brave. And at that moment, the heroine blushed, thinking even more that it was truly astonishing to find out what Agnito really wanted from her. For a girl who had only held hands, such knowledge was a real shock. The young man beside her couldn't help but notice her reaction to his words and the way she blushed. The man, with a serious expression on his face, asked if the girl had broken ties with this homunculus before naming him her personal knight. After that, an awkward silence arose between them as the girl began to digest his words. The main character, covering her face in embarrassment, looked at the homunculus, clenched her fists, and looked away, stuttering and replying that whoever called her by name was dead. Michael Agnito stared fixedly at the seventh princess for a full minute, making her nervous. But then he exhaled in relief, commenting on her words, saying he felt relief and disappointment at the same time. The heroine realized that his disappointment was solely because he couldn't kill him himself, and in any case, the man decided to ask her if the girl was going to do anything special today. And tomorrow. The protagonist was glad they changed the subject and said her knight was as smart as ever, because he actually didn't send all his servants on vacation. And in order to meet a very important person today, who was her alchemist master. It was a dimly lit place, full of alchemy books, as the young people walked there. Quite a bit of time passed. So the heroine felt guilty. The man replied that it wasn't critical, as he was used to long journeys. After that, they entered the house, which was unlocked, and the girl froze in a stupor, because an unknown creature flew towards her and began licking her face in an outburst of affection. The girl immediately recognized him and greeted him, noting how much time had passed since their last encounter. While the girl did her best to show her master's pet that she was also happy to see him, the man carefully examined the surroundings. The seventh princess's personal knight noticed that there were many golems here, and the girl replied that they were created by her mother, who was a golem alchemist. She had trouble speaking because she wanted to sneeze from the dust that had accumulated here. The heroine decided she needed to clean up a bit and asked the young man to wait here. When the homunculus asked her if she was going to do this, a girl replied as a matter of course that it was the student's responsibility to clean up her master's mess. After that, the girl cleaned a ladybug-shaped golem and started tidying the room. Using magic, she moved the books to the correct shelves with precise movements. And it didn't take as long as the young man thought, who could only watch what was happening in amazement. The man didn't understand how the girl just did this, and the girl explained to him that she simply replaced some books on the shelf. The heroine didn't consider it anything special, but the homunculus didn't think so, saying that she calculated the location and the correct trajectory of every book and moved them there in the blink of an eye. Calculating the trajectory requires excellent spatial orientation, although the girl simply studied this because she was too lazy to move. She didn't think she would ever be praised for this, even though calculating trajectory is the most important thing for long-range attack spells. And maybe she had a gift. However, the heroine was not strong in combat spells, But the man calmly replied that it was his job to keep her away from situations where she would have to fight. And if you think about it, the protagonist knew his knowledge of magic, but not of alchemy. And the girl replied that it was similar to her mother's specialization in golem alchemy. The young man didn't understand what she meant when she said her specialization was similar. And the girl smiled at him. She said it would be better to show than to explain and asked him to follow her. The girl led him to the room where her things were and pointed to one of the objects. There was a stone heart there, and the man asked if it was alchemy of human anatomy. Although he was sure that she knew that this was the forbidden area of alchemy. The man asked if the girl intended to plan an uprising, and the girl began to deny it. The heroine said she was researching methods to turn golems into internal organs. Most of the time, people die from heart disease. And magic and herbal treatments were not enough to find the right therapy method. That's why the seventh princess began to look for ways to create an artificial heart. But that was before she set her sights on the throne, so now she was thinking of handing over this research to the Imperial Palace Alchemist Society. Since she cannot do it herself, many research results are required. The man made it clear that he understood her motives, and the girl decided to create a protective golem that they could use. The protagonist made it clear that she wanted Michael to give him a name, and the man responded positively to her request. At that moment, the girl decided to look out the window and noticed that it seemed the master would not be coming soon. The girl thought they should stay there if it was already too late, since there was an attic for visitors that Agnito could use. The heroine asked the young man to give her a lock of hair, which he did without hesitation. And she threw it into a boiling cauldron. It was quite late when the main character went to bed, and the owner of a small house deep in the forest never returned. Unlike her knight, the girl spent the night in another room where she sometimes stayed with her master. The girl's face was serene because today was exhausting and nothing made her fall asleep quickly. When she opened her eyes, the heroine expected to see the familiar wooden ceiling of the room where she fell asleep. But she found herself in a completely unknown environment, which made her flinch in surprise. The heroine looked at the starry night sky, but she didn't feel cold while dressed in a fine nightgown. After some time, she realized she was in a dream and immediately guessed who had caused this situation. After all, the only person who could do something like that was her master, whom she immediately called. The dark-haired woman, who covered her face with an owl mask, smiled at her. She praised her student, saying that Eve was doing better than in the past. And Evan Rose also smiled sincerely at her, replying that a long time had passed since their last meeting. When a person reaches the highest level in the field of magic, youth is awarded to them as a prize. This applies to alchemy, swordsmanship, and magic, and in a century, only one person is born with such talent for any of these areas. And the sage of the spruce forest was one of them, who was the master of the sixth empress. And after the words of the last ruler, who expressed the wish that his daughter study alchemy, Eva became the sage's student. The main character asked her why she decided to meet her in a dream. Although the girl wanted to see her in person, the sage replied that she arrived at the New Moon Lake to rest and regain strength after using a large amount of energy recently. Even Rose immediately worried about her, but she assured her that she shouldn't worry. And in response, she asked what made the princess look for her. The seventh princess, as if only now remembering this, announced with a calm expression that she had actually returned to the past. And she wondered if her master, who practices alchemy, knew how this could happen. She spoke as if it were no big deal, and the master replied that she already knew. Evan Rose didn't think the sage would believe her so quickly, and even say she knew it. Overcoming her burst of surprise, the heroine more calmly asked her master why she had returned. The dark-haired woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin for a second, saying that if she told her this, it would reveal the secrets of nature to her. The princess immediately became cautious, assuming this information could harm her master and violate the laws of the world, but everything turned out much simpler. Since the sage simply didn't want to share this with her student, Evan Rose complained that she, as always, was greedy. Deciding that joke time was over, the woman decided to answer her and told her that Eva had returned to the past because someone had performed a time regression ritual. Using the power of the philosopher's stone, alchemy, and high-level magic, the girl replied that she understood. She didn't think the philosopher's stone would be involved here, but the heroine guessed the rest. So she decided to continue with the question. She needed to know who had worked so hard to bring her back to this time. And her master said she was sure she could guess who it was based on the fact that the girl was at the center of the timeline. The sage continued her speech, suggesting that the person who did this was the one who loved Evenrose very much. The princess didn't understand who it was who loved her so much, but then a guess occurred to her. She supposed it must have been her master, and regretted not immediately guessing why the woman was now gaining strength. But the woman refuted her words by replying that she was only half right because it wasn't the work of a single person. After that, she gave the girl time to think what it was, and the princess guessed it was Sedella. But the sage refuted her words by saying that she wouldn't have thought of that. But apart from Sedella, no one thought of the heroine, and her master called her a stupid girl. After which she started chewing everything. That returning to the past requires a huge amount of magic and has a huge price. And the philosopher's stone meets all these requirements. She asked who the girl thought had access to the free use of the philosopher's stone. And she replied that it could only be the emperor. And now she asked him a final question related to who was the last emperor she saw before returning to the past. And the girl's eyes widened when she understood what her master was referring to, and a certain image appeared before her eyes. How did a dark-haired young man, whom she did not expect to see, approach her and call her by name? Speaking of which, she should have chosen him as her personal knight, as Michael from this timeline told her. The girl bit her lip in shock, still not believing what was happening. But then she opened her mouth hesitantly answering her master that the last emperor before she was transported to the past was Miccoli Sagnedo. After this, the girl's face became extremely serious, as such a discovery radically changed the situation she remembered. Some time passed since that moment, and now Michael was in the same lake to which the heroine was transported. He didn't seem surprised at all by the current situation, and calmly turned his head in a certain direction. And spoke. The man said that whoever brought him here should introduce themselves immediately. And the woman followed his words. She replied playfully that he shouldn't worry, as the sage only wanted her to enjoy the aurora borealis. The woman continued talking about how it was a glow she created with such care and diligence, but the young man ignored her words. The homunculus briefly asked who she was, and the sage replied that she had many roles. But today she came as the one who would give him the answer to an important question. That's why she spoke to him and his students separately and not together. The young man immediately understood the words about the student and quickly realized that she was the sage of the spruce forest. When the woman confirmed his guess, the seventh princess's personal knight immediately changed his attitude towards her. And bowing, he apologized for his behavior, introducing himself as Miccoli Sagnedo, who is also known as his student's personal knight. Then the woman with the owl mask said that the homunculus king didn't need to be so polite to her. After her words, the young man straightened up and asked in a serious tone why she called him that. Since Hadelamid also used this address when speaking to her, and the woman spread her hands. She explained to him that she was born with the power to rule all homunculi, so she felt this title suited him very well. The man began to doubt her words, believing that this was the emperor's role. And the sage replied that this could not be compared, since the emperor's brainwashing and oppression in no way compares to the power Michael had over the homunculi. The woman pointed her finger at him and said that she was born with it, but the king's power had not yet awakened in him. When this power awakens, he will gain a dominion beyond that of the imperial family, and he will set the homunculi free. The man couldn't believe he could have so much power over others and looked at his hands. He clenched his fist and said that he was not the person who could command the homunculi, and that this role didn't suit him. But the woman told him there was no doubt, and the young man looked at her with interest. The sage of the spruce forest decided to share her knowledge with him and told him that in a past life, the man also did not want the throne. But finally, his homunculus stood up and with overwhelming force freed his people. The young man didn't understand her words about a past life and asked about it. He wanted to know if she really meant that the homunculus was now living a second life. The seventh princess's knight didn't want to doubt her words, but when she answered affirmatively, the man didn't know how this could be possible. And the woman cunningly said that this was possible because some people couldn't accept the loss of a loved one. And since I didn't want to part with him, they performed a ritual to travel back in time. This information wasn't as shocking as the spruce forest sage's previous statement. The young man thought this was absurd and stupid because in his right mind, he was willing to change the whole world for the sake of one person's resurrection. In his opinion, people who do this simply don't know how to appreciate what they have until it's gone. After this sentence, the woman stared silently at the young man because she knew very well that it was this man. Seeing his gaze, the man asked what was wrong, and the seventh princess's master decided to close this topic and move on to another. They began to talk again about how Hadelamid's dark spirit already knew that Michael was the king of the homunculi. The man couldn't understand how this was possible when he himself didn't know it. And the woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin. After thinking for a while, the woman concluded that the influence of magic and high-level alchemy is limited when it comes to evil dragons of this scale. Spirits were the essence of the mind, and this meant that he had to go back in time while retaining memories of the past. It was easy to recognize Agneto, because Hadelamid had already met him before after his powers awakened. So the man asked a logical question: could she also recognize him by his skill level? And he received a positive answer. The next morning, the seventh princess, Hadelamid, was looking at the flowers near the house. But her thoughts were occupied with the things she had discovered the night before. It made no sense to her that the same Michael, whom she met in a past life, loved her. He returned in time to bring her back to life, and that's it, because he loved her. But now another question arose. Why did he choose her as his beloved? And from these thoughts, she blushed and lowered her head with a deep sigh. At that moment, a young man approached the unsuspecting girl from behind and called her. He had been calling her for a while, but the protagonist was immersed in her thoughts, so she couldn't calm down. Realizing that no one was paying attention to him, the seventh princess's personal knight approached the heroine and called Eves. The girl immediately turned to the young man with her face still red, which she had previously hidden between her knees. The princess stood up and stammered and asked Michael how he knew she was here. And he replied that he saw her from the top floor. The man complained that he had to call her so many times and told her that she might catch a cold. Therefore, he threw the brown robe he had brought in advance over her shoulders. At that moment, the girl looked at the man's face, thinking that she didn't want to doubt the master's words. But the reason why Michael in the past called her by name without her permission was truly because he wanted to serve her. When she thought of this, she immediately blushed and pushed Michael away because she couldn't look him in the eyes. She understood that she needed to calm down since the past Michael and the present one were two different people. And these feelings will disappear after reversing time, and with this, she managed to calm her heart. At that moment, the young man decided to ignore her strange behavior and revealed that her master visited his dream last night. This immediately interested the heroine, and seeing that his attention was focused on him, the young man continued the conversation. The man said that the sage told him to give her a magic scroll, and the seventh princess was pleasantly surprised, since her master rarely taught her magic. The main character looked at Michael and asked what he was talking about with her master. And the man began to recall her last words before saying goodbye. When the woman asked him why he needed to know who exactly performed the ritual, the man replied that he was going to kill the man who went back in time. The main character explained that this man knew the future, and if he opposed the princess, it would pose a great threat. When she asked who could harm her, the young man replied that he wasn't worried about himself, but he feared he might ruin the princess's plans. The woman was slightly surprised to hear his sincere words and knew that she simply wished the best for her student. She smiled and gave him the advice that he should awaken his power as the homunculus king. The young man looked at the woman, silently waiting for the continuation of her words. Seeing this, the sage of the spruce forest continued speaking, saying that when this happens, the man will regain the memories of his past life, and thus he will also know who the culprit is. And the man thought again about her words. If what the seventh princess's master said was true, it meant that the man already knew who that person was. And his abilities can help the princess, and this also meant a lot to the young man. After all, then the princess could show him more affection in the future than now. The man smiled, realizing that he had to awaken the power of the homunculus king as soon as possible, and finally replied to the princess, telling her that he and the master were not talking about very important matters. He only let her know that the sage told him how he could be useful to the seventh princess. A week later, the girl looked at the tree in front of her with a serious expression on her face. She opened her mouth to cast the spell and pointed her hand forward, palm down. The princess cast a spell, which created a silver web of arachnids, and she did it quite successfully. The girl was satisfied with the result of her efforts, thinking that now she knew what was what. At that moment, Michael, with an expressionless face, analyzed her actions and assessed her skills, considering them incredible. The spell causes no damage if the target is stationary. But as soon as it moves, the web turns into sharp leaves, so this spell is used for both attack and defense. Due to the oath of allegiance, he may become helpless if the princess uses it against the young man. And since it is considered a protective spell, the golem does not react to it. At that moment, he noticed something and extended his hand for the butterfly to land on it. He asked the butterfly, whom he called Amber, if she also thought it was an excellent spell. It was a protective golem created by the princess, and it sprinkled black particles when it was in a bad mood. The girl saw the golem and also decided to approach the two of them, saying that Amber seemed to be in a good mood today, and that she could notice it by the golden particles. The man said that only a week had passed since she started training, but the progress was already great. The girl replied that it was probably because she was in her zone, and the man decided to ignore her words. Turning to the side, he asked her why she didn't start training with real people, since they are more likely to harm her, unlike monsters. That's why he invited her to do it right now, and the girl couldn't believe that he was going to be a target, since he seems to have forgot what happened on the first day of training, and also the homunculus won't even be able to draw his sword when he's in the zone, since this would be perceived as an attack for her, but the man said that everything was fine since he had a protective golem. Moreover, they couldn't reveal their secret ability to others, and that was the truth the princess admitted. She didn't think the spell her master taught her could be the most dangerous for Michael. Now that the man thought about it, it was the same as being in her arms, and he could accept it. The young man, with a slight smile, put his arm around her neck and, without a hint of shame, declared something. He said he would obey, even if it meant he had to accept it, even if she trampled on him, since the only thing he could do was ask her to hug him tenderly. The girl couldn't understand why he was saying those words so naturally, as he had never said such things in the past. She closed her eyes, stuttered, and asked the homunculus to stop using the communication skills taught to him at the training center. Although this wasn't what he was taught there to the young man, he decided to remain silent so as not to embarrass her further. Then, the girl continued speaking by saying that in any case, she needed to improve her skills, and she suggested that her personal knight start training tomorrow. The man smiled at the embarrassed girl and accepted her proposal, and some time passed since that day. They were heading to the princess's chambers when they ran into the eighth princess and her personal knight. The young people greeted each other, while the main character wondered why they ran into her. Rosnith calmly greeted her sister, and Evan Rose thought it was obvious that Rosie was upset about losing to her. She couldn't even look her in the eyes out of jealousy, but the girl wasn't fooled by her behavior, since this girl was the one who poisoned her in my past life, who was so in love with this love that she gave poisonous belladonna to her own sister. regardless of their blood connection. Looking back, the main character could say that she was definitely capable of doing this. She was happy to know the reason for this behavior, but at the same time, it was disappointing. Since she couldn't argue with her because she hadn't committed the crime yet. Roseknit couldn't understand what was wrong with her and thought she had probably realized she was upset. The main character hoped that this Bess, Rose Knight, would not fall in love with Michael. While commenting that they were both going out for a walk, they talked about how the golden roses had turned into beautiful buds, so Evan Rose asked Agnito to go for a walk with her. Rosenita briefly felt, agreeing with her, and looked at Michael asking for confirmation of her words. The seventh princess couldn't believe Roseknit was again trying to do something like that to attract Michael. Michael Agnito, however, did not react to her words in any way and looking at her coldly. Making it clear that he had heard her words, he lowered his head silently. There was an awkward pause between the young people as everyone stared in disbelief at the seventh princess's personal night. Feeling offended by such cold contempt towards her person by some homunculus, the eighth princess called the young man once more. Michael Agnito seemed not to notice the atmosphere and calmly raised his head again when he heard his name. At that moment, barely making it clear that he was listening to her, Roseknit, with a forced smile, asked him if he was going to answer her question. The young man apologized to Her Highness, explaining his actions, saying he thought the princesses were having a conversation. Therefore, thinking this way, he couldn't understand that the eighth princess was addressing him, and not her lover. Of course, no one believed his absurd words, and the protagonist turned surprised towards her personal knight without believing what she heard. She screamed mentally and hid her blushing face, just like the eighth princess, but for completely different reasons. Having regained some sense and cooled her rosy face, the protagonist with an awkward smile turned her head towards her half-sister and found a reason to leave. She said it was time for them to leave since they had been here long enough, and expressed her wish to see each other. And then she reminded Rosie and Sylvestian to take care of themselves alone, as they once again began their advance towards the seventh princess's chambers. The main character expressed the hope that she hadn't put the princess in an awkward position. After all, he was well aware that, as the personal knight of the august person, it was not appropriate for him to behave this way. The girl made it clear to him that everything was fine, but advised him to be careful next time in the presence of other members of the imperial family, especially the emperor. The young man made it clear that this wouldn't be difficult, since he had no issues with the rest of the imperial family. When he said this, the main character realized that he only had trouble controlling himself around Rosie. She saw that the future king of the homunculi wanted to tell her something, and assured him that he could share anything with her. The young man then admitted that he felt more disgust towards the eighth princess than even the emperor. Evan Rose thought that it was probably some kind of unconscious feeling, transferred from her past life as it should be, and years of negative feelings towards her had taken root in him. Perhaps he also remembered the feelings he had for the main character. But while her thoughts were occupied with this, the young man was thinking about something else. The man remembered the sage's words before leaving that his awakening as the homunculus king would be for the sake of a great goal. It was not enough to restore all memories of the past, but it was enough to restore the emotions of a past life. He thought that his strong disgust for the eighth princess was proof of it, since he must have hated her a lot. However, on the other hand, Michael had opposite feelings towards the seventh princess, and he turned his head to look at her, but the girl looked at him with a strange longing in her eyes, which greatly shocked the young man. With concern in his voice, he called Her Highness and asked if everything was all right. And the girl quickly moved away from him to hide her expression. She looked forward with bitterness and closed her eyes for a second, thinking that while she considered the possibility that her personal knight might remember her from his past life, she suddenly felt some kind of closeness. The girl tried to hide the emotions that overwhelmed her and hurried the young man by telling him they needed to return quickly. Not knowing that the man behind her frowned, not believing that everything was fine with her. Time passed since that moment, and the protagonist was sitting in her office when Sedelia handed her a report on the two families she mentioned earlier. Her Highness thanked the girl while continuing to report that the Lussier family was also preparing a new strategy aimed at the noble people. Soon the seventh princess saw pearlescent pigments in the private rooms of the public baths of the Lussier house, which meant additional business for Eve. The maid commented that Lady Annis was very competent and that they would paint the nobles' carriages for the ascent. But she didn't have time to finish her report because of the princess. Since Her Highness was just listening to her silently and smiling serenely, so Sedella began to suspect that she wasn't listening to her. She asked him about it, and Evenrose replied that now that she thought about it, why don't they ask Lady Annis to renovate the maid's house too? The princess was going to pay all the expenses, and her maid blushed at this mention, who began to deny, saying that she had already received too many gifts from Her Highness. She began to talk about how surprised she felt when she arrived at that mansion on behalf of her princess. And the maids of the house began to treat her like their mistress and greeted her. Evenrose laughed carelessly when she heard this story and congratulated her, calling Sedella charming, and promised to continue showering her with gifts in the future. Still laughing provocatively at Hadelamid, she asked when the girl was going to invite her to her house. To which she immediately smiled and replied that she would be delighted if she felt at home, and therefore she would always be happy to see her. At that moment, another of her maids burst into the princess's chambers and quickly announced that the tickets she had ordered had finally arrived. It shouldn't have been easy, so the heroine thanked her, and upon learning that the show would be tomorrow, she notified Sedella that she would visit her house after lunch. And now she needed to talk to Michael, who had no choice but to accompany her as her personal knight. But the young man didn't think she would do this to him when she promised not to use the trace on him, and forced him to go to a musical performance. The girl, laughing carelessly, replied that Liana had worked hard to get tickets because she had become very popular in Rome. And she heard that Ramona was now in high society, and the heroine thought she had to see the performance of the artist she sponsored. This was true, but Michael had also heard that the musical told a love story between a member of the imperial family and a homunculus. The girl decided to change the topic and reminded the straw man that they had decided to call each other by their names while walking, and began to hurry him. They finally reached the right place, and the heroine told the young man that she had to meet the theater owner to receive a certificate of patronage. But after this meeting, she was left with sediment in her heart, thinking that entering high society for Ramona was not an easy thing. She remembered her recent conversation with a man who had heard that Miss Land had recently entered high society, and she was singing in the salons of the Marquise Sayer. And the girl also received invitations to other social events. But Marquise Sayer seemed a little possessive to her. However, there were some nobles who sent invitations after receiving the Marquise's consent. This could help spread her name, and with these words, the man handed the girl a list. After reading it, the princess frowned, as it was the social nightclub of the Marquise Chancellery, where meetings were filled with perversions, as if they were trying to get close using the Marquise's name. That's why the girl told him that she would give the man more money so he could compose songs for Miss Land. And she asked him not to send the girl to such events, hoping he would listen and stop doing such things. As the girl and her knight were about to leave, Eve called Rimmon, who was very surprised to see her in such a place. A brunette in an elegant dress ran to her new friend, complaining about why she hadn't come in so long when she was looking for her everywhere. This sentence interested the protagonist, who had just come to watch her perform, and she asked the girl why she was looking for her. The singer replied indignantly that the reason was that the theater owner told her that her friend worked for her sponsor. She pretended to start wiping her tears, saying that she knew how fun it was to hide something. But she thought she should have known at least something, and because of that, grabbing the heroine's hands, she energetically headed towards the exit. The protagonist, who apologized saying she wasn't thinking about her feelings, became interested in the place they were going, and received in response the words that the singer wanted to meet her sponsor. The young man, whom the girls had completely forgotten about, was indignantly thinking about how the brunette dared to take his princess's hand. At that moment, Ramona finally noticed the princess's undercover personal knight, and she allowed whom she thought was the young Eve to go with them. The homunculus's first reaction was to deny the statement that he was the princess's boyfriend. But he stopped mid-sentence, thinking that he could go with them if he pretended to be her lover. He calmly accepted her words and said he would follow her without denying her words. Of course, the seventh princess was shocked by such a reaction, but at that moment she was distracted by the brunette's words, who, still holding her hand, asked where Eve worked and who her godfather was. Obviously, Evan Rose, who didn't know how to lie, was confused, and Michael decided to help his lover by answering about Mona instead of her. The man said that Eve worked for Lady Sedella, who was the daughter of Count April, but that this was the first time Ramona had heard of such an aristocrat. It was up to her to decide whether to believe them or not. And the singer decided to trust them, and after that the princess thanked her knight in a whisper to which he smiled. At that moment, Ramona turned to her new friend again, telling her that she had to go on stage. And she asked her to wait for her after the end. She reminded them once more not to leave without her, and actively waving her hands. She forced Eve to promise that she would wait for her. The princess also waved goodbye to her, making a promise, and the young man next to her said in a whisper that he would send Amber with Miss Arpel. And the girl thanked him. Finally, the performance ended, and the young people were sitting in the carriage when Ramona spoke, apologizing for insisting on this because she just wanted to personally thank her godfather. Evan Rose made it clear that everything should have been fine, as she had informed him in advance that they would come. And the girl calmed down. She decided to change the subject and energetically asked if the young people in front of her liked the musical with her in the main role. The girl said she played the role of the seventh princess and was waiting for an answer if they also thought the princess was a wonderful person. Evan Rose smiled awkwardly with her and agreed with her words, thinking internally how surprised she was, because the story almost matched her reality and was a little alarming. At that moment, while lost in those thoughts, the brunette noticed a public bathhouse run by the Lessier family. As usual, everything was lively here, and the singer said she had long wanted to go there. Evan Rose was surprised that the girl hadn't gone there yet, but then realized that it would be difficult to do so now since people had already started recognizing her. Ramona couldn't help but agree with her words, but in reality, her thoughts were the complete opposite. Since she actually had no friends to go there with, she didn't want to talk about it and asked Evan Rose in return. She replied with a calm expression that she hadn't been to that public bath, yet because she had no one to go with. After this honest answer, the brunette in front of her blushed and enthusiastically grabbed Eve's hands, offering to go there with her someday. She heard that the soap they sell is very good for the skin, so she wanted to go together. But the heroine was not sure if it was a good idea. The young man next to her agreed with her thoughts and said out loud that it would be difficult. He crossed his arms in front of him and continued talking about how Eve didn't even have enough time to spend with him, let alone go to a public bathhouse with anyone else. Ramona smiled slyly and approached and asked him if the young man knew that, and that this way the girl would get tired of him if he kept up the same spirit. She believed that possessiveness and restriction were real forms of violence. But when the girl shouted something like that in her face, Evan Rose stopped her. The main character began to justify the young man by saying that Michael was simply worried because he doesn't get along with strangers. And the brunette accepted her point of view. The girl replied that this was not a problem because she had heard that private rooms would soon open. And when she becomes famous and earns a lot of money, the singer aggressively waving her hand. Evan Rose asked her if she agreed with this. The main character realized that the girl in front of her was sincere in her promise, and smiled, replying that she agreed to go to the bathhouse with her. They agreed to go to a private bathhouse one day, and the brunette told her friend that by then she had to go with her, as she had promised. When they arrived at the house of the seventh princess's maid, some time had passed, and she came to receive them personally at the entrance. Her face was slightly pale and showed her nervousness, and Evan Rose was no better. They greeted each other in such a way that, to others it seemed, that the seventh princess was a subordinate of her maid Sedela. Not noticing how Lady Sedela stammered when saying Eve's name. Ramona was the first to greet the girl in front of them. She apologized for such an unexpected visit, but justified herself by saying that she really wanted to personally thank her for sponsoring her. Then she asked Eve to take her with her, and Sedela took her away saying everything was fine. She didn't need to apologize, and she asked if she was close to her employee since they addressed each other by name. And she received an enthusiastic answer from Ramona, who immediately told her that they even promised each other to go to a public bathhouse together. This terrified the seventh princess's personal maid, who thought that then everything would be fine. Seeing her reaction, Evan Rose grabbed Ramona by the shoulders and told her that the other party promised to take her to a private room when she became rich and famous, and where only the two of them would be. This reassured the seventh princess's personal maid, who thought that then everything would be fine. And Ramona promised her that she would raise the reputation of the Arpel family. And she was also going to do this to go to the bathhouse with her new friend. She shone with enthusiasm, which was immediately obvious even to a person who didn't pay attention to details. Even though the girl was very nervous. Zedella, who was attentively watching her lover's first friend, could only be silently surprised by this. At that moment, seeing that her godfather did not react to her words in any way. The singer became nervous and began to wave her arms anxiously, announcing that she would do it. Of course, only with Lady Sedella's permission. The seventh princess's maid looked at her and replied with a reassuring smile. That it sounded wonderful and asked her to take care of Dave. The girl, realizing that the atmosphere had calmed down, assured her that everything would be fine. And that she shouldn't worry. She also asked Lady Sedela to call her Ramona, and the other party accepted her request. Looking at this scene, the seventh princess smiled, thinking that she knew they were playing different roles. But it seemed as if she was really introducing her friend to Sedela. The heroine turned to her maid and asked why they weren't going to the living room, since she would like to prepare tea for them. When the girl in front of her finally nodded, her voice trembled. And the heroine, who had known her for quite some time, immediately suspected that something was wrong. And she realized that she seemed worried. But the girl immediately understood the reason for her concern when they finally reached the living room and saw who Sedela's guest was. Time passed since that moment, and the singer got ready. She went home. She regretted that Eve couldn't go out due to cleaning reasons and asked the young man to tell her that she liked the tea. She shared her impression of the noble ladies because I think they will be pleased with the scary ones. But everything turned out to be the opposite, which was a great relief for her. The seventh princess's personal knight agreed with her statement and said that maybe she was comfortable because someone was protecting her, since Lady Anais had already told the singer that there was another person sponsoring her through Lady Sedela, and of course this caught the girl's attention. The Marquis's daughter stared at the main character, who stood in front of them as if asking for permission. With her gaze, she indicated whether she should at least say only the title, without revealing her identity. And Evan Rose was satisfied with her solution and nodded mentally, adding that it would be better this way. After this silent agreement, the girl told her that Lady Sedela was Her Highness's personal maid, the seventh princess Hadelamid. So she worked closely with Her Highness and introduced her, and after this statement, the singer blushed and covered her face with her hands. She immediately thought that she even played the role of the seventh princess without knowing it. And she would wonder if Her Highness had seen the musical with her participation, which would be very embarrassing for her. When she got into the carriage, the girl had no idea that the seventh princess was still watching her performance. And finally, she told the young man in front of her that she had heard the rumor that thanks to Her Highness, she would have her own song. And she promised herself that she would do everything possible to reach the imperial palace, and then she herself will definitely thank the seventh princess, no matter the cost. Without even suspecting it, her words were heard by the girl she was talking about. And the main character standing on the balcony thought that with her talent, very little time would pass. and she would be invited to the palace. She eagerly awaited this day. However, she was a little worried because she hid her identity from her. But she could think about that later. Some time had passed since that day, and now the seventh princess was having tea with her business partners. The handsome young man in front of her laughed at her story, thinking about how it must have been for Lady Anais. It was a great honor that Her Highness herself served her tea. She complained that he was serious when he said he almost had a heart attack when he suddenly served the tea. She assured Mr. Alvin that he should have seen it with his own eyes, and the young man laughed even louder. He thought that since they were talking about Miss Land, the man should congratulate Her Highness. Thanks to Miss Land, the seventh princess earned enough community service credits to allow her to start undertaking external projects. Furthermore, since she provided the sponsorship certificate, people are gradually discovering that she is the secret sponsor of Hadelamid. The protagonist thought she had finally earned the right to visit the mine to extract the magic stone, and that she could now start improving working conditions there. She also looked at Michael, thinking that maybe they would have the chance to awaken Michael's power. But someone else was already following the mine, which was a problem, and she had to do something. She asked Mr. Alvin if everything was all right with the redevelopment area, and received the answer that they would soon choose a house that would be under construction. He brought her a detailed drawing, and the main character asked him if it would be risky to go out with Lady Anais, since there could be rumors that she had received a bribe from her. The young man said that Her Highness was talking nonsense, because what kind of bribe was carried out when he was the embodiment of justice? The girl was genuinely surprised by these words when Lady Anais assured Her Highness that there was nothing to worry about. Since Mr. Alvin had recently exposed Count Sanchez, who received bribes in exchange for leniency towards those who worked in the palace. He was the type that catches people accused of bribery, not the type that commits it. Since he was still a diligent servant, the man asked what the main character thought about the drawing he prepared for Her Highness. Since, as preparation for the season, he placed a drainage system every 5 buildings and left empty spaces for the future construction of important infrastructure facilities. And the girl greatly appreciated this drawing, considering it flawless. The man who in the past constantly embezzled funds for Count Sanchez now sought to become a symbol of honor, and she thought she had done the right thing by giving him a chance when he turned his revenge into justice. Lady Anais also praised the young man and said it was truly surprising how he uncovered corruption. And he replied that he had his own detection methods. He seemed genuinely happy, and the girl was glad that Mr. Alvin had found his own area where he could grow and develop successfully. At this moment, Lady Diana said she must inform her that Marquis Chancellor's steps are suspicious, since they plan to open an academy in the new area, as well as a bathhouse. After all, they must have taken over the construction company, and that was not good news. It was strange that they didn't have enough funds, because they couldn't find a distribution channel to sell their magic stones. And she didn't know where they got the money from. Alvin suddenly remembered that he had an appointment at the Chancellor's office, and hurried to leave, while the girl Anais also decided to leave with him. In the past, Marquis Chancellor's bathhouse business ended in a fire and caused casualties. And the heroine understood that she should not take this matter lightly. Time passed since that moment, and the girl walked along with her knight, noticing that he looked as bland as ever. The man nodded gratefully, but couldn't return the compliment as the girl looked like she hadn't slept all night. And the heroine confirmed it, explaining that she wanted to familiarize herself with the notes in advance before the morning meeting with her father. While they were talking about how a girl should take care of herself, a childish voice called the seventh princess. It was the 8th Prince Euclid Björn Hadelamid, who the girl thought must also be on his way to the meeting. The young man, despite his innocent appearance, was always sarcastic towards the main character. Although the prince made it clear that he was indeed heading to a tea party with the emperor. He coldly looked at his sister's personal knight, and then turned towards the garden as if he hadn't looked at the main character. The princess, like the homunculus, did not lose her gaze upon realizing that he had just scanned Michael. But she expressed the hope that he would remain silent until their arrival. They walked side by side because they were going the same way, and the blonde decided to start a conversation by saying that he had heard rumors that Betty disliked Evan Rose. Lately, the girl looked at the young man with a calm smile and replied that she thought the same. The eighth prince arrogantly decided to warn her that if he were in her place, he would not pressure the third princess. He continued talking about how at least his mother still protected him. The young man smiled because he decided to dare again and said that the seventh princess had no one like him. The teenager said this phrase knowing very well that he was pressuring the sick girl, whose mother died prematurely. But he couldn't provoke the main character, who exhaled disappointed, thinking that the eighth prince was looking down on her again. After all, the eighth prince, Hadelamid, only knows how to keep his mouth shut in front of the third princess. This arrogant attitude always made people think of him as the spoiled prince of this empire. But in reality, not everything was at all what it seemed at first glance, and for those who were not aware of the whole situation. Since the fourth Empress Rami, who was Bridget's mother, and the ninth Empress Ariana, Euclid's mother, were closely related. Ariana, Euclid's mother, was the fourth Empress's personal maid before becoming Empress. She was very devoted to Bridget and her mother, as she served her and her family for a long time. But the problem doesn't lie here, but in the fact that it was pathological. Instead of showing love to her own son, she saw him as a political tool in service of Bridget and her mother. In her previous life, Bridget tried to use Euclid to attract new funding lines and encouraged the Empress to arrange an arranged marriage for her son with a wealthy commoner, which resulted in great humiliation for her family. The mature young man raised his voice to his mother, telling her that this had never happened in the history of our empire, and asked her to change her mind. But Ariana happily followed Bridget's plan and believed that the young man should do this for the good of her highness, and he should be grateful that they paid a good sum for his face. Living in such an environment, he constantly took out his anger on the heroine, just as he is doing now. While thinking about this, something caught her attention, and it was the dark energy emanating from her personal knight. The man did not hide his contempt for a member of the imperial family who mistreated his lover. The main character severely called the young man, and he realized his mistake and apologized to her highness. The teenager, who was scared by her gaze, stuttered and asked why his sister's personal knight was looking at him like that. Because he didn't know what he did wrong, which caused even more negativity from the homunculus. Evan Rose looked coldly at the young man and explained that it was rude of him to say such things, and it would be better if he apologized to her, since she decided to maintain a good relationship with you. The young man thought he should receive an apology for the fact that they stared at him, and the girl, with a promising smile, addressed the prince by his nickname. The boy, seeing the look of suspicion on his face, asked her why she addressed him like that, and soon he found out the reason. The main character asked him with a smile how his sword training was going, and the young man's eyes widened in shock. The Hadelamid Empire places great emphasis on alchemy and magic, but relatively little on swordsmanship. Because of this, Euclid was forced to practice swordsmanship in secret. Although he excelled at it, his face immediately became pitiful when, hesitantly, he asked his sister if she was going to share this information with their mother. And in response, the girl said that she would keep his secret if he apologized and promised to speak to her politely. And the young man did so immediately. He apologized to the main character, promising her that this would never happen again. And in return, he asked her not to tell his mother. The seventh princess, who was looking at the young man, noticed how he was trembling with fear in front of her. She realized that they seemed to have overstepped in putting the eighth prince in his place. Because, after all, he was just a child. Evan Rose patted the young man's head, saying that she accepted his apology, and smiled at him with an encouraging smile. The eighth prince looked up at her, prostrate, as he did not expect such actions from her. He blushed, not even bothering to dry the tears that had appeared in his eyes, while the girl thought about how she had to bring him something delicious later. The young people, having finally resolved all their conflicts, greeted their father, who entered the room. The man also greeted them and told them to take a seat, after which he turned to his seventh daughter. He asked her if everything was all right with Eve, since he was very scared after hunting monsters. And the man replied that everything was fine, thanking her for worrying about her because she asked this last week too. But the emperor justified himself by saying that she might be physically healthy. But this does not mean that her mental health was in perfect order in the end. She was possessed by an evil spirit. The man continued by saying that maybe he should have given her some magic stones to soothe her heart. And the girl replied that everything was fine and that she could take care of herself. The blonde in front of the girl was indignant, thinking about why there was suddenly such a show of affection. She looked closely at the third princess and saw that she was in a very bad mood and realized that she had to do something. The princess began to say that she was also very worried about Eva and couldn't even imagine what she felt then. And it is still difficult for her to sleep because of it. The emperor agreed with her and replied that it was indeed a terrible sight. And the girl saw her opportunity in this. She continued by saying that Eve managed to escape thanks to Betty, about whom she informed her father. This could have led to even greater destruction if Betty hadn't alerted the front line. And the eighth prince would also have had to participate and agree with her, and say that he also saw Betty forming a defense line. The eldest prince next to Evan Rose also supported this conversation, saying that he also remembered her, and that he was very impressed to see Betty leading the army. And one of the princesses who started this conversation was happy that he also paid attention to her. Everyone had praised Betty at that time. How was it Mikulis who saved the main character? But there was no point in worrying about that now. The girl continued by saying that it seemed as if Evan Rose had subdued a real evil dragon. The seventh princess did not understand why she suddenly started talking about the dragon. And the eldest prince also agreed with her and told Stephanie that the evil dragon was a rather scary topic. And the girl regretted it. But she continued by saying that nevertheless, they cannot ignore this topic. After a moment of hesitation, the girl said they could not ignore this, as the mines for extracting the Galamute magic stone would soon be depleted. It was now clear why she tried to raise this issue, for which the heroine lost her father's favor in a past life. But this time, she was going to change her fate, and was not going to be fooled by the provocations of the third princess. At this moment, Stephania continued with a malicious smile, saying that, as everyone knew, recently, the volume of extracted magic stones has decreased. The magic stone is used almost everywhere as raw material and fuel. And she feared that the increase in the cost of magic stones would cause general economic inflation. Such a conversation gave the emperor a headache, and, clutching his head, the man asked if his daughter intended to develop new mines. Bridget suggested not discussing this now, since they were having a simple morning conversation. And realizing her mistake, the blonde apologized if she had ruined everyone's appetite. But the emperor replied that everything was fine and allowed her to continue. After all, this question had been bothering him lately, so he would like to hear her opinion on this topic. The main character, who was sitting opposite the princesses, perfectly saw how they were smiling. And apparently, they were happy thinking about what might happen to the seventh princess. And Bridget decided to start a conversation by telling her father that the government exists for the well-being of the people. The emperor's priority is economic stability, according to the third princess. Therefore, as a temporary stabilization measure, she proposed increasing mining output by increasing the number of low-class homunculus workers. At the same time, they will be able to organize expeditions to uncover new stone deposits. And the heroine became stern after these words. The emperor thought it was a good idea, thinking that at some point they would meet the dragon again. Bridget was happy that her father agreed with her, and now the seventh princess understood what she was doing. She wanted to further exploit the already overburdened homunculi and buy time for the expeditions. Having finished her thought, the third princess smiled maliciously and asked what the seventh princess was thinking. The girl provocatively asked her sister if she thought it was a great decision. The heroine was on edge again because last time she chose the wrong path due to her stubbornness. and immaturity. But she was no longer the same as before, and that's why she didn't act as her sister expected her to. Evan Rose smiled at the third princess and replied that she also thought the idea made sense. This immediately overshadowed Bridget's mood, who couldn't believe that the seventh princess didn't fall for the provocation. With a smile, Evan Rose continued by saying that, as her father said, in the end this could no longer be avoided. Father and Betty offered good ways to solve this problem. However, addressing the emperor, the heroine wanted to propose a plan that was somewhere between their ideas. The man immediately became interested and asked what his seventh daughter thought. The main character smiled and replied that she had a way to increase the amount of magic stones produced. And this method did not require an expedition, and of course, after this sentence, a deathly silence fell in the room. Bridget, unable to contain her anger, directed it towards the seventh princess, saying her words were nonsense. But the main character coldly refuted her words, explained that, according to her data, when Hadelamid was defeated, he lost his tail in battle. It is likely that this tail crystallized where it fell and formed a separate axis. In a past life, this mine was never used because it was only discovered after an expedition. And there is no reason not to take advantage of this opportunity now. The seventh princess thought that enough magic stones could be extracted from this mine for the next 10 years. The emperor replied that, if that were the case, they would have more time to prepare for the expedition with much less risk. And it would be worth exploring. He thought about it and first decided that the girl should bring him all the relevant literature she could find. But he immediately changed his mind, saying he believed her and that a research group should be formed immediately. The man called his assistant, whose name was Chamberlain, and ordered him to immediately summon the High Council to a meeting. The protagonist could see how the princesses in front of her could not believe that the situation had turned out this way. And she decided to bother them even more, as they did to her, telling her father that she was glad he was taking swift action. Adding at the end that she was worried, because she had heard rumors that some people were hoarding magic stones, which was causing the price increase for them. Of course, after those words, Bridget squirmed in her seat as she was directly participating in the resale. The emperor, upon learning this news, was displeased and ordered an immediate tightening of control. He decided he needed to address these issues immediately and asked his seventh daughter to accompany him to the meeting. As they started leaving the room, the girl looked at the third princess one last time. The main character coldly thought that Bridget's financial losses would definitely be enormous. That day, the meeting went from dawn till dusk, and in the end the protagonist achieved the desired result. And on the same day, the emperor appointed the seventh princess Evenrose, Clole Hadelamid, responsible for the development of the Selkados Gorge. Thus began the protagonist's first official mission, and it was an outstanding debut for one who aspired to become empress.